our pain in order to go on, to delve into our childhood and psychic structure to unravel the mystery that is self. As Jung has said, love is the dynamism that most infallibly brings the unconscious to light. Both the presence and the loss of love force us to examine ourselves in a new light. Balance. Ancient tantric diagrams depict the heart chakra as a lotus of 12 petals containing a 6-pointed star made of 2 interlacing triangles. Refer to figure 4.1 in the bonus PDF. This represents the downward movement of spirit into matter and the upward liberation of matter into spirit, meeting in perfect balance in the heart. More than just a meeting, this is an interpenetration whose final goal is integration of spirit and mind with body and soul. Balance is the underlying foundation of longevity in all things. Since the heart chakra is the middle point of a system of 7 centers, balance is an essential principle at this level of integration. This implies both internal balance between various aspects of ourselves, mind and body, persona and shadow, male and female, as well as balance between ourselves and the world around us, work and play, giving and receiving, socializing and being alone. Finding this equilibrium supports the basic issues of love and relationship, for without balance within ourselves it is difficult, if not impossible, to achieve healthy and long-lasting love relationships. We will look at the concept of balance in relationships by examining dynamics in 2 essential kinds of relationships, the ones we have with ourselves and those we create with others. Intimacy. To love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance. Oscar Wilde. Intimacy, as Thomas More so aptly points out, is about bringing forth deeply interior aspects of the self. In order to have intimacy, we first need to have a sense of self. We need to be intimate with our own interior, to know our needs, wishes, fears, boundaries, and hopes. Through knowing the self within, we can honor the self that lives within another. We need to be able to love our own self enough to offer it openly to someone else. Without self-love, this cannot happen. The most common block in our heart chakra is the absence of self-love. How can we have intimacy with others if we are distanced from our own self? How can we reach out to others when we are drowning in shame and criticism? How can we maintain balance between ourselves and others if we have no balance within? How can we treat another with respect if we treat ourselves abusively? Ideally, the demon of shame has been transformed in the 3rd chakra, leaving us ready to enter the heart with an honest regard for the sacredness of our being. To love ourselves is to act respectfully and responsibly toward ourselves, to enjoy our own company when in solitude, to honor our limits and speak our truths. In general, self-love is an act of treating ourselves the way we would treat anyone else that we love, respectfully, honestly, compassionately, with feeling and understanding, pride and patience. Our relationships with others reflect our relationship with ourselves. We find others who treat us the way we expect to be treated, others who respond to the relationship program we carry inside our heart chakra. Self-love is the foundation for loving others. Self-reflective consciousness. Being a friend to yourself is no mere metaphor or purely sentimental idea. It is the basis of all relationship, because it is a fundamental recognition of soul. Thomas More. I am continually amazed by the number of my clients who have not yet discovered the person that lives inside. They come to see me because they hurt, because their lives are not going well, or because they do not like themselves. That would seem to indicate an awareness of self, would it not? But when I have a client stand on her feet, do some simple grounding, and look at me and say, I, there is too often a hollow ring to the word. Sometimes it's almost a question. Sometimes it's mechanical. Sometimes it's barely a whisper. Sometimes she cannot meet my eyes and say I at the same time. When I ask such clients to expand the statement to I am here, Referring to the body, it often becomes apparent that the statement is not true. Either the I has not truly been established, or it does not live fully in the body. Yet such a person may tell me long details about how she feels, what she is doing with her life, and what problems plague her. The ego self is definitely operating. What is missing? The beholding of self is missing. Beholding establishes a sacred relationship. When a teenage daughter comes downstairs for her first prom date, dressed as a woman for the first time, we simply behold her. It is an embrace, but it is not physical. To behold is not to fix, change, judge, or even want. It is simply to witness, to embrace with our awareness. In beholding the self, we witness a miraculous manifestation of divine energy living right inside us, with all its hopes and fears, joys and tears. This witnessing is the heart of the heart. It brings us to the sacred. It is the essential realization that must be present for any real healing to occur. It has been said that an unexamined life is not worth living. To enter the heart is to enter into self-reflective consciousness, a place of self-examination. In that reflection, we not only define ourselves, as in the third chakra, but come into relationship with ourselves. Self-reflective consciousness is the process of beholding. In therapy, we stop and look at ourselves, at our motives, actions, goals, hopes, and fears. While there are many who are cynical about this process, some kind of systematic self-examination is essential if we are to evolve, and if we are going to rise from the power-hungry obsession of the damaged third chakra into a state of integration and peace characteristic of the fourth. Self-reflective consciousness allows us to integrate our psychic pieces, bring them into relationship, and see how they relate to each other and become whole. It requires conscious attention to change patterns, to create something new, in short, to evolve. Without examining what has been, we are destined to repeat it. Without cultivating consciousness, our ascending current has to turn around and go back down to the base before it has reached its full expansion. In so doing, we are caught in repetitive loops, neurotic patterns that we repeat again and again. Self-examination gives birth to a new integrated self. This self is no longer bound by the past, but energized by the will beneath it, and headed toward the future. Self-examination is essential for establishing the balance that is the central principle of the heart chakra. Through self-examination, we give birth to the conscious being. Mind and body. Love is a bodied truth, a somatic reality. Stanley Keleman. One of the prime areas of balance in the heart chakra is between mind and body. This occurs through learning to decipher the body's messages. This involves distinct inner listening on the part of the mind to the body's subtle communications and often leads to recovering memories, working through traumas, releasing stored tensions, and completing unresolved emotional transactions. Through this process, various parts of our experience are reconnected. Feelings are reconnected with mental images. Impulses are integrated with belief systems. Sensation is connected with meaning. This is the work of self-reflection, allowing the mind to behold our experience in the body. If work on our lower chakras has brought us fully into our body, we are now ready to integrate that awareness into higher levels of complexity and understanding. Anima and animus. The mystery of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. C.G. Jung. In our second chakra recovery work, we encountered and hopefully integrated our shadow, which contains the unconscious, rejected aspects of our personality. With an integrated shadow, we freed up energy previously used to hold the shadow back, and this newfound energy helped move us to chakra 3, where we begin the process of individuation. In the heart chakra, we continue our individuation by developing another essential balance, that of the inner female and male, or in Jungian terms, anima and animus. The anima is the archetypal energy of the inner feminine, and the animus, the inner masculine. The anima is believed to figure more prominently in men, while the animus is the counterpart in women. Still, both genders carry each archetype. These archetypes also exist externally as symbols in the collective consciousness, where they often become stereotypes. A stereotype is a contemporary version of an archetype, such as the docile female or the strong, silent man. Stereotypes are culturally determined versions of the original archetype, often truncated images that emphasize only a part of the archetype behind them. Our first imprinting of these archetypes came from our mother and father, yet their behavior was influenced by the stereotypes of their time. Other stereotypes are fed to us through movies and romance novels, advertising and television, then reinforced by social pressure from peers. It is important to realize that the images of masculine and feminine that we ascribe to anima and animus are culturally dictated, rather than innate. If our images of masculine and feminine become strongly polarized, meaning that masculine is defined by absence of the feminine, and vice versa, then it is likely that either our anima or animus will be repressed. We have no permission for the opposite within ourselves to emerge. Charles, for example, has accepted the prevailing cultural attitudes about what a man should be. He thinks a man should be strong, rational, tough, independent, successful, cool, and unemotional. To Charles, any display of vulnerability, emotion, uncertainty, or softness threatens his self-image. Since his image is so polarized, his inner feminine cannot come out at all. His anima may appear as fearful images and dreams, as depression or moodiness. It remains repressed, to be unconsciously projected onto his girlfriend. She is supposed to carry the anima for him by doing the feeling and supporting work, and maintaining the emotional quality of the relationship. Like the shadow, the unconscious anima or animus gets projected onto others, often in idealized states, wreaking havoc on our intimate relationships. If a man has rejected his own feminine nature, he may abhor the feminine in other men while expecting his female partner to completely carry his concept of the feminine, criticizing any independent, assertive behavior she might display. Similarly, a woman who has not developed her masculine side expects her man to be flawlessly powerful, accomplished, and heroic, while she is simultaneously oppressed by these qualities. Women who claim they want a nice guy and then reject him when he shows feelings or softness are projecting their animus. If they can allow their own masculine side to increase, they can allow their men to become more gentle. If we find in our relationships that what initially attracts us later repels us, we might do well to look for projected anima or animus. In both heterosexual and gay relationships, the archetypes can be reversed. A woman, gay or straight, may well live the masculine life and repress her own feminine. A man may carry the feminine in his relationship with either a woman or a man. The anima and animus are more related to the concept of opposites in the developed self than actual gender. The point is to recognize and bring forth the side that is undeveloped. The hard-edged career woman may need to develop her soft side, while the introverted, supportive male may need to develop his initiating masculine side. The resolution of the anima and animus represents the internal sacred marriage, or hieros gamos, the balancing of masculine and feminine energies within. This alchemical marriage, as Jung described it, is another step in the individuation process that leads toward wholeness. Only when this process occurs within can we hope to be free from dependence and projection, and to enter cleanly and freely into relationship with another. The hieros gamos stage in the individuation process usually occurs during midlife. In the earlier development of our personality, we often favor one side over the other. The scientist may have developed a noteworthy career that sacrificed home life. He may adhere to a logic and exactitude that dominates feeling and imagination, or have an extroverted personality that is constantly engaged with others through his work. At midlife, he may find himself in a crisis that calls forth his repressed feminine side. He may lose his wife, who has carried the feminine archetype for him, and be faced with his inability to supply himself with the simple arts of cooking or creating a pleasurable home environment. He may find himself unable to interpret his feelings, dried up in his creativity, exhausted from too much yang and not enough yin, or unable to spend time alone. The woman who has given body and soul to her marriage and family may find at midlife that she has never lived for herself. She may have always followed in another's footsteps and kept her feelings within, harmoniously blending with the needs of others around her without regard for her own destiny. She has carried the archetypal feminine selflessly, but she may feel helpless and lost when it comes to striking out on her own when the children leave home and no longer define her as mother. Her husband, who has worked hard in the world to provide for her needs, may be shocked when she wants to leave him, but her need to develop her own animus may be impossible within the rigid context of her marriage. She now must learn to carry both archetypes within herself. Though we may wish it were possible, no one else can live our unlived lives for us. Our partners never do it right, and we soon find ourselves criticizing them and complaining, "If only you'd do this, if only you didn't do that." If the masculine and feminine archetypes are repressed within us, their qualities will seem very mysterious, or even undesirable. We are challenged to reclaim them, rather than look once again for someone to live them for us while we remain incomplete. When the anima and animus have been equally developed, our relationships have stability, mutual respect, and freedom. Relationships with others. Love alone is capable of uniting living beings in such a way as to complete and fulfill them, for it alone takes them and joins them by what is deepest in themselves. And if that is what it can achieve daily on a small scale, why should it not repeat this one day on worldwide dimensions? Pierre Teilhard du Chardon. Nowhere is the concept of balance more important than in the success of our personal relationships. If there is a recurrent cry from couples struggling through the labyrinth of conflicted relationship, it is that they lack balance with their significant other. One partner is too distant, while another feels suffocated. One partner does too much housework, while the other is resentful about unequal financial earnings. One partner wants sex more than the other, initiates all the communication, or does all the emotional work. Take a moment to consider what is out of balance in your own relationship. Nature seeks balance. Lack of balance is experienced as pressure, frustration, and stress, leading to resentment and an erosion of openness and goodwill. If the relationship cannot eventually find an equitable balance, it is doomed to failure, either through termination or resigned misery. The following are some of the areas in which the heart seeks balance. It must be added, however, that balance is not static. It is a constantly fluctuating homeostasis, a dynamic flexibility of give and take that balances over time in many different ways. Reaching out and taking in. The ideal situation for really understanding another is not so much how a person reacts to extreme stress, but rather how he or she suffers the vulnerability of falling in love. Aldo Caritanuto. As the third chakra involves mastering the energetic principles of holding on and letting go, the fourth chakra works with reaching out and taking in. Fear and grief block either or both of these responses and can eventually block the heart chakra itself. If the heart chakra is blocked, then the arms will be blocked as well. They may habitually fold over the chest, be bound at the sides, or move awkwardly and self-consciously. If the chest is full or inflated, there may be a refusal to reach out, a fear of surrender, perhaps even a bit of narcissism, or the holding up of the challenger-defender structure. If the arms are weak and move aimlessly, and the chest is collapsed, as in the oral structure, then it indicates an inability to take in and nourish oneself. Reaching may have become blocked because it proved fruitless in the past. It is easier for the child to stop reaching altogether than to reach and find emptiness. In this scenario, however, the energetic structure of the chakra gets built around that emptiness. They reach out to give, but cannot receive. The chakra is deficient. More often, one movement will be more prevalent than the other. I often ask couples to close their eyes and express through body language the predominant energetic process of their relationship. After they have taken their positions, I ask them to open their eyes and see what each is doing. Often one will be leaning forward, arms outstretched, while the other is leaning slightly backward, with arms folded, or palms facing their partner as if to hold them back. With wordless wisdom, this indicates the dynamics of their relationship. When David and Julie did this exercise, it was clear that Julie did the reaching, and David pulled back. His arms folded neatly over his chest, he stood firmly and proudly in his ground, while Julie beckoned openly to him. David's own mother had been deceptively sweet, smothering him with a love that masked her own needs. As a result, he had become mistrustful and defensive in his heart chakra. He was unable to take in the love Julie was offering, mistrusting her intentions. I asked him to open his arms, and Julie to drop hers by her side, so they could experience the possibility of a different dynamic with different feelings. David felt relieved of the burden of having to defend. Julie could feel that it was possible to receive without demanding. This is the age-old dance of the pursuer and the distancer. When the pursuer stops chasing, the distancer can reach out. For Kathy, it was a matter of changing old patterns. Kathy had been nursing a broken heart from a former relationship with months of deep grieving. As springtime approached, she began a new relationship with another woman in which she was finding a profound sweetness. Yet, along with the excitement of falling in love again, she was also gripped with fear. My last 2 relationships ended abominably. How do I know this won't happen again? I'm terrified. I asked her to focus on the sweetness she had been describing in her new relationship and feel what happened in her body as she did so. I feel like swooning. I get dizzy and light. It's the falling of falling in love. I asked her to stand and let her body express this feeling of swooning and show what it looked like, while another group member stood in for her lover. Suddenly, she was no longer in her own ground, but falling toward the other woman, out of balance and out of control. She had left her own center. No wonder she was terrified. Her concept of love was based on moving toward the other person, with a focus on the surrendering and reaching out. While this is an essential element in any relationship, it was clear that she was missing the concept of her lover moving toward her. She tried to assure herself that the other person was trustworthy, something we can never fully depend upon, so she could let go and surrender. But that very act of surrender was an abandonment of her own self and a recipe for eventual disaster. I had her practice pulling her lover in toward herself while holding her own ground. Only then could we move toward a mutual reaching, in which both people were centered and open to each other. Attachment and freedom. Thomas More, in his book Soulmates, talks about the struggle between the soul's need for attachment and the spirit's need for freedom. This struggle is a major theme in most relationships, enacted through the simultaneous longing and fear of commitment. In the heart chakra, we seek to balance the lower chakra's pull for security with the upper chakra's pull toward novelty. When our partner constricts us, we get restless and want to push away. The spirit hates constriction and limitation, hates to be squashed. Attachment and freedom is the way we experience the universal forces in their holding on and letting go. The soul, however, finds security in the body, in familiarity and permanence. The soul likes a container which allows the energy to build, whereas the spirit might resent it. When our partner is pulling away, the soul becomes insecure and wants to hold on. When our partner clings, the spirit feels restless and confined. A healthy relationship needs to honor both the upward and downward movements of energy and create a balance between spirit and soul, expansion and constriction, freedom and commitment. Moore states it plainly. Many people seem to live the pain of togetherness and fantasize the joys of separateness, or, vice versa, they live a life of solitude and fill their heads with alluring images of intimacy. Bouncing back and forth between these two valid claims on the heart can be a frustrating, endless struggle that never bears fruit and never settles down. To decide upon one or the other is to further the divorce between the transcendence of the father and the immanence of the mother. As children of divorce, we search for refuge in one or the other, ignorant of the dynamic balance that serves both liberation and manifestation. The more we allow one kind of energy, the more the other can come through. Once a commitment is made, it is easier to allow a partner their solitude or freedom. Once we know our freedom is respected, we can more easily make a commitment. Conversely, the more a partner insists on one aspect, the more his lover will yearn for its opposite. Dynamic balance is a dance between attachment and freedom. Eros and Thanatos. To love means to open ourselves to the negative as well as the positive, to grief, sorrow, and disappointment, as well as to joy, fulfillment, and an intensity of consciousness we did not know was possible before. Rollo May. One of the hardest dynamics to accept in the realm of love and relationships is the dance between Eros, the force of life that allures and unites, and Thanatos, the force of death that divides and destroys. Eros is the son of Aphrodite, shining goddess of love and beauty, while Thanatos, born of the goddess Night, thrives on the darkness of our lack of consciousness. When we enter into a relationship, we are joyfully swept up in the wings of Eros. We are called forth, beckoned into union, into merging and dissolving, reaching beyond ourselves, beyond our own small ego. We touch something greater, wider, deeper. We are thrilled and expanded. This is what we long for, what we aspire to, what makes living worthwhile. It is that which hides in the darkness of the unconscious that brings death to love. Our unconscious patterns sabotage relationships, pick fights, distance ourselves from our lover, and thrust our behavior in directions the conscious mind deplores. Our partner's lack of consciousness annoys us and makes us want to pull away. Our own failed awareness misses those cues to our partner's needs, and we wake up one morning to the sight of our beloved standing with bags packed, saying, "It's over." It is then that we stare squarely in the face of Thanatos. Like Eros, Thanatos is a force we cannot control, one that leaves us feeling helpless. It is not possible to have Eros without Thanatos. This does not mean that all relationships must end in tragedy, but that coming together and pulling apart are two inseparable steps in a single dance. For those who want only the coming together, Thanatos becomes extreme in his insistence. For those who honor the separation, the distancing, the misunderstandings and estrangements as part of the flow and growth of relationships, the dance of Eros can be eternally renewed. Those who are most idealistic about love sometimes find the greatest pain. Wide-eyed they fall, giving their utmost to the beloved. Great is their dismay when, giving all they could and valuing this love above all things, they see their lover casually mistreat what they had regarded as sacred. Denial of Thanatos invites his more unpleasant form to appear. We can avoid the painful side of Thanatos if we remember to honor his presence. We must be aware of what lurks in the darkness of our unacknowledged shadow. We need to claim, not deny, our need for a certain amount of separateness, our fear of engulfment, and understand that the same fear in our partner is not a statement about us, but Thanatos' need to balance the relationship so Eros can continue the dance of love and attraction. Grief, demon of the heart. Give sorrow words. The grief that does not speak whispers the o'er-fraught heart and bids it break. William Shakespeare. When Thanatos strikes, as it inevitably does, we experience grief. As the resident demon, grief sits on the heart chakra like a stone. When our heart is heavy with grief, it's hard to open, even hard to breathe. When grief is denied, we become numb to our feelings and our aliveness. We become hard and cold, rigid and distant. We may feel dead inside. When grief is acknowledged and expressed, however, we find a vital key to opening the heart. Tears are shed, truth expressed, and the heart lightens. The breath deepens. There is a sense of spaciousness that emerges, allowing more room inside for our spirit. Hope is reborn. Coming to terms with our own grief leads us toward compassion for others. When we fall in love, we strip ourselves of defenses. We open to another and to the world. We expand and grow. When we are hurt in matters of love, we are hurt in our most vulnerable, trusting aspects. The purest form of self is wounded. It no longer seems safe to be authentic. Our system, wounded at the very core, shuts down, and we lose not only our lover, but ourselves as well. This is the deepest loss. One of my clients called while I was working on this chapter. Her voice on the phone was shaky and tearful. "I know it's over. I just know it. He's going to leave me." I remembered that she had said this 2 weeks ago when I last saw her, and again 2 weeks before that. "You mean it's still going?" I asked. "Yes, and he even wants to come to therapy with me, but I know it's over. He just doesn't know how to say it. Why does this always happen to me? I feel so lost right now, like I hate myself. I just want to disappear." "Then you're abandoning yourself," I say. "It's not that he has abandoned you, necessarily, but that you have abandoned yourself over the thought of it. So, of course, you'll think he'll abandon you too." There was sudden calm on the other end of the phone. "Oh," she said, "I get it. You know, I haven't eaten yet today or taken a shower. I've just been obsessing about this. What should I do?" "Go inside to the self that's scared right now. Promise her you'll always be there. Fix her a nice lunch. Go take a shower. You can't control your boyfriend, but you can promise to be there yourself. That goes a long way." When I saw her next, it was, indeed, with her boyfriend. He had not left her, nor was he planning to. Instead, he was trying to assure her of his ongoing commitment. She appeared less clinging, and we were able to facilitate some valuable communication. Grief that occurs at the end of a relationship is easy to understand. It puts us back in touch with our primal abandonment and makes us feel powerless. If acknowledged and expressed, it eventually passes. But sometimes we carry grief from situations that are not so obvious, as in the case of Susan. Susan had a mother who loved her too much. She was an only child, and her mother had little else to occupy her life besides being Susan's mother. Susan felt special and was never alone. She lacked for nothing in terms of attention, clothing, or toys. Yet Susan was not allowed her own independence. Her mother was subtly threatened when she played at friends' houses, and later when she began to date. Susan's definition of love was shaped by her mother. When she did form relationships later in life, she was as smothering and possessive as her mother had been. When her partner did not lavish the same amount of attention on her, she felt unloved. While we might assume that Susan would grow up secure and confident, in actuality, she feared she was not enough and became quite codependent. She could never replace her mother's real needs for an authentic life, and so she always felt inadequate. Susan thought she had had a happy childhood, but her chest was constricted, and she was frequently depressed. As she learned to breathe more deeply, she contacted a vast reservoir of grief. At first, she did not understand why it was there, but as she continued her grieving process, she recognized to her deeper self that the grief she carried was a mourning for the loss of her own authenticity. If we consider that love may indeed be the most important element of well-being and spiritual growth, then any impairment in our ability to find love is a profound wound. When we further consider that this impairment affects how we treat each other in the larger social sphere, we have not only a personal problem, but a serious collective situation as well. Where grief is the wound, compassion is the healer. Compassion. Great compassion penetrates into the marrow of the bone. It is the support of all living beings. Like the love of a parent for an only child, the tenderness of the compassionate one is all-pervasive. Nagarjuna, Indian, 1st century. Whoever wishes to attain Buddhahood need not follow the various practice, but must only practice one thing, and that is deep compassion. Chenrezig. Compassion means to have passion with. In the 2nd chakra, we encountered passion in the realm of feelings, through the desires of the soul reaching forward to meet its own needs. In the heart chakra, we now reach beyond ourselves and expand that passion to include an understanding of another's needs. The ego, when secure in its own autonomy and power, can now surrender willingly toward altruism. If our own needs have been met and satisfied, we can now share our fullness with another. The ability to have compassion for others depends first on our ability to be in touch with our yearnings and pain. Pain opens us to deeper understanding of others and expands our own limited being. Thus, compassion is an exquisite balance of upper and lower chakra expression. Compassion remains centered, yet open, and it quietly holds the space for change to occur, providing both the stability of a container and the freedom of release. Compassion does not mean that we have to fix things. Most of the time, we can't. But rather than turn away, we can still offer compassion to others. When I work with couples, I often see that one partner wants compassion, while the other feels a demand to make it different. I just want you to realize how hard it is for me to be alone with the kids all day, she says. What do you want me to do, quit my job? He replies impatiently. She looks hurt and frustrated, as that is not what she meant. What she wanted was empathy and understanding, not necessarily solutions. She wanted to hear, I know this is hard for you. I appreciate the work you're doing. When we can't fix something, it's even more important to offer compassion. Devotion. If everyone were perfect, there would be no need for love. Devotion is an act of selfless love and conscious surrender to a greater force beyond oneself. In the many branches of yoga, it is the path of bhakti yoga, practiced through devotional service to a deity or teacher, through which one experiences the transcendent joy of merging with the divine. Devotion also occurs toward the beloved, within a family, or to a political cause or project. With devotion, we are allowing the energy within the self to flow beyond the self. This transcends our perceived limitations. When we become parents, we experience selfless devotion to the newborn child as we transcend the limits of what we thought was possible in terms of loving and giving. Devotion is a spiritual act of egoless surrender. When the self binds the spirit too tightly, then devotion expands the binding by lifting us beyond ourselves. We get the powerful lesson that the self survives, even without constant attention. Devotion can also keep us from conscious connection with the self, especially if the ego-based stage of reflective consciousness has not already been achieved. We may find it easier to be directed by the will of another than to work through the labyrinth of our own inner yearnings. In this case, devotion depletes the ego-centered 3rd chakra for the purpose of an excessive outpouring in the 4th. If the object of our worship should leave, fall from grace, or reject us, we are devastated. To heal, we must then reconnect responsibility to the self within, seeing it as an aspect of divinity in its own right, and much in need of love and understanding. When balanced, our devotional work becomes even deeper. Growing the lotus. Developmental formation of the heart chakra at a glance. Age, 4 to 7 years. Tasks, formation of social identity and gender roles. Development of altruism, formation of peer relationships. Needs and issues. Initiative versus guilt. Love versus rejection. Social acceptance. Self-acceptance. It is not so much the parent alone that is internalized, as it is the relationship between the parent and the child. Ken Wilber. When Alex was about 5, he came down with stomach flu that kept him in bed for a few days. As he was sick to his stomach, I was not about to force him to eat, but wanted him to have nourishment if he wanted it. So I prepared some toast, left it on a plate next to his bed, and tucked him in with his teddy bear. He soon recovered, and the incident was forgotten. A few weeks later, when I was taking an afternoon nap, I woke to find a plate of awkwardly buttered toast placed on my night table, and a teddy bear on the pillow next to me. This was a true sign he was in the heart chakra stage. The fourth chakra developmental stage begins when the child moves from the intense egocentricity and willfulness of the third chakra into a readiness to meet and cooperate with others. This generally begins between 3 and 4 years, after autonomy and basic impulse control have been established. It may happen suddenly, when the seemingly impossible child spontaneously does something sweet and kind for someone else. A child may also swing back to stubborn willfulness at 3.5 before finally moving on to the more loving and harmonious heart chakra stage at around 4 years. In the uncertainty of new behavior, a child often runs back to familiar patterns for security. Development is not always smooth. As we climb further up the chakras, the exact timing of the developmental stages become less specific. It depends in part on the successful resolution of previous stages, which varies from case to case, and the variations widen as we get higher. Unfortunately, many people do not reach the upper chakra stages at all, or do so only later in life. Therefore, we will now begin to discuss both childhood and adult development. In childhood, fourth chakra development marks the formation of our social identity, also known as the persona. This is the aspect of self that we create to win love, gain social approval, and get along in the larger world. In the fourth chakra, we no longer see the world entirely in terms of our own needs, and so our relationships expand from being specifically one-on-one, i.e., child and mother, child and father, to include larger family and social structures. The child now finds that she is part of Mommy and Daddy's relationship with each other, and that she has brothers and sisters, classmates, neighbors, and friends of her own. The verbal messages that were internalized during the third chakra stage centered around action and behavior. Now in the fourth chakra stage, it is the parent-child relationship itself that becomes internalized. It is not only the messages Dad continually gives us about being noisy in the house, but also the context of Dad's relationship with us that becomes important. If the message was given in the context of fear, we feel fear along with the internalized message. How we behave and who we become is shaped by the way we internalize our basic family relationships. Eric Berne outlined these internal relationships in his theories of transactional analysis, which describes how we operate from internalized parent, adult, or child scripts. If we rebel against Dad's messages, we are playing the script of the naughty child with a critical parent, and aspects of it become part of our internal dialogue. Throughout life, we may find both roles simultaneously clamoring for the driver's seat, as sometimes we will be led by rebellious urges, while at others we will be held back by our inner critic. We also repeat these relationships with others. If a friend criticizes you, they may suddenly become your critical parent. Then you find yourself reacting like a naughty child, instead of listening to what they have to say. Children internalize relationships by imitation. A child who is frequently scolded may be overheard scolding her doll or best friend. Alex was imitating his mother when he brought me the toast. This imitation is called identification and forms the core of the relationship program. Identification is where the child adopts the beliefs, attitudes, values, and behaviors of others, and then carries these attitudes into her relationships. As gender roles get internalized, we develop our gender identification. Watching how parents, brothers, or sisters behave gives us our first models of how to be boys or girls. As we watch our big sister play with dolls or put on makeup, watch our brother play with trains or lizards, watch our mother give herself over to the needs of the family, and see our father relentlessly pursue his career, we are, for better or worse, developing gender-oriented behavior programs. It is here that we take on gender roles. This is the age where boys are told not to cry, and when girls are told to be nice. This splitting and repression of masculine or feminine comes to the fore again in midlife, when our one-sided development leads us into some kind of personal crisis. As stated earlier, heart chakra work includes the reintegration of anima and animus. The child internalizes not only the relationship he has with his parents, but also the entire family system. He may become an eldest child with new siblings, removed from the center of attention he once held. He may realize he is the youngest of many siblings and learn his social identity from the way his brothers and sisters treat him. Or he may be the middle child that has to compete for attention. These dynamics took a back seat in the "it's all about me" stage of the third chakra, but emerge as part of the personality at chakra 4. We then play at this family dynamic in the social arenas of school, work, clubs, and the families we form as adults. As the growing child joins the family dynamic, he takes on new roles such as that of the good child, scapegoat, hero, clown, or lost child, to name but a few. These roles are like steps in a dance, unconscious patterns that form our social identities. What may begin as the conscious cultivation of a certain behavior, "Mommy likes it when I make her laugh," may grow into a lifelong role, playing the clown. The development of a social identity prepares the child for more complex interaction with the larger world. This requires a delicate balance between maintaining and relinquishing autonomy, which should have developed in the third chakra. For the child whose autonomy is weak, there is a tendency to be swept away by others, be defined by them, or live in fear of losing the self. A kindergartner may steal someone else's cookies simply because his friend told him to, not realizing it was not his own urge until he gets in trouble for it. Then he says, "Billy told me to." A child whose will was overly indulged may be too self-centered and may get rejected by others, such as the school bully who dominates the younger children, or the egocentric classmate who always steals the center of attention. Intellectual development also takes a monumental leap at this stage. We have entered Piaget's pre-operational period, where intellectual development proceeds in the conceptual symbolic rather than the earlier sensory-motor arena. Having mastered the basic building blocks of language, the child now begins the task of assembling the many pieces of his experience. The child is interested in relationships, not only between people, but among all the components of the world around him. He is learning to assemble raw information into larger concepts that dictate behavior. Instead of using helpfulness as a way to get a cookie, he realizes that helpfulness is a good concept. He then wants recognition for his intentions as opposed to his act. This is the good boy/nice girl stage of moral development described by Lawrence Kohlberg. The child is creating himself by incorporating new concepts into his growing personality. Routines are sets of relationships. Children at this age often get upset when standard routines are disrupted. When someone sits at their place at the table, when taking a bath occurs before dinner instead of after, or when stability in the household is disrupted. The introduction of step-parents, other siblings, new households, or changes in the daily routine of school or daycare can be especially disruptive at this age. Security and identity are derived from stable relationships. When those relationships end or are threatened, as through divorce, death, or separation, then the sense of security and developing social identity can be threatened. The internalized relationship with ourselves is simultaneously affected. If we lose one of our parents, for example, we do not get to see how the two genders interact with each other, and hence may not have that balance in ourselves. With some marriages, however, this may be a blessing. Finally, this is the age when peer relationships begin developing. A child enters school, chooses friends, and tries out these behavior programs in the world outside the family. The child learns whether she is well liked or rejected, and thus her social identity gets added onto her ego identity as a new basis for self-esteem. It is interesting that the most common time for imaginary playmates occurs between ages 4 and 6, as if this were a practice realm for real relationships. Since relationships are the formative ground for fourth chakra development, it is important to ask some basic questions. Do relationships in the family depend on aggressive fighting for one's rights? Do they depend on giving up oneself to avoid punishment or rejection? Do they involve the expression of emotions and affection, or do the parents hide this aspect of their own relationship? Is communication modeled so that the child sees how problems get worked through, or is the rule to not talk about anything difficult? Does one parent dominate the other, or is there a sense of cooperative partnership? Are brothers and sisters given equal attention, or is there favoritism, and if so, on what is it based? Most of all, is there consistency in relationships? Is Daddy warm and giving on some days and cruelly abusive on others? These are the elements that teach the child how to behave in the world. Erikson has described this stage as being the struggle of initiative versus guilt, building on the previous stage of autonomy versus shame. Autonomy gives rise to initiative in the form of reaching out toward others. Shame inhibits this reaching out and inhibits the awakening of the heart chakra. If the child lacks initiative, she is dependent upon the reactions of others and will play a passive role in relationships. Successful handling of this stage, according to Erikson, results in direction and purpose. Socialization is where an individual acquires behavior patterns, motivations, attitudes, and values that the culture deems important. In our current social structure, this process requires that we deny many aspects of our lower chakras. To be properly socialized, the child needs to learn to control or rise above her spontaneous aggressive urges, dependencies, and fears. For males, this may also include the emotions in general. Thus, the social identity often develops at the cost of previous identities. For the child whose social identity is about pleasing others, for example, the cost may be a denial of her own needs. The lost child who hides in the background denies his need for attention. Loss of contact with the original ground creates a kind of existential emptiness that then gets projected onto relationships. We end up looking to others for security, emotional fulfillment, or ego enhancement because we have denied these things within ourselves. Between chakras 3 and 4, the child may get the message that autonomy and love are an either-or phenomena. This is particularly true when conditional love is used to modify behavior. Johnny soon learns what behavior pleases Mommy and what aspects of himself meet with rejection. Mommy ignores me when I cry. She holds me when I'm quiet. We grow up believing we can either be ourselves or we can be loved, and think it is impossible to have both at once. The appropriate completion of our social identity results in a transcendence of the ego without undue sacrifice of autonomy. The child can identify with others as equally important as the self, and has the ability to cooperate with family, friends, and the larger social environment. Every functioning adult has reached at least some basic level of ego development. Still, there are many adults who have not yet made a transition to the 4th chakra. They remain stuck in the narcissistic ego gratification of the 3rd chakra, even in their close relationships, and have difficulty experiencing true empathy and altruism. Crises that appear in midlife, usually through the pain of failed relationships, often reveal wounds from early childhood. These lower chakra wounds can then be healed, which allows the heart chakra to open. In these cases, 4th chakra development may occur in midlife as we enter the integrative phase of our adult individuation process. The parts of us that get ignored or outwardly rejected retreat to the realm of the unconscious. They become part of the shadow, split off from the persona. The persona is made of aspects that bring us love, while the shadow, those that seem unacceptable. As adults, part of our 4th chakra work is to reunite the persona with the rejected shadow for the purpose of balance and wholeness. Adult development of the heart chakra results in a transcendence of the ego, an integration of the higher and lower chakras, creation of the sacred marriage of masculine and feminine, and development of social empathy and altruism. It is the achievement of balance within, as we integrate our many sub-personalities and the expression of that balance through our relationships with others. Indeed, the 4th chakra is the gateway to spiritual fulfillment and personal mastery. Its reward is self-acceptance and self-love. Traumas and abuses. Thus, children are confronted by a tormentor they love, not one they hate, and this tragic complication will have a devastating influence on their entire subsequent life. Alice Miller. There is nothing more devastating than lack of love. Love is the primal glue of the universe, the binding force par excellence. As the central integrating chamber, the heart chakra is the healer, the unifier. Love integrates and lack of love disintegrates. Without love to bind us together, we separate from the parts of ourselves that drive love away. We reject the needy parts, the angry parts, the ugly parts. Then we are no longer whole. All abuses traumatize the heart chakra as they betray love. Most of these abuses occur within the context of family relationships. It is bad enough that they happen, but worse still that they happen at the hands of people we love, people we live with, people we need to trust. So we suffer not only the abuse, but also a distortion of the relationship in which it occurs. We shut down the connection, close off the heart, and pull back into ourselves. When primary relationships distort, we diminish our ability to love and connect, to become relational. To be relational means, simply, that we are able to relate, or can align our own experiences to a larger context outside. In relating, we connect to things and see how they are connected to each other. So many of my clients, women in particular, complain about the lack of energy their partners put into their relationships. Their men, they say, act as if they live in a world of their own, where the relationship is an afterthought, or something they take for granted. These men, and it happens to women too, see relationships as things rather than as living processes. Their capacity to be relational is underdeveloped. When relationships are distorted, so is our sense of how things connect. Seeing the bigger picture, the context in which life is embedded, becomes impaired. This prevents us from rising into a larger sense of our own being. A young child is an open, unarmored being who is completely dependent on his caretakers. In this state, the child is an uninhibited channel of love for those who care for him. His first understanding of love comes from the fulfillment of his survival and dependency needs, that he is cared for, attended to, and safe. When he is mirrored and nurtured, and when his autonomy is supported, he is also being loved. If all has gone well, a good foundation for dependent love has been built by the time the child reaches the fourth chakra stage. They perceive the parents as the ones to whom they relate for their personal needs and to help them understand the complex world around them. It is literally heartbreaking when the trust and love that a child has for his caretakers is used against him. In adult relationships, we have the choice, perceived or not, to get up and leave when someone mistreats us. A child does not have this choice. A child does not even have the choice not to love. The effects of this mistreatment occur simultaneously on 3 levels. 1. The experience of the abuse, which may create traumas that distort the natural development of the body and psyche in any of the chakras. 2. The interpretation of the abuse, which is usually attributed to our own shortcomings, as opposed to those of our parents. 3. The fusion of the abuse with love, where the two become related to each other, inseparably linked. This link perpetuates abuse in adult relationships. If a child is attended to superficially, but not touched or given specific attention, then his love for others will be equally superficial. He suffers physically from the lack of touch, emotionally from feelings of shame, and conceptually from a distorted concept of love. If a father sexually abuses his daughter who loves and trusts him, he is teaching her a distorted form of relating where there is no respect for boundaries. Adult survivors of such abuse often feel disembodied, have poor boundaries in their love relationships, and may define their worth in sexual terms. If a child is ignored or shamed by the very people who are most important in her life, then she internalizes that distortion in her relationship to herself. Her own internal voice will carry that criticism and keep her in a state of utter worthlessness. In relationships with others, she will find people who will corroborate that worthlessness and perpetuate the cycle. Any form of abuse impacts these 3 levels: the developmental process, our self-esteem, and relationship to others. Each of these levels will be discussed in more detail ahead. The abuse itself. All abusive relationships teach a form of love. John Bradshaw. I worked with a woman who had been adopted by an aunt after her parents were suddenly killed in World War II. Her aunt constantly compared her to her natural children. "Why don't you do as well in school as your sister? You must be stupid. Why are you so lazy compared to your brother? What's wrong with you?" Even though she was cared for superficially, the original trauma of losing her parents was never addressed, leaving her at a disadvantage. There was no time to heal or repair developmental gaps before moving on to later stages. Of course, she could not compete with siblings who had not had such traumas. Abuse is the antithesis of love. If we do not get the love we need, we lack the basic ingredient necessary to assemble ourselves. Abuse of any kind undermines the natural developmental process as it interferes with the internal wiring of the physical, emotional, and psychic system. If this happened in our stereo, we would have irregular volume control, distorted sound quality, or static interference. When it happens in the psyche, we feel like defective merchandise. Our fine-tuning is out of kilter. Abuse interferes with our love of life. If life hurts, or is lonely, rejecting, empty, hostile, or dangerous, then we do not want to relate to it. Life becomes a painful experience, a process to be endured. We no longer love being alive. We no longer meet life with hope and enthusiasm. We become withdrawn, depressed, blocked. The natural flow of energy can no longer move forward. Loss of self-love. Since we usually identify with our caretakers and their values, the way they treat us teaches us about our value as human beings. We take on their attitudes toward us. Abuse makes us feel unlovable, and feeling defective only adds to our shame. We become an object to ourselves, even an object of contempt. Unlovable, we are no longer in touch with our divinity, our specialness, our validity as human beings. Convinced that the fault lies in some intrinsic flaw to which we are blind and helpless, we abandon ourselves. Without relationship to the self, reflective consciousness is impossible. We are cut adrift, disconnected from our ground, lost and lonely, and end up seeking our ground through another. They become our reality, and the weight we impose upon them, the weight of our own self-denial, usually drives them away. We then lose all the energy we have invested in them, including pieces of ourselves. I gave her everything. How could she possibly leave me? When we give everything, we are bankrupting ourselves. We lack a center to which others can be attracted because, quite simply, no one is home. There is no one inside us to love because we have given ourselves away. Internalized relationships. Internalized relationships form archetypal components of our psyche. Our relationship to our mother comes to represent more than how we feel about mom. It affects how we understand the archetypal symbol of mother, as well as the feminine in general. If our mother mistreated us, our internal relationship to the feminine and all it represents will be impaired. If she withheld these qualities, we will expect them to be withheld everywhere, even by men. If she used them as a means for control, we will fear being controlled by our need for them. As we project this impairment on the women we meet in life, we find that we are relating more to our damaged internal image of the feminine than to the actual women we meet. Our anger, expectations, defenses, and needs all get woven into the relationship and may get tangled with our partner's internal framework, which may also be just as damaged. This is grounds for a mess indeed. Then we have two people relating from their wounds and defenses, rather than from their wholeness. They see their own projections, rather than each other. Unfortunately, this is frequently par for the course. All acts of abuse occur within the context of relationship. Relationship thus becomes the field in which all events are interpreted, and the ground in which they are later internalized. The way our Father treated us affects our relationship with all men, as well as our internal masculine. How we relate to the masculine qualities of aggression, authority, logic, or initiative, and how we project these qualities onto men, have major consequences for our relationships. Often we pick the same kind of person as our parent, yet expect different results. Lorinda had always admired her father for his successful career and his hard-working, selfless attitudes toward the family. She defended him when her mother would complain about how he was never home, or how he didn't spend much time with the children. Lorinda married a man she admired for those same qualities, and soon found herself a widow to workaholism, alone with her children with no one to talk to. As she had rejected her mother's feelings, she also denied her own feelings. In compensation for that denial, she turned to alcohol. When she finally dealt with her alcoholism, she was forced to confront both her unmet needs as a child and the way her image of her father had masked her feelings of abandonment. Harville Hendrix, in his best-selling book Getting the Love You Want, calls the internalized relationship with our mother or father an imago. The imago is a composite picture of the people who have influenced you most strongly at an early age. This image is not formed in the conscious mind, but is like a template etched into the nervous system over years of constant interaction with our family. It programs our reactions, defenses, behaviors, and interpretations of events. It becomes part of our character armor, part of our personality. Our relationship to internalized archetypal forces defines our relationship to the world, whether we approach the world from a place of responsibility or rebellion, from expecting acceptance or rejection. All this remains part of our relationship program. The initial imprint shaping this program is the family. Only by unraveling these primary relationships can we hope to find the self-reflective consciousness necessary to break the habitual patterns and create new and productive relationships. Our current relationships always provide the training ground for this process. They put us on the cutting edge of our growth. For who but our intimate partner knows best our hopes and fears, strengths and weaknesses? Who but our partner bears the brunt of our expectations and angers, our projections and manipulations? Who but our partner is the best mirror for our growth? The heart chakra is about bonding. Unintegrated parts of ourselves that are not bonded into the heart with love will seek bonding elsewhere. Our shamed little child may bond with our partner's critical parent and constantly recreate a dynamic that keeps us feeling worthless. Our rejected anger may seek someone who carries a temper, giving us ample opportunities to reclaim this lost piece of ourselves. Our various selves seek bonds that are permanent. Unfortunately, bonding patterns are not always fun. We can become trapped in them, oppressed by them. We lose the freshness of seeing our partner as who they really are, and instead see only the critical parent, needy child, or rejecting aspect of their personality. The only way to break these patterns is to become conscious of these relationships within ourselves, to listen, discover, and honor the many aspects of our inner complexity. Twisted concepts of love. The love a child has for his or her parents ensures that their conscious or unconscious acts of mental cruelty will go undetected. Alice Miller. Conflicted relationships skew our conception of love. Since the child is so dependent, there is no room in the child's mind for the contradiction between love and abuse. To keep their world consistent, children deny the effects of abuse or convince themselves that they deserve it. Even acts of cruelty are seen as acts of love. When a child is being spanked and told, "This hurts me as much as it hurts you. I'm only doing it because I love you," the child is given a very strange message about what love is. They equate love with pain and with mistreatment. As recipients of that love, it becomes their duty to bear the pain and not question it. Alice Miller, in her aptly named book For Your Own Good, describes pointedly, "When what was done to me was done for my own good, then I am expected to accept this treatment as an essential part of life and not question it." This acceptance impacts the heart chakra, as well as the upper 3 chakras, affecting our ability to speak our truth, to see clearly, and to question in general. Later, in adult relationships, we may be blind to abuse from our partner. We do not fully believe we are being mistreated, carrying in our hearts the illusion of being loved. Bradshaw has named this the fantasy bond. It is an illusion that keeps us believing that our partner, father, mother, friend, lover, really does love us. Maybe today is just a bad day. We did something wrong, or it will be better tomorrow. We know it will change if only we could do this, or did not do that. We make excuses for their behavior and continue to accept what would normally be unacceptable. As the child has an incessant need to feel loved at all costs, he fantasizes a love when it is not really there. Rejection. At the moment of betrayal, a wound is opened in our most vulnerable spot, our original trust, which is that of a totally defenseless infant who cannot survive in the world except in someone's arms. Aldo Caratenuto. No section on heart chakra traumas would be complete without a discussion of rejection, a universal experience that wounds us all. Rejection is a fear that dwells at the core of the human heart. It brings people into the deepest despair, their darkest fears, and their heaviest grief. Fear of rejection is the prime reason we hold back our love and close down the heart chakra. When rejection occurs, we often feel helpless. Our self-esteem plummets, our feelings mire us in unfathomable depression, and our body aches with longing. We think we cannot live, and indeed, the urge to kill oneself over the loss of love is a universal theme that has plagued people for as long as the force of love has ruled our hearts. Rejection says we are unworthy and magnifies our basic shame to whatever degree we carry it. It turns us against ourselves, creating what is perhaps the deepest wound of all. Why does rejection by another so profoundly affect our inner state? For young children, rejection is equivalent to death. Without the love of parents, what guarantee is there that we will be cared for? For many, the experience of losing love triggers the infantile state of an abandoned child, a state of intolerable helplessness, totally incongruent with our adult self. A child identifies with her parents, imitating their behavior and adopting their values as she learns about life. As adults, when we love someone deeply, we also identify with them to a certain extent. We identify with their sorrows and pains, their triumphs and joys. We often share their feelings as if they were our own. When our loved one suffers, we suffer with them in our caring. The deeper we love, the more we drop the boundaries of separateness and the stronger our identification with the other. So what happens when we get rejected? If we are still identified with the one who is rejecting us, then we adopt the same stance and reject ourselves. For the child who is identified with his parents, he will learn to devalue himself, even to hate himself. For the adult who loses his beloved, he is left not only with the loss, but also with a negative message from someone he respects saying he is flawed, unworthy, and unwanted. If the relationship has been a close one, then he has probably shared many values and is likely to buy into his lover's rejection as a statement of truth about himself. So we identify with the deserter and disidentify with ourselves. We move against the natural self-acceptance of this chakra and move instead toward self-rejection and grief. Some people, when rejected, get angry instead of sad. This is often a means of self-preservation, as it breaks the negative bonding and over-identification. When we say, "You lousy son of a bitch, how could you? I didn't deserve this," we cease to identify with the cause of our pain and stand a better chance of re-identifying with ourselves. Sometimes, however, rejection does uncover truths we need to face. There is seldom a louder wake-up call than the actual or threatened loss of someone we love. As a force for change, it is one of the strongest, but also one of the hardest. Too much anger may obscure the powerful lessons that are presenting themselves. It is important to differentiate between over-identification with the lover and truths we need to learn. If there are important lessons to be learned, we need to face them with an attitude of self-compassion. as there is no time when compassion is more needed than in the depths of grief. It is compassion alone that allows us to reconnect with the self and stop identifying with the parent, lover, or friend who has betrayed, rejected, or devalued us. The grief must be shed, and in that grief, connection to the core self can be made once again. Character structure. The rigid. Indeed, it seems a very natural state of affairs for men to have irrational moods and women irrational opinions. C.G. Jung. Henry was the character type that is least likely to enter therapy. He was good-looking, personable, and highly successful CEO in a large company. His body radiated vitality and readiness, with well-toned muscles and erect posture. Had I not been familiar with character structures, I would have wondered what he was doing there. After a few minutes of hearing Henry speak, it became apparent that his energy, though highly charged, was held in the back of his body. As I watched him move, I could see his back was slightly arched and that his arms never reached out very far in front of him when he spoke. His impressive energy was without depth, as if caught in a loop. He admitted to being a mystery to himself. He had had a long string of relationships, as many women had fallen in love with him. But somehow he always grew bored and moved on. Henry was trapped in a highly charged energy system that could not open to deeper feelings. Henry's heart was blocked. His blocked feelings were largely due to parental rejection, which began during his 4th chakra developmental period. Although originally loving and supportive, his parents suddenly expected him to grow up and chided him for his immature need for love and security. He was no longer allowed to climb on their laps, ask for hugs, or cry when he was sad. The birth of a younger sister diverted the special attention he was used to, and he was now expected to act like a man at the tender age of 5. Henry remembers that on his first day in kindergarten, he was afraid to get on the school bus. He cried and clung to his mother, and later that night he was deeply scorned for his childish behavior. He was told that he was too old for that sort of thing, and that it would not be tolerated. In order to stop the flow of such feelings, he stiffened his body and restricted his breath. In typical military posture, he puffed up his chest and gave the appearance of confidence. His chest, however, did not expand and contract with the breath, but instead became a tight container for the emotional energy that could not flow outward through the heart. His father, also an ambitious career man, had such high expectations for him that Henry never felt like he was good enough. In high school, he was a football star and honor roll student. He had fantasies of becoming a great scientist and finally winning his father's approval. His father, however, was still distant, focused on his own work, and paid attention to Henry only long enough to tell him how he could have done better. His mother stood by silently and supported her husband in this behavior while she poured tenderness on his younger sister. No matter what Henry did, his authentic self was rejected. Each time he tried to win approval, his heart was broken. Forced to rise above his need for love, he channeled his aggressive energy into achievement, unconsciously hoping it would win the love and recognition he craved. But his heart had long ago been forced to close down, and even when love was forthcoming, as it often was from women, he was unable to experience the satisfaction of being enough. In fact, love given in admiration increases the feeling that there is no love for the authentic, vulnerable self. This does not bring real satisfaction or healing, and so the rigid character restlessly moves on. At the developmental period when Henry's heart would be most open and inquisitive, he was told to shut down his feelings and perform. This rejection of the true self in favor of the achieving self is what gives this character structure its more positive name of the achiever. Energetically, Henry shut down both the 2nd and 4th chakras, while squeezing his life force tightly into the 3rd chakra, ego/activity center. There it poured out into successful business activity, fueled by drive and ambition. Refer to figure 4.2 in the bonus PDF. Rigid character types hold back energetically. They are disconnected from their shadow and therefore afraid to surrender to their own feelings. They are out of touch with their inner child, as they were not allowed to be children for very long. No matter what they achieve, they never feel they have enough and can never get to a place where they can just let things be. They are disposed to action without satisfaction, which leaves them in a constant state of frustration. Their energy is channeled into more and greater achievement until they eventually become addicted to substances. Cocaine is a particular favorite for this character type, or simply burn out with exhaustion. At this point, life force is a vulnerability that can no longer be denied, and healing can begin. Healing the achiever requires meeting the vulnerable child on his own ground and letting him feel that he is enough just as he is. Encouragement of the softer feelings with positive mirroring helps the rigid type discover his inner emotions and enhance their flow. Helping him release the binding in the chest and express feeling with the arms unlocks the heart chakra and helps the energy descend into the ground. General techniques will be discussed in the healing section. The hysteric. Since men are so often robbed of their tears and vulnerability, the rigid character pattern tends to manifest more often in men. Women, with more cultural permission to express feelings, tend toward the hysteric character structure. The original wound is similar: rejection from the father as the child matures, lack of empathy for the child, and higher expectations for performance. For the feeling/expressive type, this rejection is met with feelings that are pushed forward, most often in melodramatic exaggeration, as a way to get the attention she craves. The tendency to express emotions hysterically becomes habitual, and she may not even notice that her reactions are extreme by other people's standards. Since she craves love, she focuses heavily on family and relationships, with a desire for closeness that becomes demanding and possessive, rather than accepting and inviting. The hysteric is changeable and highly charged, but her expression is uneven and sporadic, varying from angry outbursts to pouting withdrawal. The hysteric has a pear-shaped body, petite and almost childlike above the waist, with larger hips and thighs. The wound to the heart chakra is evident in the rigidity of her chest. She may have trouble breathing when triggered emotionally, which only creates panic and even more extreme emotions. Like the rigid type, the hysteric lives chiefly in her persona without realizing that she is forfeiting authenticity. She feels most authentic when expressing strong emotions, as this is the way her psyche balances the habitual inhibition of the core self. Thus she identifies chiefly with her social and emotional identities, creating excess in Chakra 2. On the positive side, hysterics can be caring and supportive when their needs are met, and charming in social situations. Some find their unpredictable nature exciting. Like the rigid type, they are highly charged and seem very alive. Refer to Figure 4.3 in the bonus PDF. Both the hysteric and the rigid/achiever have developed the ability to close down their heart chakra rapidly and at will. Indeed, the heart only opens tentatively for short, intense periods as exceptions to its basic distrustful state. They long for closeness, but feeling inadequate, they fear that intimacy will reveal their shortcomings. They are usually charming and seductive and well-loved by others, but they seldom believe that their close relationships are authentic, since they, themselves, are seldom authentic. It can be frustrating to have relationships with either of these types. Their difficulty with reciprocating tenderness might suggest that they are often rejected, but in fact, they are so defended against rejection, it is more likely that they will leave a relationship first. They unconsciously do to others what they most fear for themselves, thus keeping their heart chakras depleted and perpetuating their original patterns. In truth, they are hungry for love, real love that is directed toward their feeling self, the non-achieving self, the simple, vulnerable, authentic self connected to the unloved child. Excess and deficiency. Excess. In order to develop love, universal love, cosmic love, whatever you would like to call it, one must accept the whole situation of life as it is, both the light and the dark, the good and the bad. Chocham Chumpa. It is always somewhat disconcerting to think of an excess in the heart chakra as being a problem, and I repeatedly get questions about this in my workshops. How can we have too much love? How can the heart be too open? Do we really need to limit ourselves as we open the heart? Is there a proper level of openness to aim for? Excess in the heart chakra is not an excess of actual love, but an excessive use of love for our own needs. Excess occurs when we overcompensate for our own wounds. Since love, by nature, involves others, then others become victims in our drama of overcompensating. Excessive love is desperate in its need for constant assurance and does not uphold another's freedom to be who they are. It is love that is used like a drug, where the goal is to get high and remove ourselves from our responsibilities and unresolved pain. We are in excess when we use love to compensate for the incompleteness in ourselves, or when we use another to go where we cannot or will not go ourselves. Refer to Figure 4.4 in the bonus PDF. Connie complained that she gained 5 pounds during her mother's last visit. "What happened?" I asked. "Mom kept wanting to take care of me, to feed me, to do everything for me. If I objected, she got terribly hurt, claiming that I was rejecting her love. So I ate food when I wasn't hungry. I didn't do my normal workout routine. I didn't return my business calls. I got behind in everything." What Connie's mother assumed was loving behavior was actually smothering her daughter. Her mother's hurt about having her noble efforts rejected was proof that the gifts were not really given for Connie's well-being, but for her own. Connie's mother is a codependent, but in listening to the story, we can see that Connie is codependent as well. Rather than risk her mother's hurt, she went against her own needs. She did not enjoy the visit and was not looking forward to the next one. By definition, the heart chakra is about reaching beyond the self and connecting with others. Codependency expresses an excessive heart chakra, where the emphasis on the other is out of balance. The compulsive need to fixate on others with excessive caretaking and meddling is a behavior that arises from our own denied needs for such care. Out of touch with our own needs, we hope this behavior will earn the right to be loved in return. Yet this denies the other's self-reliance. Codependency is not an act of love, but an obsession clothed in the guise of love. An excessive heart chakra can be demanding and possessive. It is passionately connected, but often blindly so. Love becomes an obsession in which the loved one is more an extension of ourselves than a separate being. Jealousy is a projection of our insecurities, a product of the hungry heart. Eros and Thanatos are out of balance. We crave connection and cannot tolerate separation. A jealous person needs constant reassurance and attention, and their neediness tends to result in a rejection that only deepens the underlying wound and creates even more insecurity. Since the need for love is so strong in the excessive heart chakra, there may be poor boundaries and poor discrimination. We may fail to discern when a relationship becomes abusive and live in the fantasy bond where everything is just fine. There may be idealistic thinking about the perfection of love that continually gets betrayed by hard, cold reality. We may expect the moon from our lover, even be willing to give it ourselves, and fail to see why our expectations are not matched in kind. The excessive focus on love is like an addiction that undermines clarity and judgment. Deficiency. Alan was going through a divorce. "I'll never fall in love again," he declared. "It is not worth it. This hurts too much." His friends all told him he would find someone else before too long. "I don't want someone else," he exclaimed. "This one was perfect. If I can't have it, I'm never going to make a commitment again." Alan was reacting to his wound with an avoidant response. He was closing shop. No more business, no more risk. I knew that Alan was actually a very loving person, so I knew his response was not permanent. Having had his heart opened and then broken, it was natural for him to shut down for a while. Unfortunately, some people adopt this as a basic stance during childhood, and for them, shutting down becomes a more serious condition. The deficient heart chakra responds to wounds of love by withdrawing. Having been hurt before, the heart becomes a closed system, and love becomes conditional. It says, "If you don't treat me better, I won't give you any more love. If you don't call me on time, I'll pretend I don't care." The heart plays a game of coldness, as if the withdrawal of love can manipulate someone into loving us more. Feeling depleted to begin with, A deficient heart wants others to make the first move. What a contrast to the codependent that gives compulsively whether it is wanted or not. The deficient heart chakra is usually waiting for a knight in shining armor or a fairy godmother to come along and play rescue. He or she wants someone to see how hurt they are and to fix it. They want energy to be poured into the system without taking any risks themselves, as risks have proved painful in the past. Refer to Figure 4.4 in the bonus PDF. As the heart is basically depleted, one feels they cannot afford to open and give. Without giving, the inner economy collapses and depression sets in. Like having a dead battery, we keep waiting for a jump start. If we never let the battery charge, we need that jump start continually. With a deficient heart chakra, there is a tendency to dwell on old relationships that ended long ago because it was a time when one felt loved. One might remain stuck in anger and betrayal and never forgive. The fact that the heart did not get filled up is seen as the other person's fault rather than one's own responsibility. Unwillingness to forgive keeps the heart closed. The deficient heart chakra is an avoidant response to too little love. Since the unloved child did not get met with empathy for their experience, they have trouble giving empathy to others, as well as themselves. They lack compassion and remain critical and judgmental, which hurts the people they love and closes channels for expression and reception. Past hurts may result in bitterness and cynicism, a kind of generic intolerance. Judgment is a way of justifying distance from others and defending against closeness and the risk of getting hurt again. If others are not good enough, then we can feel righteous instead of rejected. Loss of love reduces self-esteem, and our righteousness gives us a false sense of pride. We are better than others who are not worthy of our love. This is a projection of our own emptiness and unworthiness. It is likely we will judge ourselves with the same lack of compassion. David spent several sessions bemoaning the fact that he could never say, "I love you." He was capable of love, but feared expressing it. His heart chakra was so wounded that he felt he could not afford the risk of rejection. Without opening those channels, he also could not receive the love his friends had for him and remained isolated and lonely. If one complains of basic loneliness, it is likely the heart chakra is deficient. There are so many people in this world who need love. Perhaps we are a bit too picky if we can't find any. A deficient heart chakra feels basically unlovable at the core. When engaged in a relationship, one fears that intimacy may reveal this basic, unacceptable core. If there is not enough self-love to promote pride in one's interior, it remains hidden and unrevealed. Without intimacy, the heart does not get filled, and so the cycle perpetuates itself. Combinations. And the day came when the need to remain closed became more painful than the risk to open. Anonymous. You may have listened to these two sections and found yourself identifying with both. It is common to go back and forth at different times in life. I tend toward codependence myself, until I get hurt, at which point I withdraw and shut down. When I am in love, I am overflowing and have extra for everybody. When I feel rejected, I tell everybody to go away and leave me alone, even though I secretly want someone to take care of me. When a heart has been too open, it is natural for it to shut down. When the heart has experienced enough loneliness, it may be ready to open again. We may feel full of love one day and angry and resentful the next. We may have some deficient or excessive characteristics, but not all of our characteristics are so. What is important is to examine the basic stance we take in life and to bring that stance into balance whenever we can. Restoring the lotus. Healing the heart chakra. Love comforteth like sunshine after rain. William Shakespeare. Love is the essence that heals. Patience, skill, training, and talent all play their part, but without love they are merely techniques. All wounds cry for the universal medicine of love. As the cosmic glue of the universe, love is the force that bridges the gap that cut us asunder. In the gap between heaven and earth, love is the binding force that holds together the many-colored steps of the rainbow bridge. Unfortunately, due to the damage we have each received in our lives, we are not always sure how to apply love to the wounds within ourselves and others. We do not know what real love looks like or how to create it. The following suggestions only scratch the surface of this vast subject, but give you a place to begin. The task of self-acceptance. In order to love, there has to be someone home inside. As we open up to the more universal elements of love, it is easy to forget to honor each other's individuality. Soulful love, as Thomas More so aptly stated, is neither abstract nor empty, but worships the particular, the unique, the individuated self. In honoring our individuality, we honor the subtle relationships within ourselves. We honor the individuality of every composite part, the part that seeks success, the part that fears it, the part that longs for commitment, the part that wants freedom, the inner child, the rebellious teenager, the pleaser, the nurturing parent, and all the other selves we observe as we go through life. They may want different things at different times, or even different things at the same time. Learning to coordinate these internal relationships is the inner work of self-love. Our feelings are brought into relationship with our belief systems. Our vulnerable child forms an alliance with our responsible adult. Our inner masculine makes love with the inner feminine. Our inner critic, rather than permeating every thought, becomes realistically related to our self-protection. The parts are many, and the combinations infinite. Only through this relational process do we form a sense of the whole. It is not enough to merely recognize the pieces of ourselves. We need to reclaim them with that sense of bonding we call love. Recognizing each part as an essential element of the whole brings our disparate selves home to the integrating chamber of the heart. The heart's natural inclination is to create bonding. Just as heart cells under a microscope will always beat in unison, so too, our various subpersonalities will form a harmonious unity when they are brought into the loving awareness of the heart chakra. What is not brought into relationship with the core essence of the heart remains outside of the whole, an unacknowledged part. In Chakra 2, for example, we talked about these parts as rejected selves, or the shadow. As we reflect upon ourselves, we integrate more and more pieces of ourselves. Our sense of the whole becomes larger and stronger, like an ecosystem whose stability and magnificence increases with diversity. The whole of a person gains beauty and stability as more and more parts become integrated. We become more complex, more mature, and capable of greater and greater possibilities. This sets the ground for creativity in Chakra 5, and for penetrating insight and understanding in Chakras 6 and 7. Reflective consciousness allows this integration, and it is the task usually undertaken through psychotherapy. As we become more integrated, we become more relational. Our capacity for understanding and working with outer relationships is enhanced by the sophistication of our inner one. Instead of relating from a single part of ourselves, which makes us inflexible, we have a broader base from which to relate. There is simply more there for another to be attracted to, and more of us there to meet them. If we have accepted our own inner child, we can better accept that aspect in another. Self-acceptance sets the stage for our social identity. It allows us to understand complex social interdependence and the sense of collective identity we all need to develop at this time in history. Having the capacity to perceive, understand, and form relationships is essential to this process. We can then see our role within the complex web of relationships around us and can bring balance to the larger components of our culture. Exercise. The inner family. Make a list of the various parts of yourself. You may list the inner child, the critic, the lover, the clown, the parent, the achiever, the quiet one, and so on. The possibilities are infinite. Next to each name on the list, write a few words describing how you perceive this part of yourself. The inner child might be described as playful or wounded, needy or angry, scared, cute, or awkward. The achiever might be driving, relentless, exhausted, or enthused. After the description, Write down what you think each part wants. The clown might want to be liked. The inner child might want to have fun. The critic to make sure we are always perfect. How often do these parts succeed in getting what they want? How realistic are their desires? What can be done to bring them into wholeness? If you want to get more elaborate, you can start to look at who relates to whom. Does the hardworking adult relate to the inner child? Does the critic inhibit the artist? Does the clown entertain the sad inner child? Does the hero try and save everybody? If you see parts that clearly need to improve their relationship, write a dialogue between them, as if you were writing a play. See how the dynamics develop. Let the dialogue continue until some kind of resolution occurs. Love opens with feeling. Feelings are the antennae of the soul. Whenever our feelings are hurt, especially as children, we react protectively and close down our feelings. We describe the realm of feelings in the second chakra as an internal flow of energy that moves through the body. In the heart chakra, we access the feelings by use of the breath. When we hold back our feelings, we hold our breath. When we hold the breath, we restrict the vital nourishment of air to our cells and muscles, and in effect deaden ourselves. Deepening the breath allows repressed feelings to surface and be mobilized, freeing the heart from the heaviness of grief and allowing the natural balance of taking in and letting go to be restored. It is advisable to do breath work with a trusted friend or therapist who can act as a container, catalyst, or anchor for your feelings as they emerge. If you do not have someone to work with, you can practice breathing exercises from yoga, called pranayama, which help to open the chest and charge the body with the vital energy of prana that is found in the element air. Some of these exercises have been described in my previous books, or can be found in most books on yoga. Observing the breath. Most of us do not notice how we breathe. We do not feel how we hold the breath or constrict various parts of the belly or chest. Our way of breathing is normal to us. The first step in breath work is to feel your own breathing and have someone else watch you breathe. Let him or her give you feedback on whether you hold your breath at any part of the breathing cycle. Some people hold for a few moments before they exhale, while others hold their breath for a short time before taking the next breath. Allow the breath to become smooth and balanced in its cycle. Notice whether you breathe from your chest or your belly, and see what happens when you consciously expand the parts that are normally restricted. Notice what feelings, impulses, and desires arise. Try not to block these feelings. Reaching out and taking in with the breath. A simple but profound exercise for opening the heart coordinates the reaching out and taking in movement of the arms with the exhale and inhale of the breath. The instructions given here are for the facilitator. Step 1. Have your friend lay down on a mat with knees bent so that the feet have contact with the ground. Notice the breathing that is already there and become aware of its rhythms. Gently encourage awareness of the parts that are held and those that do not seem to expand or contract with the breath. If your partner is comfortable with touch, you might bring attention to the held parts by gently touching them. It also helps to lightly massage the shoulders and arms, the pectoral muscles that join the shoulders to the chest, and the area of the back behind the heart chakra. If the heart area is constricted to a point where the back is rounded forward, I sometimes put a pillow under the heart that encourages the back to arch in the opposite direction. Once the breath seems as full as possible, and your friend has relaxed into it, you are ready to begin the next step. Step 2. Encourage your partner to reach her arms forward with each exhale, and to pull her arms in toward the heart chakra with each inhale. These motions should be slow and conscious. When we pull in, it helps to imagine just what we are reaching for in terms of love. When we exhale, imagine what we are either letting go of or what we are offering to the world. For example, one might suggest, think of the things that make you feel loved and pull them toward you. Imagine letting go of the fear of rejection. Offer the love from your own heart as you push outward. After a few moments of this, you may notice which of these motions is easier for your partner. There may be hesitation or blockage in one direction more than another. Simply point out this observation and see if your friend is aware of it. Step 3. Stand over your partner and grab onto her hands. When she pulls her arms in toward her heart, offer a bit of resistance. When she pushes away, offer resistance as well. Your resistance increases the flow of energy through the arms and often opens up blocked feelings. Again, simply observe what happens and offer feedback on what you observe. Grief work. Unshed grief restricts the breath, and deepening the breath often releases grief. Grief is like heavy clouds in the air that obscure the sky. But once the rain is shed, the sky opens up to let the sun shine again. Grief is nearly always based on loss, especially of loved ones. It is important to reclaim that part of us that was attached to what we lost. The grown woman who lost her daddy when she was a little girl may have simultaneously lost her inner child. The nurturing husband who lost his wife may lose the part of himself that was tender and open. The self that feels playful, sexual, creative, or enthusiastic about life may have been lost when the lover that brought out these qualities moves on. We can tolerate the loss of a love object, but not the loss of vital pieces of ourselves. It is important to remember that the point of grief work is to regain connection with the self inside, rather than increase our attachment to what was lost. We must remember to ask ourselves, why was this person in particular so special to me? What did he or she bring to me that I am missing in myself? What part of me was particularly bonded to this person, and what does that part need? What have I lost touch within myself as a result of this ending, and how can I nurture and regain that part of myself once again? We grieve because a sacred essence within ourselves has been awakened and then compromised. To grieve that essence is to reclaim it and give it the importance it deserves. Sometimes a painful situation triggers wounds from previous hurts that were never healed, and indeed, we may feel like we are re-experiencing every hurt that has ever happened to us. Grief work helps us clean the wounds so that we reclaim our wholeness. As we shed the seemingly endless tears of grief, we must remember the hope of the young boy in the stable. With this much manure, there's got to be a pony in here somewhere. Grief work leads us to the pony. Forgiveness. When our heart is injured, we protect it from the one we believed has caused it harm. Often we blame him or her for the pain, forgetting the part we may have played in it ourselves. Blame acts as a barricade that protects us from opening to that person again. Unfortunately, when we barricade our heart, we also barricade it against receiving, as well as the possibility of healing. We stay frozen in the past, unable to move forward into the future. Likewise, when we blame ourselves for something we regret, we stay locked into that past event. We remain fixated in the state of the helpless child, the out-of-control adult, or the withdrawn lover, stuck in a pattern of shame that does not allow us to be fully present. Forgiveness is said to be the ultimate step in healing. Forgiveness uses the compassion of the heart to understand situations in terms of the forces that were acting on both ourselves and others. We may still vehemently disagree with the actions taken. We may say rightfully that we would never have done such a thing. We may even need something from the other person in order to allow forgiveness, an apology, some kind of restitution, or an acknowledgement of harm. But in the end, forgiveness allows the heart to lighten and move on. It is the redemptive action of the heart. The first step is to forgive ourselves. This is not to say we should blindly condone every thoughtless action we have ever taken. We need to look at ourselves compassionately, seeing the yearnings of the soul and what it was trying to accomplish, seeing the obstacles that were in our way and the forces that impinged upon our journey at the time. It means that we understand why we did what we did and separate our basic essence from the mistake that was made. Forgiving ourselves may require making amends for past action. This is an important step in recovery from addictions, for it restores balance and returns us to a position of conscious responsibility. Look over your life. and make a list of the things for which you have not forgiven yourself. Go back over each one of them and recreate the scenario that led to your actions. See if you can identify what part of you was activated at the time. The hungry child, the overworked adult, the rejected wife, the desperate teenager. Work toward an understanding of what you did and allow yourself to connect with the feelings you may not have been able to acknowledge at the time. Imagine how you might react if you saw another child, wife, husband, daughter, etc., do the same thing and knew all about their situation. Would you be more or less judgmental? What is the expectation you had of yourself at the time? What was the expectation that was held of you by others? Were these expectations realistic? Treat the part of you that was activated in your mind's eye with compassion. Look at what it needed, what it was trying to find. See if you can offer it forgiveness. Try to say these words to yourself. I forgive you. You were just trying to. Maybe we can help you achieve that now in a more productive way. Forgiving others for harm they have caused is often more difficult. Some people try to forgive immediately before working through the grief and anger they have sustained. They say, "Oh, it doesn't matter. That's just how my father was. He couldn't help that he was so angry." This might be true, but it minimizes the impact such actions have on the soul and the effort it takes to stop the patterns it created in our lives. Once we work through our feelings about a situation and reclaim pieces that were lost, then forgiveness lets us move onward. Forgiveness is an organic process and cannot be forced against its own time, although it can be encouraged. We follow the same steps in forgiving someone else as we do for ourselves. We ask, what were the forces acting on the person at the time? What were they trying to achieve? What was driving them? What was unavailable to them that they needed? What blocked them from being able to respond differently? What might have been their true intentions had they been more conscious? What do I need from this person to help the forgiveness process, if it is possible? What do I need from myself in order to forgive them and move on? Forgiveness softens the hardening of the heart and so renews openness. It is not meant as a process that allows the same thing to happen again, but it will allow greater awareness to evolve in situations that have gone awry. It allows us to unhook the energy from the negative past and free it up for a more positive future. Love must be willed and created, as well as felt. We tend to think of love as a feeling of which we are passive recipients. When love ebbs and flows, as surely it will, we think we are helpless to do anything about it. Stephen R. Covey, author of The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, shares advice he gave to a man who felt he no longer loved his wife, nor was loved in return. "Love her," he told the man. "I told you, the feeling just isn't there anymore," the man replied. "Love her," Covey replied. "You don't understand. The feeling of love just isn't there," repeated the man. "Then love her. If the feeling isn't there, that's a good reason to love her." "But how do you love when you do not love?" asked the man. Covey replied, "My friend, love is a verb. Love, the feeling, is a fruit of love, the verb. So love her, serve her, sacrifice, listen to her, empathize, appreciate, affirm her. Are you willing to do that?" Love is a feeling, yes, but a feeling that is created out of action. The 4th chakra sits neatly above the 3rd chakra will. Love is a daily, even hourly, conscious commitment to behave in a loving and caring fashion toward ourselves and others. When the feeling fades, it is our responsibility to find ways to create new love. Like a garden that is carefully tended, the rewards are well worth the effort. For those of us who are unsure about what love even looks like, it is helpful to use fantasy. We can imagine our ideal mom or dad, our ideal lover. We can imagine how they would speak to us, what they would do for us. In the fantasy, it is important to let the feelings fully permeate the body. As I say to my clients, soak your cells in this feeling. Reprogram the body with this nourishment. It is often helpful to begin this fantasy imagining ourselves at a young age and gradually growing up with this feeling present. How would it have felt at 3 years old to have had this kind of support and love? How would it have felt to go to school if you had had this kind of love? How would it have felt going through puberty? Would you walk, talk, or reach out differently? What would college have been like? How would your marriage or your relationship to your children be different? Fantasy helps reprogram the chakra through a succession of developmental stages. Love must rise beyond the self. The purpose of the fourth chakra in the system as a whole is to get us to expand beyond our limited egos into a wider sense of connection with all life. This is the movement of the liberating current. While it is important not to deny or neglect the smaller self, it is indeed a liberating experience to rise beyond the confines of our own needs and find joy in service and altruism. In my workshops, we give our students an assignment in the heart chakra to do something unexpected, even outrageous for another person. It may be a favor for a neighbor you rarely speak to, or a house cleaning for your wife in the middle of the night. It may be giving $100 to a panhandler, or taking 2 days off work to spend exclusively with your children. The joy this action imparts is contagious. Not only do you get uplifted yourself, but the person who receives your generosity will be touched in the heart and inspired to carry it on elsewhere. How will they treat others after you make their day? For those who consider themselves hopelessly codependent, this act of selfless service may only reinforce what they are already doing. For them, we give an even harder assignment. Do something outrageous for yourself. Love must maintain a balance of energies. We think the heart chakra should be wide open, but in reality, few people can tolerate such a state in our crowded and traumatized social milieu. If we cannot monitor our boundaries, the heart will unconsciously shut down. The inner self will not feel protected and will simply withdraw. Many people have difficulty balancing intimacy and autonomy in a relationship. They try to favor one side over the other and fail to realize they need both. The following exercise is similar to that of reaching out and taking in, but awakens the active rather than passive aspects of love. Come closer. Go away. Seat yourself in front of your partner, either cross-legged or in a chair. Let your hands meet between you at heart level. Allow your partner to pull your hands in toward his heart, while he says aloud, "Come closer." Offer some resistance to the pull. Not enough to block the movement, but enough to require real effort. When the hands reach the heart, allow your partner to push your hands back away from his body, saying aloud, "Go away." Again, offer some resistance to the push. Go back and forth between these two modes, allowing any feelings or resistances to arise. Often one or the other movement will dominate, and the person will realize they actually want more closeness or distance. You can then support them in their feeling by focusing on that movement. Then change places. Now it is your turn to push and pull, and your partner's turn to offer resistance and feedback. If you do this with someone with whom you have a relationship, ask how it mirrors what happens between the two of you. Who does the pushing, pulling, and resisting? What effect does it have? Is it balanced? Conclusion. Love is not what we become, but who we already are. Stephen Levine. The heart chakra brings us to a place of acceptance and openness that allows the spirit inside to be still and find peace and stability without constriction. If the third chakra below has done its work correctly, we have created a place where the fourth chakra can now let go and just be. The state of being as opposed to doing is the qualitative difference between chakras 4 and 3. Healing the heart involves attending to the most vulnerable and sacred aspects within ourselves. Only through attending to their truth can we drop the protective armor that keeps us bound to the ego, bound to smaller parts of ourselves. Manipulation, derision, criticisms, or command will not work. We can only melt the armor with the combination of feeling and understanding that is love. Through love, we are able to expose our instinctual core and evolve to the next step of expressing our truth. Through love, we are able to embrace and heal the larger world around us. Relationship furthers the evolution of individual souls and the collective soul of our planet. Chakra 5. Vibrating into expression. 5th chakra at a glance. Element, sound. Name, Visuddha, purification. Purpose, communication, creativity. Issues, communication, creativity, listening, resonance, finding one's own voice. Color, bright blue. Location, throat, pharyngeal plexus. Identity, creative. Orientation, self-expression. Demon, lies. Developmental stage, 7 to 12 years. Developmental task, aid of expression, communication skills, symbolic thinking. Basic rights, to speak and be heard. Balanced characteristics, resonant voice, good listener, good sense of timing and rhythm, clear communication, lives creatively. Traumas and abuses, lies, mixed messages, verbal abuse, constant yelling, excessive criticism, blocks creativity, secrets, threats for telling, authoritarian parents, don't talk back, alcoholic, chemical-dependent family, don't talk, don't trust, don't feel. Deficiency, fear of speaking, small, weak voice, difficulty putting feelings into words, introversion, shyness, tone deaf, poor rhythm. Excess, too much talking, talking as a defense, inability to listen, poor auditory comprehension, gossiping, dominating voice, interruptions. Physical malfunctions, disorders of the throat, ears, voice, neck, tightness of the jaw, toxicity, due to the chakra's name, which means purification. Healing properties, loose neck and shoulders, release voice, singing, chanting, toning, storytelling, journal writing, automatic writing, practice silence, excess, non-goal-oriented creativity, psychotherapy, learn communication skills, complete communications, letter writing, inner child communication, voice dialogue. Affirmations. I hear and speak the truth. I express myself with clear intent. Creativity flows in and through me. My voice is necessary. Shades of blue. If it is true that you are what you eat, it may just as accurately be said that you are what you listen to. Stephen Halpern. I remember an astonishing film shown in my college physics class. It featured the Tacoma Narrow Suspension Bridge, built in 1940, nicknamed the Galloping Gertie. Only 4 months after completion, a remarkable and unfortunate event took place. One ordinary afternoon, as a single car innocently drove across the bridge, a stiff breeze of about 40 miles per hour came up. As the wind blew, it triggered subtle vibrations in the bridge, which coalesced into increasingly larger vibrations, until the whole bridge started undulating like a snake. Within minutes, the entire bridge collapsed in one huge, oscillating ripple, crumbling into the waters below. If such an enormous structure as a steel and concrete suspension bridge can be destroyed by vibration from the wind, how are we impacted by the countless vibrations we encounter each day? Our modern world bombards us with dissonance, vibrations that we tune out of our conscious mind while our body and nervous system continue to endure. The result is a series of little stresses that can add up to larger stress with the potential to break down our entire system. What are some of these vibrations, and how do they impact us? Years ago, I moved from a major city to a quiet rural area. I still remember the many auditory insults that I used to endure daily, sounds that are a normal part of urban life. There was the background drone of the nearby freeway, a constant hum periodically penetrated by blasting horns. Our house was close to the road. Cars on the street sped by, often laying rubber with a characteristic screech or blasting their stereo for all to hear. Blaring sirens sounded hourly, and in the evening they would often set off the entire neighborhood of barking dogs. Like many cities, the sounds of gunshots rang through the night air, reminding me of the lack of safety outside. Car alarms left unattended often pierced the night, just as I drifted off to sleep. Sleep was equally disturbed in the morning, as the neighboring apartment building had a parking lot next to our house. Each morning, from precisely 5:40 to 5:50 a.m., one of the men would warm up the engine of his old car, which had no muffler. The same apartment building had outdoor hallways and balconies, from which one could hear violent arguments, kids fighting, babies crying, or, on a good day, someone else's taste in music. As if that were not enough, we had 3 active teenagers living at home and my younger son, Alex. The phone rang constantly, feet thundered up and down the stairs, and it was a rare moment when neither the stereo nor the television were on. Such household noise was frequently punctuated by the angry yelling of sibling rivalry and, on occasion, the jolting shatter of something breaking. Unfortunately, my story is not unique. Anyone who lives in a modern urban environment is assaulted by sound on a constant basis. Only recently in the span of human evolution are we as polluted by unwelcome sound as we are today. 200 years ago, in the city of Vienna, fire alarms could be given verbally by someone shouting from the top of a cathedral. In 1964, a siren needed to be 88 decibels to be heard. 1 decibel, or dBA, is the smallest unit heard by human ears. Today, a siren is 122 dBA, well over the threshold of pain. While we talk about air, water, and earth pollution, we pay little attention to sound pollution. Unable to close our ears, this is a pollution against which we have very little defense. OSHA estimates that more than half of American production workers are exposed to an ongoing noise level of 80 dBA or higher, while the maximum intensity one can withstand over time without hearing loss is 75 dBA. When exposed to recorded industrial sound, rhesus monkeys had a 27% rise in blood pressure, which stayed elevated for 4 months after the noise stopped. Children living near airports are more likely than others to have learning disabilities. Babies living in noisy homes proved slower to mature in terms of sensory and motor skills and tended to keep their infantile habits longer than babies in a quieter environment. It is not just raw sound that bombards us. We also experience dissonance in mass communication. Hungry for truth, we find ourselves surrounded by the junk sound of advertising mantras that Pepsi our thoughts, news broadcasts that obsess on violence and death, and sensationalist stories designed to fill the already agitated mind. Suppressing the urge to express ourselves truthfully, we restrict ourselves to accepted niceties and speak the real truth only behind others' backs. The throat chakras of men are bound by neckties, which choke their individuality, while women are just beginning to break through centuries of public silence. As my friend Wendy Hunter Roberts has pointed out, our news coverage brings us information without experience. News reporters rattle off deplorable facts with very little feeling. We hear about the destruction of the environment in terms of square miles of rainforest, inches of topsoil, numbers of disappearing species. But these statistics do not tell us what it is like to stand in a rainforest and hear the trees fall, or to watch the death of a life form that will never exist again. We read about calamities in foreign countries in terms of so many dead, so many injured, and so many dollars worth of damage. We coldly take in data without having the time or the context in which to really feel its impact. We are receiving disembodied communication. Meanwhile, mass communication is proliferating. Modern communication technologies give us faster access to more information than ever before. Movies, videos, radio, books, magazines, newspapers, the internet, cellular phones, bumper stickers, and even t-shirts The cultural fifth chakra is an omnipresent field, influencing our consciousness at each and every moment. How can we hear our own unique vibration in a world deafened by the roars of civilization? How can we express our truth when it goes against the accepted conformity of polite conversation? In the subtle realm of the fifth chakra, how can we find the quiet necessary to listen to the truth within? These are the issues to explore in the fifth chakra. Communication binds culture together as the primary means for sharing information, values, relationships, and behavior. Through communication, we shape our future. Unfolding the petals. Basic issues of the fifth chakra. Symbolic thinking, resonance, etheric body, communication, the voice, truth and lies, creativity. The subtle world of vibrations. All sounds known through the Sanskrit alphabet are identified as the vocables sprung from the cosmic drum of Shiva, meaning of creation itself. Sound is the paradigm of creation, and its dissolution is reabsorption into its source. Ajit Mukherjee. As we enter the etheric level of the throat chakra, we enter a paradoxical realm of great subtlety, yet powerful influence. We leave behind the balanced middle ground of the green ray and reach into the etheric range of turquoise and blue that resonate with the throat chakra. The enveloping element of air still surrounds us, yet we reach beyond it into the unknown ether, the realm of vibrations, sound, communication, and creativity. We have passed the halfway point in our rainbow. In the dance between liberation and manifestation, we are now leaving the balance of the heart to focus more heavily on the upper chakras. We are breaking free from gravity, free from the way things have always been, and from the structure and restriction of manifested form. We become more abstract, yet broader in our scope. In the first four chakras, we concerned ourselves with form, movement, activity, and relationship. Things that are easily observed. In Chakra 5, our attention moves to vibrations as the subtle, rhythmic pulsations that move through all things. Entering the symbolic. The symbol strikes its roots in the most secret depths of the soul. Language skims over the surface of the understanding like a soft breeze. Words make the infinite finite. Symbols carry the mind beyond the finite world of becoming into the realm of infinite being. J.J. Bakofen. The upper chakras represent the symbolic world of the mind. Words, images, and thoughts, chakras 5, 6, and 7, are all symbolic reflections of the manifested plane. Each word we use is a symbol for a thing, concept, feeling, process, or relationship. Each image in our mind is a mental symbol for something real, and each thought is a combination of these symbols. With symbols, we can do more with less. I can talk about a truck, even though I cannot lift one. I can describe a spiral galaxy, even though I cannot travel to one. I can show you a picture of a man, easier than I can describe him. Symbols can be seen as the vibrational essence of what they represent. They are the building blocks of communication and consciousness. They are like packets of meaning that can be stored in one mind and shared with others, each packet enhancing consciousness. When a symbol really speaks to us, then we are said to resonate with it. Resonance. We are a resonating system in process rather than a stable, solid mass. Randall McClellan. Human egos are multi-concentric halo systems. Buckminster Fuller. Of what is the body made? It is made of emptiness and rhythm. At the ultimate heart of the body, at the heart of the world, there is no solidity. Once again, there is only the dance. George Leonard. All life is rhythmic. From the rise and fall of the sun to the rise and fall of our breath, from the beating of our heart to the infinite vibrations of atomic particles within our cells, we are a mass of vibrations that miraculously resonate together as a single system. In fact, Our ability to function as a unified whole depends upon the coherent resonance of the many subtle vibrations within us. The task of the fifth chakra is to enhance this resonance. Resonance is a state of synchronization among vibrational patterns. All vibrations can be thought of as wave-like movements through space and time. Each waveform has a characteristic rhythm, known as frequency, that describes how frequently the waves rise and fall. In music, the pitch of a note can be expressed as a certain frequency. Higher notes have a higher frequency than lower ones. When two or more sounds from different sources vibrate at the same frequency, they are said to resonate together. This means their waveforms oscillate back and forth at the same rhythm. Refer to lines A and B in Figure 5.1 in the bonus PDF. When this happens, the height of the waves is added together, expanding the amplitude, line C, and the waves lock in phase with each other. Once in phase, they tend to remain that way. Oscillating waveforms tend to stabilize when they enter into resonance, much like members of a political movement reinforce each other's political views, because they are on the same wavelength. It is easier, for example, to sing the same note as another than to sing a different one, as we quickly discover when we try to sing harmony. Thus, resonant frequencies tend to bond together. This is also known as rhythm entrainment or sympathetic vibration. We experience resonating waveforms in many ways. When we listen to a chorus of voices or a troupe of drummers, we are immersed in a field of resonance that vibrates every cell in our body. Such a field influences the subtle vibrations of consciousness, and we feel pleasure, expansiveness, and rhythmic connection with the pulse of life itself. We enter even deeper resonance when we dance or move rhythmically to music. The rhythmic movements of the body stay in phase with the music, and it actually becomes difficult to move out of phase. The rhythmic entrainment of various frequencies within our body and consciousness forms a coherent central vibration that we experience as a kind of resonant hum when we're having a good day. On those days, it seems we're in harmony with everything, as if we can't miss a beat. We're in sync with the rhythm of the universe. It is interesting to note how much the fourth chakra state of being in love contributes to this experience. On other days, we feel like we're out of phase, or as if we can't do anything right. Then we feel out of sorts, uncomfortable in our own skin, and others might find us uncomfortable to be around. Understanding the principles of vibration and resonance helps us increase the coherence of our basic vibrational experience and realign our basic rhythm. Resonance requires a certain balance of flexibility and tension. A string needs to be both taut and flexible in order to sound a note. In our bodies, we need to have enough flexibility to resonate with different frequencies, yet maintain enough tension to create a repeating pattern. The state of resonance within the mind-body is a statement of our health and vitality. When we can't resonate with the world around us, we can't link with it. We are unable to expand, respond, or receive. We become isolated and ill. Opening to resonance requires both grounding for the establishment of form and an openness of breath that yields softness and flexibility. This balance is a delicious combination of letting and willing that allows us to both listen and respond at the same time. It is my belief that sleep puts us back in harmony with our own resonance. When we sleep, our heart rate, breathing, and brain waves all settle into a deep rhythmic entrainment. A discontinuous sound or sensation will wake us up, an alarm clock, someone shaking us, a noise on the street, and pull us out of a deep resonant state. At the end of the day, when we have experienced a lot of distracting vibrations, we feel tired. We want to go back to sleep. The etheric body. To be a warrior is to learn to be genuine in every moment of your life. Chogyam Chumpa. Believe those who are seeking the truth. Doubt those who claim to have found it. At the level of the fifth chakra, our attention moves from the physical plane into the subtler etheric fields. Commonly known as the aura, this etheric field is generated by the totality of internal processes, from the energetic exchange of subatomic particles to the digestion of food in our cells, from the firing of neurons to our current emotional state, and onto the larger rhythms of our outer activities. Our very life force can be seen as a stream of pulsating energy. When the stream is not fragmented by blocks in the body armor, then pulsation moves freely through the body and out into the world. This streaming creates a resonant, etheric field around the body, an aura of wholeness. A resonant field makes coherent connections with the outside world. A fragmented field makes fragmented connections. As we interact with others, our etheric fields become engaged. The most rewarding connections occur when there is resonance between vibrational fields. Just as people who speak the same language resonate with spoken symbols, the subtle resonance between our etheric field and those of others deepens our feeling of connection. The greater our internal resonance, the more deeply we can resonate with those around us. Kirlian photography, which allows us to see the activity of the etheric field, has revealed remarkable things about the etheric body. For example, Kirlian photographs of a cut leaf show that the etheric body of the leaf remains nearly the same even when parts of the physical leaf have been removed. Yet, when a human couple merely change their thoughts toward one another, sequential Kirlian photographs reveal that their auras change dramatically. When one couple's thoughts turn from hostile to loving, the fields around their fingertips, which were not touching on the film, fuse together where they had previously remained separate. This tells us that the etheric body may be more responsive to the subtle vibrations of our thoughts than it is to major alterations in the physical body. Our etheric body is highly sensitive to emanations around us, even without our awareness. In the fifth chakra, we work to refine our vibrations so that we can tune into this subtlety. The name for this chakra, Visuddha, means purification. Purification is a vibrational refinement that takes place as we rid the body of toxins, speak truthfully and authentically, and as we work through the issues of the lower chakras. Purification prepares us to enter the even more refined energies of these chakras. Communication. Communication is the essential function of the fifth chakra. A self-expression is a gateway between the inner world and the outer. Only through self-expression does the outer world get to know what's inside of us. We only know what's inside someone when they choose to tell us. Self-expression in the fifth chakra is a counterpart to the sensate reception coming in through the second chakra. In the second chakra, we opened a gate that allowed the world in through our senses. In the fifth chakra, we open a gate that allows our inner self to get out into the world. These two chakras are often linked, such that problems in one will often be reflected in the other. The throat chakra is also the internal gateway between mind and body. The narrowest passage within the whole chakra system, the throat is literally a bottleneck for the passage of energy. We can think of it as a kind of relay system, sorting through messages from the body and connecting them with information stored in the brain. Only when mind and body are connected do we have true resonance. It is also through this inner gateway that the unconscious becomes conscious. If the throat is blocked, so is the upward movement of energy, which cannot pass into the conscious mind. We have impulses without strategy, whim without will. We cannot get to our higher self. If instead we live up in our head with a throat chakra block, then we cannot speak what we know. We cannot translate knowledge into feeling or action, and therefore cannot manifest. When mind and body are not congruent, then there is a tendency to throw the head out of alignment with the body. The head may move forward with an angle at the neck, or there may be a tendency to injure the neck through accidents, or build up muscle tension through stress. Such was the case with Sarah, who complained of neck problems. Sarah grew up in a violent alcoholic family where she was required to keep her head in order to survive frightening and crazy situations. As a result, her head was painfully out of alignment with her torso, and she felt out of touch with her body. In one of our sessions, we let each part of her body speak its experience, and all the parts below her neck talked about being tense or in pain. Her head and face, on the other hand, stated that they felt just fine. When I asked her to speak as if she were her neck, she said, "I'm crooked and I'm tight. I'm tilted. I relay things through the body. I feel sad. I'm not even comfortable. I'm not aware, except for a lump in the front of me." The lump in her throat was the place where communication between her mind and body stopped. If her head were to reconnect and access this knowledge, it would become aware of the pain in her body. This awareness could only take place when it became possible to actually do something about the pain and the situation that caused it. When she was a child, there was nothing she could do. In order to minimize the negative experiences, she put her head out of alignment with her own body, distorting the communication between them. The neck is a crucial point in the mind-body connection. The body functions largely by habits, unconsciously. The mind wants to understand and transcend. Only through a full, solid connection between mind and body, meeting at the neck, do we have the ability to break old habits, bring our physical experience to understanding, and take that vital combination into the world around us. The voice is a vehicle which the mind uses for its manifestations. It is the womb impregnated with the seed of the idea. The voice. The voice is a living expression of one's basic vibration. Since the fifth chakra is associated with the element sound and is located in the throat, the voice becomes the touchstone for the health of this chakra. If the chakra is constricted, the voice will also be constricted, sounding whiny, whispered, or mumbled. If the chakra is excessive, the voice may be loud, shrill, or the person may habitually interrupt or dominate the conversation. The sign of a healthy fifth chakra, one that is connected to both mind and body, is a resonant and rhythmic voice that speaks truthfully, clearly, and concisely. Conversation with others is balanced, with a true ability to listen and respond. The voice not only indicates the health of the fifth chakra, but of other chakras as well. Contraction in the body, chakra 1, restricts the voice. Lack of feeling, chakra 2, makes the voice seem mechanical. Too little will, chakra 3, makes the voice sound pinched and whiny, whereas third chakra excess makes the voice dominating. The voice also requires breath, chakra 4. If the breath is constricted or uneven, the voice will not be full. If our consciousness is not open, chakras 6 and 7, then the voice becomes repetitive and dull. When we listen to such a voice, we have the feeling that we have heard it all before. When a person is frozen in the past, the voice does not seem fully present. There are also many voices within us. There is the voice that tells us we are no good, the voice that wants above all to be heard, the voice that only whispers silently in the quiet moments we spend alone. Inner dialogue between the various parts of ourselves helps us become more integrated. Integration creates resonance. The process of individuation honors and integrates each of our voices and brings them together as a whole. Only with freedom to express ourselves can we fully individuate. If the fifth chakra is blocked, we become excessively introverted and can neither express nor take in new information. If the block is severe enough, it negatively affects the whole system. Truth and lies. The least initial deviation from the truth is multiplied later 1,000-fold. Aristotle. To fully express our individuality is to express our truth. A non-individuated person will express what people want to hear. A fearful person will be afraid to speak their truth. A person without ego strength will be afraid of what others think and give up their authenticity. If your lower chakras are in good order, living in the truth of their bodies and feelings, with ego strength and accepting love, you can safely express your own personal truth. Let's look at the importance each of the lower chakras plays in this process. If the fourth chakra brings self-acceptance, you no longer need to deny truth. This acceptance is a container that allows you to flower into creativity. Living in the field of acceptance with unconditional love and open-mindedness, your truths and individuality can emerge. You need not deny your feelings or pretend to be different. If the ego and will are strong, you are able to express your truth even in the face of opposition. You have the courage to be different, the warrior spirit to defend your truth, even if it opposes what is around you. If feelings are denied, we may find we have various conflicting truths. You want to move forward, and you want to resist. You feel attracted to someone and do not trust them. To live in truth is to be able to live in these contradictions, to accept that each piece can be true without negating the other. To force yourself to pick one side or the other may deny a truth. Resolution of inner conflict can only come by acknowledging even conflicting truths. Truth can be seen as a resonant field. Negative experience teach us to deny and withhold our truth. We are punished for disagreeing with our parents. We are teased for admitting that we are afraid. We are misunderstood when we try to express ourselves. If our views are not consistent with the majority, we can be ostracized. Sometimes our safety and psychic survival become dependent on restricting the truth. The child who gets hit for opening her mouth quickly learns to keep it shut. Unfortunately, this exacts a price. In repressing part of our truth, we restrict the natural resonance of the etheric field and cease to resonate with the other parts of our truth. When we are out of our truth, we are living a lie. Lies form the demon of the fifth chakra. Lies can be told with words, but they can also be told with actions or held by the body. When I am afraid to show someone how excited I am, I restrict the muscles of my face or hold my arms down by my side. I am then lying with my body and out of resonance with my own field. My natural process gets frozen. As long as we're frozen in this way, we are arrested in time. We can't fully participate in the streaming of the universe. We're not even in resonance with our own being. When we live in our truth, there is a resonant continuity between ourselves and others. When this resonance is interrupted, we experience discontinuity. Perpetual discontinuity breaks down our health, just as an engine needs all of its vibrating parts to be coordinated smoothly. So too does our basic resonance. This allows the forward progression of the self to occur gracefully. Creativity. Now that we are more distant from the established forms and patterns of the lower chakras, we not only have greater freedom to be creative, but a greater need as well. Having broken free of established patterns, we must live creatively. To fully live our truth as individuated beings is to live life as a creative act. Communication is the creative expression of all that is within us. Situated halfway between the third chakra of will and the seventh chakra of abstract consciousness, creativity combines will and consciousness and moves us forward into the future. When we create, we make something that has not existed before. Some people think of the second chakra as the center of creativity, as this is the center from which we create new life. But creativity at the second chakra level is unconscious. The creation of a child within my womb occurs on a day-to-day basis without my conscious control. I do not decide to create fingers and toes, blue eyes or brown. It happens by itself. Creativity in the fifth chakra is a consciously willed process. We are literally making our world at each and every moment through our actions, expression, and communication. If I tell someone that I want them to come closer, I am creating intimacy in my life. If I tell them to go away, I am creating solitude, or maybe even alienation. Whether I tell you to pick up eggs and milk at the store, or share an idea brewing in my mind, I am engaged in a creative process that is constantly shaping my reality. Creativity is a pure expression of the spirit within us. The natural process of self as it individuates. It allows the self to give back to the world an assimilated form of what it has taken in. Creativity is the gateway between the past and future. Growing the lotus. Developmental formation of the fifth chakra at a glance. Age, 7 to 12. Tasks, self-expression, symbolic reasoning, communication skills. Needs and issues. Industry versus inferiority. Creativity, access to tools for learning and creativity. Exposure to larger world. Vibrations, pulsations, and streamings are basic to all human relationships and to all concepts of freedom and social concern. If a child's own streamings are allowed to develop and intensify, he becomes a living example of the paradox of individuality and connectedness. Stanley Kellerman. Developmental stages are less clearly defined in the higher chakras. This is especially true of the development of communication. We begin receiving vibrational and chemical communication from our mothers in the womb. As infants, we are immersed in a field of language and react to noises, voice tone, and facial expression. At 9 months, we realize that sounds represent real things and begin imitating sounds around us. By 12 months, we can speak a few words, respond to simple words like no, or recognize our name. By 2 years, we can express ourselves in simple sentences, with a vocabulary of about 300 words. By 4 or 5 years, there is an explosion of language, and the child talks constantly to anybody who will listen. At 6 years old, a child has a general command of her language. She understands words that represent abstract concepts and phrases that describe relationships between things. Back in the third chakra, we saw how the development of language gave us our first experience of time as a sequence of cause and effect. Not until age 7, however, does the child really understand time in the larger sense, such as how many weeks or months until Christmas or her birthday. A 7-year-old can now look backward or forward in time, a process Piaget called reversibility. This stage marks the point where the intellect is able to separate itself from the immediate experience long enough to consider alternate realities. Only with this realization is conscious creativity really possible. Here also lies the seed of conscience. The child can conceptualize what it might be like if everyone told lies or stole from each other. In the third chakra stage, this was not possible, as the level of conceptual thinking had not developed enough to see beyond immediate cause and effect. In the fourth chakra stage, a child wants to be helpful because helpfulness seems like a positive trait. During the fifth chakra stage, moral behavior has social as well as personal consequences. It is between the ages of 7 and 12, Piaget's period of concrete operations, that the fifth chakra flowers. This stage is marked by more sophisticated symbolic reasoning, the ability to create a mental representation of a series of actions. A 5-year-old can learn to walk a simple route from home to school, but would be unable to draw the route on paper. A concrete operational child can make this transition to symbolic representation and can reason in her head. I used to make a frequent 3-hour drive that my son found long and boring. When he was 4, he said to me, "Mommy, if it takes so long to get there, why don't we take a different road that will take us there right away?" When he was 8, I reminded him of that comment, and he laughed at how silly he had been. There is a shift in the child's consciousness away from the relationship-dominated fourth chakra toward a point where her social identity is fairly well formed and she begins to experiment with her own creative expression. Erickson identifies this stage as the struggle between industry and inferiority, where the child now learns to win recognition by producing things. The school environment begins to replace the family as the main focus of activity, as it has a wider vista and greater opportunities for creative expression. In school, we find all kinds of tools, such as art supplies, books, sports equipment, audiovisual equipment, and computers. Tools give us a means of acting on the world, allowing us to do more with less. Each tool we encounter opens a wider possibility of creative expression. If the child feels secure in her relationships, then she is more likely to feel secure enough to speak her truth and experiment creatively. She can test her ideas from a place of reasoning and imagination. She can say she would like to do something before she actually does it. She might suddenly announce that she is going to marry the boy next door when she grows up. When asked how she knows this, she may describe some rather creative deductive reasoning. Up until now, the child has been more involved in receiving and reacting than in actual creative contribution. The system is maturing. Physical growth slows down considerably, and basic motor development is in place. Freud calls this the latency period, a time of relative peace and harmony when sexual drives are at a minimum. The enormous input of energy that the child has required and hopefully received prior to this now begins to move outward through creative expression. Susie brings home her drawings or clay figures and offers them proudly to Mommy and Daddy. It is important that she gets recognized for her contribution, because ego strength increases when we feel we have something worthwhile to offer. With the building blocks of language and relationship in place, mental capacity now expands exponentially. We learn to use symbols to reach beyond our immediate experience. Through school, books, television, conversations, and experience, the child hungrily absorbs information about the world. The conceptual structures that organize this information are already in place, and learning proceeds rapidly. With more knowledge to play with, creative possibilities increase. This is the awakening of the creative identity, whose task is self-expression. It is an awakening that stems from a realization of ourselves as separate beings, from our security in our social environment, and from our desire to make a personal contribution to the world around us. This requires a certain systemic fullness, hopefully gained in the previous stages of the lower chakras. Without that fullness, the child is still oriented toward taking in rather than flowing outward. Our own shape needs to be defined before we can shape the world. When these stages have been properly fulfilled, or when the lower chakras have been relatively healed and balanced, this forward movement of communication and creativity takes place naturally. Traumas and abuses. It is not the traumas we suffer in childhood that make us emotionally ill, but the inability to express the trauma. Alice Miller. If I hit the taut string of a guitar, it makes a sound. If I hit it hard, it makes a loud sound. If I hit it softly, a quiet sound. Any beginning guitar player knows that if you don't hold the string down tightly over the frets, the sound is dull instead of resonant. When I restrict the movement of the string, I also restrict its expression. As an event impacts us, it impacts us with a vibration. Like the guitar string, it is our nature to express what impacts us. When that expression is restricted, by whatever inhibitions we've been forced to accept, we lose our resonance and no longer vibrate in the chorus of creation. We become less fully alive, out of step and dissonant. If we do not express the vibration, the impact is stored in the body as stress. The natural flow of vibration through the body is interrupted, and energy comes in, but does not go back out. It takes effort to restrict that flow, and causes further stress to maintain the restriction. When the throat chakra is blocked, we separate from the chorus of life. We can't block the ears, eyes, or nerve endings of the skin as thoroughly as we can block the throat, so it is easier to block expression than it is reception. Easier to block what comes out of us than what comes in. Therefore, a block in the throat chakra is most likely a block in the discharge of energy, creating a situation in which the input exceeds the output. Thus, difference is experienced as stress. If I am impacted by the humming of machinery, the ringing of telephones, the yelling of someone who is angry, the myriad of unacknowledged vibrations that impinge on me all day long, and I cannot release this energy, then I become stressed. If I have suffered a strong negative impact or an intolerable situation and I can't talk about it, these vibrations become frozen in the core of my body. Frozen at the core, my whole being is restricted from its natural rhythm of pulsation. So what blocks us from expressing our truth, our outrage, our creativity, or our needs? What makes us close down the throat, bottling up the emotions, or annihilate our ideas before they can make it out of our mouth? What makes us hide behind silence? Shame at the core, fear for one's safety, or simply being out of touch with the core self makes us unable to bring the inside of ourselves out to meet the world. To keep this from happening, we block the essential gateway that connects inner to outer and lock the gate against the possible escape of our true feelings. We protect the vulnerable interior self from exposure and possible harm or ridicule. We lock ourselves up, posting a censor at the door. We do this by tightening the neck and shoulders, by throwing our head out of alignment with our body, by talking incessantly about anything except what's really bothering us. Some do it by stuffing food down their throats, as if filling the mouth will block the passage and prevent the feelings from pouring out. Underneath each of these methods is a need to hide. In hiding, we keep ourselves in isolation, keep ourselves from intimacy, and keep ourselves from evolving. In essence, we keep ourselves from meeting the truth, and so we become a closed system that eventually runs out of energy and settles in inertia. When our block has reached such proportions that we are locked in inertia, it becomes even harder to get the throat to open up. Just as it's hard to write a letter to someone when you've been out of touch for a long time, it's also hard to break silence over issues that have long remained unspoken, to speak out when we are in the habit of remaining hidden, or to risk suddenly becoming conspicuous in a crowd. Much of this is kept in place by the demons of the lower chakras. Fear. Someone who is not allowed to be aware of what is being done to them has no way of telling about it except to repeat it. Alice Miller. We have a biological instinct to keep quiet when in danger. Along with the freezing response that immobilizes the body, we instinctually hold our breath as if to keep as quiet as possible. In this holding, the voice also freezes, for there is no voice without breath. Think of how common it is for people to have a nightmare and find themselves trying to scream with no sound coming out. When someone lives in a chronic state of fear, the throat chakra closes down. Not only do we fear what might happen if we were to open up, the physiological experience of fear itself creates a block. We get choked up. We cannot speak even if we want to. We cannot take a deep breath. The mind races and we cannot think. Real communication reveals our interior state. Being on the receiving end of rage, physical or sexual abuse, excessive criticism, or humiliation as children, teaches us to live in fear of exposing ourselves. We put ourselves in jail in order to keep safe, where the bars of the jail are our habitual muscular holding patterns. The prison guard is especially watchful at the throat chakra, for the voice inside secretly wants to come out. Silence is instilled by a voice louder than our own, which becomes a whisper permanently etched in the mind. Guilt and shame. Guilt and shame make us want to hide ourselves. Guilt and shame tell us that what is inside is in some way flawed, and that if we expose ourselves, those flaws will be conspicuously paraded for all to see. Since the outward expression of communication is blocked, the energies invested in guilt and shame become internal voices that act as vicious guardians of the sacred gate between inner and outer worlds. As we internally rehearse our words, shame rises up as the incessant critic, telling us why no one wants to hear what we are going to say, how we don't know what we're talking about, or how stupid we look. Suddenly our throat constricts, and we find ourselves choking on our words with thoughts racing faster and faster, and only a small fraction of them making it out into expression. We originally created this critic to save ourselves from real humiliation. Its original job was to protect the raw and vulnerable self within against outer threats. In most cases, however, the critic is imbued with all the trapped energy that cannot get out through the throat, energy that is then fed back to us in a negative way. Such critics are relentlessly overzealous and unrealistic in the severity of their criticism. Their words become self-fulfilling prophecies, creating such fear and awkwardness when we try to express ourselves that they jump back down our throats and say, "See, I was right. You're an absolute fool, and now everyone knows it." The voice of the critic is usually a monologue. Whenever I draw forth the critic from one of my clients, I find that the conversation has only one side. The client is usually startled to even consider that there might be a second opinion. If I can make the monologue into a dialogue, then another voice can come forward to combat the critic. To facilitate this dialogue, I take on the voice of the critic. "You don't know enough about gardening to teach a class on it," I taunt. "Yes, I do. I've worked in gardening for over 20 years, and I have a lot of practical knowledge. I think my gardens are pretty." "But what if you make a mistake? What if you don't know how to do something?" I ask, knowing the words of the critic only too well. "I may not know everything, but I know where to look it up. And furthermore, what do you know? You're just like my dad. You never think I can do anything right." Getting a second opinion is always helpful to challenge the critic. Often it is the voice of the child that never talked back to the original critical parent, and allowing this voice to emerge can be very liberating. Secrets. All action is communication. When we keep a secret, we not only have to monitor what comes out of our mouths, but also what we might say with our body, eyes, or facial expression. We become vigilant of our own being, separate from it rather than part of it. We are then separate from the spontaneous, streaming vibration that marks true aliveness. Whenever we have to keep a secret, we must block the spontaneous unfolding of our true expression. Many children are burdened with having to keep secrets. The sexually abused child who is threatened into silence about the abuse must live with a lock on her 5th chakra. "I'll kill you if you ever tell anyone about this," is a phrase far too many abuse survivors have etched into their souls. This injunction becomes so internalized that feelings of terror and even suicide may emerge when they do finally speak about the abuse, even decades later. The little boy who is told never to talk about daddy's drinking must keep a family secret. He can't live fully in his truth. Shame in the family that is known inside but can't be shared outside. Shame about money, physical diseases, mental illness, addictions, or crimes creates an unspoken rule to never speak about this reality outside the home. He must then guard against the spontaneous expression of his 5th chakra, being careful not to talk about things that may bother him most. This can create a lifelong pattern that is especially damaging to intimate relationships. Secrets are kept from children as well. I knew someone whose mother died when he was 8, but who was never allowed to discuss the reasons for her death or explore his feelings about it. It was simply never mentioned again. Another client had a brother who had committed suicide, and the family members were forbidden to speak his name. When family problems can be seen plainly, but are not talked about openly, the child picks up the unstated rule to keep secrets. This makes it impossible for him to ask questions about the problem, and difficult to talk about other dilemmas later in life. Though spoken language is programmed early in life, the use of communication to solve problems is modeled throughout childhood, especially during the upper chakra developmental stages. Sexuality is another frequently forbidden subject. In a family where sex is never discussed, the maturing child knows that his or her sexual feelings must be kept completely hidden. As sexuality and masturbation are natural in a growing child's life, walls of shame and guilt are built to keep the secret in. This pushes sexuality into the shadow realms. If a person is not comfortable talking about sexual matters, it increases the risk of unwanted pregnancies, STDs, undue shyness, shame, and acting out behavior. Secrets promote ignorance. They do not allow a subject to reach the light of consciousness, where new information can be gained. Secrets block the flow of energy through the fifth chakra into the upper realms of consciousness, perpetuating repetitive and compulsive behavior patterns. Lies and mixed messages. The experience of one's own truth makes it possible to return to one's world of feelings at an adult level, without paradise, but with the ability to mourn. Alice Miller. Lies form the demon of the fifth chakra. We have already discussed them briefly under basic issues. But here I wish to speak of the lies we live with while growing up, lies that scramble the programming in our fifth chakras. Being told we have no right to feel a certain way, when in fact that is how we feel, makes a lie of our basic experience. Hearing the words, "I love you," while having the experience of being abused, neglected, or shamed, makes a lie of love. Being asked to apologize for something we do not feel sorry about, to be nice to someone we clearly dislike, or to be thankful for something we didn't want, are all experiences that teach us to lie. They teach us to lie to ourselves, to each other, and to our bodies. They create dissonance within the basic vibration of the self. Daniel was the victim of his father's rage, which was inflicted on him in the form of cruel punishment. In order to prove that he was a man, Daniel was forced to endure this punishment without reaction. If he got angry, screamed, or cried, the punishment would be worse. Not only was he abused, but he was also denied the honest reaction to his abuse. He was forced to live a lie. Is it any wonder that he now has a vicious inner critic that guards the gateway of his throat chakra and regulates everything that might come out of his mouth? Yelling and screaming. Children learn by imitation. An atmosphere of hostility expressed through constant arguing, yelling, or screaming is an abuse to the fifth chakra. What we hear around us programs our use of language and teaches us how to communicate. When the home atmosphere is unpleasant to see or hear, we close down the oral and visual functions as much as possible. Since it is more difficult to close the ears than it is to close the eyes, a counter-dialogue often occurs inside one's head, where we effectively block off our listening by creating something else instead. While Mom is nagging us once more about how messy our room is, we are shutting her out by running a different set of words through our head. Later in life, we may find it hard to listen to others, to entertain new ideas, to really be able to hear someone in their truth. We decide we already know what they're going to say, that we have heard it all before. We have our arguments and defenses ready before they even open their mouth. Instead of listening when they speak, we are busy preparing our rebuttal. Thus listening, which is absolutely essential to clear communication, becomes an impaired function. Authoritarianism. Don't talk back. When parents set rules that cannot be questioned, they leave no room for discussion. Without discussion, there is no practice ground for the child to learn communication skills. There is no place for the child's truth to be honored, and no place to learn reasoning. They quickly feel devalued, as no one wants to listen to them, and consequently split off from their own truth. Children have a need to be heard and listened to. If they fail to receive this, they won't even be able to hear themselves. If we are not listened to, we shut down our fifth chakra. We get the message that our inner truth does not matter, or, in effect, that we do not matter. Is it any wonder that the inner voice is later drowned out by peers wanting us to do something we know is dangerous? That we cannot hear the voice of our own limits when the boss asks us to work overtime, or that we fall victim to the voice of the whining spouse criticizing our behavior? A child's inner voice must be searched for and drawn out. It must have a safe place where it can afford to be uncertain or wrong without meeting ridicule. A child's voice needs the environment of compassionate exploration to make itself heard. Without this, they may not even hear themselves. Neglect. I worked with someone in her 40s who said she never had an actual conversation with her father, even though he lived with her throughout her childhood and saw her periodically throughout adulthood. He had spoken to her during that time, but never with her. He had never asked her anything about her life, wondered what she thought, or waited for an answer when he spoke to her. It was no surprise that she had poor communication skills and kept plenty of secrets from her husband, or that she was inordinately quiet. Children have questions, feelings, and ideas that need to be communicated with a caring adult. They need things explained to them and need their horizons widened through conversation. Children learn to communicate by being talked with. They learn to reason, question, think for themselves, trust, and share. Through communication, they have a grounding in reality, a sounding board for their ideas, a means by which to open up to something larger. This is how they gain new information, learn, and grow. We learn to communicate by using language, seeing it modeled around us, and seeing how its power can be used to solve problems. Like learning to use a hammer, it becomes an invaluable tool for building our lives and for feeling connected, capable, and confident. To give children the gift of clear communication is to give them a key that will unlock the majority of impasses and difficulties they will face in the future. Character structure. The Challenger-Defender. It was awe-inspiring to watch Stella perform. She was the kind of woman who made heads turn on the street. Dark and sultry, with a seductive smile that could make the sun come out in your heart. Her eyes were compelling, her body lithe and graceful, with wide shoulders, shapely arms, and thin waist and hips. It seemed fitting that she worked as a model, sang in nightclubs, and had hopes of eventually making it as an actress. Needless to say, she never lacked for male attention, but her relationships were short-lived and full of frustration. She was prone to rages, after which she could allow some closeness with her partner, but she never managed to settle into a place of trust. Nervousness would follow intimacy, and she could become critical and distant. Eventually, her partners would tire of bouncing between intimacy and distance and challenge her. When this happened, she would find some way to make them appear wrong, abusive or victimizing, and then discard them. She was prone to exaggeration, and one might even say that her penchant for acting was a love of melodrama. She did it well, both on and off stage. Stella was very powerful in the way she conducted her work, and she was admired by the people who knew her. Few, if any, realized how fragile and lonely she was underneath. In fact, she was scarcely aware of it herself, and threw her energy into her career and into other ways that commanded admiration. She created an outer persona that was beautiful and powerful, while underneath lurked a poor self-image, vulnerable and afraid. She had a strong fifth chakra, an excessive will in the third chakra, an open but disconnected second chakra, and a weak sense of her own ground. Her heart opened and closed according to the situation. She could be very loving or very cold and angry, often switching between the two with astonishing rapidity. Stella was an example of the character structure known as the Challenger-Defender. Refer to figure 5.2 in the bonus PDF. Most character structure is set in the mind-body by the time a child reaches school age. Since the fifth chakra flowers after that, we can no longer correlate the upper chakra developmental stages so precisely to the formation of character structure. While the Challenger-Defender structure comes from deprivation between the ages of 2.5 and 4 years, later third chakra, I discuss it here in the fifth chakra because of its tendency to pull energy upward in the body. This generates a strong focus of energy in the upper chakras, especially the fifth. Challenger-Defenders make great actors, singers, lawyers, professors, and performers of any kind, as they are highly creative and brilliant communicators who enjoy positions of power and often handle them well. It is vulnerability that poses a problem for this structure, and most of their efforts go toward avoiding it. A strong fifth chakra is one of the unwittingly seductive aspects of this structure. They can cajole you with sweetness, impress you with eloquence, command you with clarity of their arguments, and stun you with their candor. Their charismatic nature makes others anxious to please them, and they are comfortable and effective when occupying positions of power. Their upwardly displaced energy often creates broad shoulders and narrow hips, and their physical presence gives a sense of both power and grace. They are not rigid, like the achiever type, and in fact their lower chakras, especially the pelvis, may seem excessively loose and fluid. They can be highly sexual, but are flighty and lack lasting emotional commitment. They tend to be energetically exuberant as the lower chakra energy is pushed up through the liberating current, but poorly grounded as they have too little of the manifesting current pulling toward focus and form. They are usually attractive, commanding, and confident. Their power and well-developed communication mask a deeper sense of distrust and insecurity. Underneath the mask, the challenger-defender is more like an oral, needy, hungry, and weak. These feelings are so intolerable that the challenger-defender goes to great lengths to avoid any situation that might reveal their hidden, vulnerable nature. They are well defended against possible challenge, but this defense also perpetuates their loneliness. As the defender aspect of the name might imply, persons with this structure are wonderfully compassionate and supportive when defending the underdog, with whom they unconsciously relate. They make heroic champions who will rush to your defense, fight for important causes, and generously dole out nurturing and understanding to the weak and needy. Often they find themselves in relationships with people who are younger, quieter, and emotionally dependent, choosing situations where they are least likely to be challenged. When the meek become strong, however, and choose to question this type in any way, the supportive defender aspect suddenly turns into an attacking challenger. With white-hot verbal defensiveness, they may launch into sudden bursts of anger and attack whoever dares to challenge them. If this does not restore their sense of power, they may become rejecting and unavailable. Intimacy can only be tolerated from a position of security and advantage. They must be winners at all times, and realistic challenge cannot be tolerated. They will go to any length to preserve their position of power. It is vitally important to them to be right. As a child, the challenger-defender had his or her trust broken irrevocably, usually through seductive manipulation. At a time when she was developing autonomy, third chakra, but still dependent and needing heart chakra connection, the parent used the child's vulnerability as a way to manipulate her. In this sense, the child was seduced by the parent, most often the parent of the opposite sex. This seduction may or may not be sexual, but it does convince the child to sacrifice her authentic, vulnerable self for a more invincible cover persona. The child learns that vulnerability is a danger, and that seduction and manipulation are ways to overcome that vulnerability. As a result, deception may become a primary survival strategy, and challenger-defenders may feel perfectly justified in ignoring accepted ethics and fairness in order to live by their own rules. For this reason, and because of their penchant for power at all costs, Alexander Lowen named this structure the psychopath. In terms of authority, parents were usually inconsistent, loving and lax at times, while viciously punitive at others. The underlying result is lack of trust and certainty, which makes for a weak first chakra. There is openness, but danger in the emotional center of the second chakra, a strong sense of power in the third chakra, very conditional love in the fourth chakra, and a seemingly capable, but not always honest fifth chakra. Chakras 6 and 7 usually reflect their high intelligence and piercing perceptiveness. Challenger-defenders, like all of us, need love, safety, and security. They need to have a place where their more vulnerable needs can be recognized and met, where they are loved for their imperfect self rather than their powerful image. They need to be able to see how they were dominated in childhood, and then learn to direct their anger at the perpetrators as opposed to their loved ones. It is best when they have loved ones who can accept their imperfections, who are not fooled by their false persona, and do not leave them when they attack. A tall order indeed, and one that they would rarely reciprocate. In the struggle of relationship, they sometimes gain a sense of true empowerment that is anchored in feelings and the body. where they can tell the truth and have it received without judgment. It is then that they can satisfy the needs that drive them, balancing their upper chakra displacement, and move towards psychological health. Excess and deficiency. Our individuality is our personal rhythm of pulsating. Stanley Kellerman. Excess and deficiency in the throat chakras are easily recognized, as this is a gateway between inner and outer worlds. We can tell just by listening how open this gateway is. Does someone ramble incessantly, or are they perpetually quiet? Does the voice have resonance, or is it pinched and whiny? The fast talkers are discharging energy through their throat chakras, and the quiet ones are locked inside without enough energy to break free. Deficiency. A person with a deficient fifth chakra cannot get his words together. His voice may be weak, airy, pinched, or rhythmically erratic. There is extreme self-consciousness and shyness, a need to hide, and a fear of humiliation. Sometimes there is good communication within, but it is never released through the gateway. Sometimes the communication within is restricted, and there is a great separation between mind and body. Usually, the closer a topic is to the real feelings inside, the harder it is to communicate. We may find someone who communicates very well at work when conducting business meetings, writing reports, or talking on the telephone, but has extreme difficulty talking to his wife and family about what he wants and needs. Since this chakra is about self-expression of one's truth, we judge its openness by how well we can speak about the things that are closest to the heart. Often, it may not occur to a deficient fifth chakra person to communicate at all. He may forget to tell you he is going out of town next week until the last moment, forget to ask how your day was, or live in an interior world of conversation where he thinks that he already did all of that. It does not occur to such a person to initiate conversations about difficult situations or to use words as a way of gaining more information. He may not feel he even has the right to ask questions. Such a person may have been heavily interrogated during childhood and learned to keep this chakra private as a defense. Refer to Figure 5.3 in the bonus PDF. Excess. With an excessive fifth chakra, talking is a defense that is used as a way of staying in control. An excessive fifth chakra controls the conversation, the subject matter, and rhythm, so as to bring its owner into the center of attention. As the fifth chakra is one of the gateways through which stress can be discharged, excess verbiage can be a means of getting rid of energy. This was apparent with a client who flew into a torrent of words whenever we did any bioenergetic charging exercises. The words occupied her consciousness and kept her from fully feeling her body, while simultaneously discharging the excess energy. Displaced rage is often expressed through rapid talking as well. With an excessive fifth chakra, there is much talk with little real content. Clients may go into a lengthy description of a situation that happened during the week, complete with innumerable details, and yet avoid saying anything about how they actually felt. Again, this is an attempt to discharge energy, avoid feelings, and have some sense of power over the situation. Refer to Figure 5.3 in the bonus PDF. Combinations. Lack of ground can produce either excess or deficiency within the throat chakra. For some people, lack of ground may result in excessive speech that is void of real content. For others, lack of ground creates such fear that they can scarcely get their words out at all. These people may feel swirling energy, almost like vertigo when they attempt to speak, which inhibits their ability to think clearly. This closes off the throat chakra and creates a deficient condition. It is quite common to have throat chakras with both excessive and deficient characteristics, allowing us to communicate well in some instances and poorly in others. One person may be able to communicate feelings with grace and dignity, yet have no confidence to push outward in work and career. Others may speak well with strangers, but clam it with intimate partners. As this chakra is a gateway, it opens and closes rapidly. It is highly sensitive to the situation at hand. It coordinates many voices inside, including those from the past and from different parts of us. The throat chakra must then integrate them into one solid and whole voice as it reaches out to communicate. Balance. The health of the throat chakra rests in neither extreme, but in its ability to accurately communicate the truth of one's experience, witness and meet another's truth, and approach life creatively and effectively. Balanced characteristics reveal a person with good communication skills, both in self-expression and effective listening. A good listener can ask questions that elicit information, make use of that information, and let someone know that they've been heard and understood. With the healthy fifth chakra, one's voice is resonant and pleasant to listen to, and has natural rhythms with appropriate tonality and volume. They can project or speak quietly when needed. In conversation, there is a balance between speaking and listening. Since the chakra relates to rhythm, there is a sense of timing and grace in one's activities and body movements. Energetically, the pulsation of life flows freely and vibrantly, without jerky motions and self-consciousness or agitation. Lastly, a person with a strong fifth chakra lives life creatively. They are fairly well individuated and are not bound by fear to accepted ways of doing things. As the lower chakra energy moves into the upper chakras, form becomes less important, while intelligence, consciousness, and the ability to think become more so. Living creatively does not apply merely to the arts, but to an attitude about what is possible. We cannot assess the quality of the throat chakra by whether one paints, dances, or plays music. It is possible to do all these things by rote, without any creativity at all. Instead, the throat chakra is the gateway through which the forward-thinking mind works with the life stream of the body to create new ways of approaching life. This may be apparent in the way we dress, speak, or vary the route we take to work. Do we dare to be creative? Do we see a life full of infinite possibilities? Are we creatures of habit, or do we fully participate in each moment anew? This is the mark of true creativity. Restoring the lotus. Healing the fifth chakra. The ability of a substance to resonate sympathetically is the result of its elasticity. Randall McClellan. Several years ago, a friend offered me some voice lessons in exchange for body work. As I have always loved music, but have never had a strong singing voice, I was delighted. But I soon discovered that whenever I tried to breathe deeply and project my voice fully, I started to cry. When I tried to control myself and stop the tears, my voice and breath lost their fullness. My teacher was very patient with me and told me this was quite common. She said that the emotions are connected with the voice, and that we cannot touch one without touching the other. It was true. I could not open my mouth and simultaneously hide what I was feeling that day, any more than I could reveal what I was feeling without opening my mouth. This is not only true when we try to sing, but also true of our voice projection in general. When we constrict our emotions, we simultaneously constrict our expression. Some of my healing during that period came from simply letting out the sound of my grief and anger. At other times, I needed to talk about what was going on inside of me, to put it into an intellectual context and share it with someone who would understand. Sometimes it was a combination of abstract and specific communication. In the end, I was able to arrive at a place of joy where the sound could emanate from my throat with fullness, from a place of confidence instead of fear. I did not keep up with it long enough to become a great singer, but the experience offered me a chance to connect body, breath, and voice in a new way. I bring up this story to illustrate the fact that healing the fifth chakra involves a variety of levels simultaneously, ranging from physical to mental. It includes eliminating sound pollution, giving attention to our bodies, opening the voice through toning, chanting or singing, learning clear communication skills, and quieting ourselves enough to listen to the subtler vibrations and messages within. Each of these basic principles is explored more fully ahead. The vibrating body. There is no greater and more living resonator of sound than the human body. Sound has an effect on each atom body, for each atom resounds. Hazrat Inayat Khan. Since our bodies are the resonating chambers of the sounds we make, it is essential to work through bodily tensions. Release of tensions and held emotions restores the natural reflexive and vibratory nature of the body. Without this work, it is unlikely that the throat chakra would be free of constraints, or that we would be living deeply in our truth. The reclamation of the body is the restoration of our unique vibration. Stanley Killiman, in Your Body Speaks Its Mind, describes a simple process for getting in touch with our basic pulsating vibration. If you hold your breath and pay attention to your chest and abdomen, you will feel the coming and going of excitement. If you clench your fist or tighten your thigh muscles and sustain the contraction, you will feel a fine vibration throughout your entire organism. If the vibration deepens, you'll begin to experience it as a pulsating. Sustain the contraction until the pulsating deepens, then let it go, and you become aware of a streaming, an internal flowing which is difficult to see but which you can feel. It is this streaming which is the signature of our aliveness and individuality. Whenever a powerful urge to move forward is contained, we can feel the streaming of energy pulsating through our bodies. We may also feel it after physical exertion or emotional expression, such as after a good run, a good cry, or a powerful sexual experience. This brings us to a vital experience of self in connection, where we are open to our own vibratory resonance. Many people are afraid of containing this much charge. For some, especially those typically overcharged, having energy means having to immediately do something with it. If we express ourselves before our truth is fully ripened, then our actions are out of sync with our potential fullness. This is commonly experienced as poor timing. Years ago, I habitually pushed myself in my work rather than waiting for my organic fullness to motivate me. I would end up running into a kind of creative bankruptcy, emptiness of ideas, and lack of energy. When I rushed myself ahead of my own natural rhythm, I felt unprepared, stressed, anxious, and even a bit breathless. We push our timing out of sync because of financial pressure, emotional insecurity, fear, hunger for power, and the excessive rule of the mind as it orders our bodies with its barrage of shoulds. As the lower chakras become strong, the security from Chakra 1 allows proper timing to occur. The emotional stability of Chakra 2 lets our feelings become ripe and full. The sense of our own power from Chakra 3 does not need to prove itself, and Chakra 4 balances mind and body. At this point, we can dance to the rhythm of our own personal vibration as it resonates with the environment and the people around us. Exercise. Sound awareness is especially important, for although we easily close our mouth and eyes to what we don't want to take in, we can't really close our ears. Nature did not give us earlids. Our ears remain open and working, even when we sleep. Stephen Halpern. Allow yourself to move freely around the room with your eyes closed. Try to move from the natural inclinations of your body, rather than from the decisions from your head. After your body begins to loosen up, accompany each movement with an abstract sound that emanates from the movement. Let yourself be open to an experience of movement-making sound, and look for a place where the movement and sound are a coordinated vibration that runs through your whole being. Let yourself enjoy the experience and see where it takes you. Cleaning out the field. In addition to tuning into our own vibration, we need to pay careful attention to the outer vibrations that we experience daily. What is the level of sound and media pollution to which you are exposed? What kind of rhythms does your body experience in terms of eating, sleeping, sexuality, activity, and rest? What kind of vibrations do you find incompatible with the resonance of your own consciousness? How can you reduce or eliminate toxic noise and toxic people from your environment? Soundproofing walls and windows, wearing earplugs around loud machinery, shortening unwanted phone calls, and allowing personal rhythms to settle into soothing and regular patterns all help protect our vibrational field. This acts as preventative medicine. Eliminating distracting patterns enables us to better hear ourselves and others on a deeper and subtler level. In this day and age, however, it is difficult to eliminate sound pollution and still live in an urban environment. Since we can't always screen out harmful noise, it becomes essential to take time each day to be perfectly quiet. We need a period of time when we don't answer the phone, cannot be interrupted, and can meditate in silence with earplugs or listen to soothing music under headphones. Periodic weekends in the country, where background noise resonates in a completely different rhythm, can help our vibrational field to retune itself, much like resetting a thermostat. Without this, we eventually tune out unwanted sounds, and simultaneously tune out large portions of our consciousness as well. Deep listening. In silence, inner listening forms the bonding of heart and mind. Listening is an essential part of communication. In taking the time to be quiet, we are able to truly listen to ourselves. The chatter of mind eventually dies down, and the song of the heart pours forth. In this opening into silence, the upper and lower chakras can enter into resonance with each other, connecting mind and body. Exercise. Sit in a quiet place by yourself and let your mind become quiet. See how many layers of sounds you can detect around you. Listen to the sound of your own breathing, the rhythm of your heartbeat, and the blood pulsing in your ears. Hear the birds, the distant traffic, the sound of the wind. Then let all these sounds blend into one general sound, where the rhythm of your breath and the subtle movements of your body become part of the sound around you. As your body merges with this sound, allow it to subtly move with this rhythm. See where the movement takes you, being careful to stay with the overall sound you hear. Toning. Toning encourages the basic vibration within you to come out through your throat as sound. Toning does not force the voice into specific words, melodies, or sounds, but works with both body and breath to create pure expression, devoid of intellectual meaning or aesthetic appeal. When we move physically, or are moved emotionally, it's natural to make sound. We squeal with pleasure when we're excited, or groan when we're hurt. When we exert ourselves, we seem to have more strength if we grunt. Unfortunately, we get embarrassed by these sounds and learn to stifle them, closing down the throat chakra. Exercise. Pain frequently is the result of tension, and groaning is nature's way of relieving it. Laurel Elizabeth Keyes. Toning is best done after a brief period of warming up the body. Stand erect and stretch upward, reaching for the sky. Stretch to the right and left, forward and back, loosening the torso. Let your body shake and bounce, letting out any sounds that want to emerge. Shake your legs out, swing your arms. Let your body become loose and vibrant. When you feel sufficiently warmed up, stand with both feet planted firmly on the ground, and bring your arms back to your sides, or lift them above your head. Close your eyes and listen to the sounds within you. Take a deep breath and open your mouth, letting the breath out in as full a sound as possible. It may come out as a groan, a squeal, a guffaw, or any manner of strange sounds, or there may be a variety of sounds that change from one moment to the next. Just let them emerge without judgment, opening to the spontaneity of expression as much as possible. After a while, you will find that the tone settles into a note that feels particularly right for you, a note that you can sustain. You may need to experiment with many notes to find this special tone. Allow yourself to sing this note as fully as you can, reaching for resonance, relaxing your diaphragm, throat, and chest. See if you can feel where the sound originates in your body. Is it coming from your throat, your chest, your belly, your head? Try to let it come from your whole body at once, moving any body part that seems disconnected until it is integrated into the sound as well. Eventually, the release of the tone will settle naturally to a place of quiet. Notice how your body feels, what you can hear. Notice how present you feel. Write or draw in your journal and feel the flow of creativity that often is released by this exercise. Chanting and using mantras. The mantra is not merely a technique of awakening. It is actually and in itself a state of being indicative of the presence of divinity. Ajit Mukherjee. Chanting is a more sophisticated form of toning. Chanting lulls the vibrations of our body and consciousness into resonance by the rhythmic repetition of a simple phrase or sound. This rhythm refines our awareness. The sounds used in chanting may have specific meanings that we wish to instill into our consciousness, as with repeating affirmations about things we would like to change, or may have no meaning and therefore bypass the conscious mind entirely. Both, however, are rhythmic experiences where the conscious mind does not have to think very much. This allows us to surrender to a deeper resonance or enter a trance state. Here our individuated consciousness expands to merge with the greater consciousness and rhythm of life. Mantras are chants uttered silently in the mind. They replace the ceaseless rhythm of our busy thoughts and therefore cleanse, simplify, and order the mind. Mantra literally means instrument of the mind. Transcendental meditation, TM, is a meditation technique where one mentally repeats a certain sound that is individually given by a teacher or guru. Research has shown that silently chanting one's mantra creates a meditative state by synchronizing brainwaves between various lobes of the brain. In a world where we are constantly bombarded by dissonance, intoning a mantra can be another way to recalibrate our basic vibrational essence. Through mantra meditation, we eventually enter a quiet and rhythmic state, emptied of the disjointed mental garbage we pick up throughout the day, and filled with a well-tuned attentiveness that brings greater alertness and sensitivity. Some yogis believe that chanting mantras releases a liquid nectar in the pineal gland that contributes to the alteration of consciousness. This may be due to the rhythmic play of the tongue against the roof of the mouth, which is believed to release the nectar. Each chakra has a specific mantra sound. This list gives both the seed sounds from the ancient tantric texts, believed to access the elemental qualities of the chakras, and the vowel sounds, which resonate in the body itself. For the Westerner, the vowel sounds produce a stronger experience, but I encourage you to experiment with both and find what works best for you. Chakra 1. Seed sound, Lam. Vowel sound, O, as in road. Chakra 2. Seed sound, Vam. Vowel sound, Oo, as in rule. Chakra 3. Seed sound, Ram. Vowel sound, Ah, as in father. Chakra 4. Seed sound, Yam. Vowel sound, A, as in play. Chakra 5. Seed sound, Hum. Vowel sound, E, as in sleep. Chakra 6. Seed sound, Om. Resonant sound, Chakra 7. No seed sound given. Resonant sound, Ing, as in sing. Leah Garfield, author of Sound Medicine, suggests chanting the seed sounds in a specific rhythm 9 times each, with a full minute of silence between each chakra. To chant the vowel sounds, begin with some simple stretching exercises, and then sit or stand comfortably so that the breath is deep and full. As you chant the vowels, remember to open up to both the resonance of the voice and the vibration of the body where the chakra resides. Let the sound come out as fully as possible for a minimum of 1 whole minute when by yourself. With a group, stagger the breaths and continue the sound even longer. Create your own mantra. After chanting the vowel sounds and experiencing the way they resonate within each of your chakras, you may wish to try creating a silent mantra to use in meditation. The following technique is designed to create a mantra that resonates with the chakras you would most like to improve. Pick the sounds that go with 1, 2, or at most 3 of the chakras you feel need the most attention. Put the sounds together in a way that is pleasing to you. For example, if you want to work on the 1st and 4th chakras, you would pick the sounds O and A. Then your mantra might sound something like Ao, Eo, Eo. Then sit in silent meditation, mentally intoning the sound you have created. Feel it resonate within the chakras you have picked. Imagine them expanding or clearing. This exercise works best when it is used consistently over a period of time. Communication. So far, we have listed techniques to tone the chakra in general, which allows the sound to come through our bodies more easily. Now we turn to the more specific aspect of the throat chakra, communication itself. If you find you are having trouble getting your point across to someone, it may be that you have not understood his point. Often, a person cannot truly listen until they feel they have been heard. We have previously applied the art of listening to the sounds around and within us. Now we apply that deep listening to communication with others. The need to be heard. If you wish to be understood, seek first to understand. Stephen R. Covey. Unless you tell me what you're hearing, I cannot be certain of what I'm actually saying. Robert Maidment. One of the most profound human needs is the need to be heard. When this simple need is met by attentive, empathetic listening, we feel complete and ready to move onward. It is amazing how much healing can take place when our story, feelings, or opinions are simply heard, even if there is no change in the circumstances. The need to be heard validates our truth, our individuality, and our very existence. If we cannot be heard, we cease to exist in anything but our own minds. We feel crazy, doubtful of our own inner voice, and of our reality. When we cannot trust our experience, we split off from the body and, hence, split off from reality. The need to be heard is often more important than finding solutions. This is a frequent dynamic with couples. If one partner cannot do anything about the problem his spouse is having, he does not want to hear about it. What is often more important than fixing the problem is acknowledging the other person's feelings. This simple practice can go a long way toward healing situations and facilitating good communication. Karen and George were clearly immersed in this dynamic. George was frequently away on business. Karen kept the house while he was gone, minded the children, and tried to pursue her own career as a seminar coordinator in her copious free time. Needless to say, it was more difficult for Karen to do her work when George was away. But since George earned the primary money for the family, they saw no way to avoid this frequent absence. Karen needed to complain about her situation to George, but because he saw no way to change it, he refused to hear about it. Instead, she needed him to simply acknowledge the difficulty it made for her, even if he could not change it. Then she would stop harping on it all the time, and stop making him feel worthless for the work he was doing. In turn, George wanted Karen to understand that he was not exactly having fun on his business trips. He didn't like being away from home, and felt pressured and underappreciated in his job. Since she didn't want him to go away in the first place, she, in turn, did not want to hear about his experience. So they closed themselves off from each other, even during the brief periods they had together, as neither was able to express or feel heard about their primary concerns. As a result, their connection was seriously strained. Although they could not change their immediate circumstances, getting them to simply listen and acknowledge each other's realities helped tremendously to improve their basic connection and cooperation with each other. Active listening. Active listening enables another person to have the experience of being heard. In active listening, we quiet ourselves and turn our entire focus of energy toward the other person. As she speaks, we may nod or say, to let her know that we are still with her, but we do not interrupt or make any comments. When the speaker is finished, we ask if she is complete. We may then want to ask questions or clarify something, but we still refrain from making comments, suggestions, arguments, or judgments. When we feel that we understand what the speaker has said, we then respond by explaining what we have just heard, but in our own words. We might respond with a statement like, "What I hear you saying is that you're tired of always being the one to initiate talks about our relationship, and that it feels like I don't really care if I never share the things I feel with you. In this response, you are simply repeating what you have heard, regardless of whether or not you agree with it, or have a counterpoint to offer. In repeating what you have heard, it is also important not to parrot the exact words, but to phrase your responses in a way that communicates your own understanding of what has been said. Your co-communicator then has a chance to let you know whether or not you heard her correctly. She might say, "That's close, but not quite right. It's not that I think you don't care at all, but that I don't know whether you care, that I don't know where I stand. When you don't let me know how you feel, I imagine the worst." If there is a correction, it is important to try again to see if you now understand correctly. So when I don't communicate with you about how I feel, you don't know for sure where you stand with me, and that makes you likely to imagine that I might not care. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Only when the first speaker is satisfied that she has been truly heard is it time for the second speaker to share his own truth. If you're satisfied that I heard you correctly, then I would like to share with you how it is for me. Is that okay? Yes, go ahead. The way it works with me is that I am least likely to communicate when I care the most. It's as if caring makes it too scary to let you know how much things matter to me. I know it sounds ridiculous, but where I am right now, when my heart chakra feels exposed and vulnerable, I retreat into silence until I know it's safe to come out. So, I hear that it's hard for you to communicate when your feelings are really engaged and your heart is open. You feel safer in silence. After both people are satisfied that they've been fully heard, and this may go back and forth several times before it is complete, they can begin to create a solution that will address both concerns. When you're not sure where you stand with me, I would love it if you would just say to me, "I'm not sure where I stand right now." That would clarify what's going on. And when you retreat into silence because you're scared, I want to encourage you to tell me that you need to be quiet instead of just retreating, which makes me feel shut out. If you say you need space, I can understand and not interpret it as a rejection. It is equally important to listen to yourself while you are speaking. If you are experiencing difficulties in communication, it can be helpful to record our conversations with others, or our solo practice conversations, to hear nuances and subtleties. How would it feel to receive the words you are speaking? What can you hear between the words as you listen to your own voice? How can your communication be more direct and effective? Writing. Writing is a form of communication that transcends time. With pen in hand, or computer keyboard, we can sit in silence until the right words come. Write them down, change them around, or say exactly what we please and throw it out before it unnecessarily hurts anyone's feelings. For those who have trouble communicating on the spot, it helps to take time to write out your feelings on your own time. David found himself tongue-tied whenever his wife got angry. She was a challenger defender who was quick with words and a master at argument. He was an endurer masochist, a silent type who, without arguments to defend himself, would quietly nod in her presence, shrug his shoulders, and pretend to agree with her. Hours later, he would review the conversation in his mind and think of all the juicy comebacks he could have said, and feel lost and helpless. His only comeback was to be passive-aggressive and emotionally removed, which, of course, only perpetuated the dysfunctional dynamic. I encouraged David to sit down and write about his unexpressed and unresolved issues with her, using several forms of communication. The first form was for the purpose of finding his own voice. He was to begin by writing what he wished to tell her without censoring it. He could use any words he wanted, let out his anger without holding back, and go on without interruption for as long as he needed. It did not have to be a coherent argument. It was just for venting his feelings. This form was not given to her, but was used just to prime the pump and loosen the throat chakra for its habitual constriction. Then, I asked him to read his writing aloud to me so I could be an active listener and let him feel what it was like to be heard. In being heard, he could experience how to use the power of his voice to find resonance and completion. He could learn to better trust his own voice. He was then able to take what he had written and find ways to communicate the salient points without the heat of emotion, so that the words might better meet their target. With this clarity, we began role-playing a dialogue between him and his ex-wife, so that he could practice sticking to his truth in the face of opposition, while I gave the kind of answer he usually received from her. He was then ready to try the dialogue in real life. Much to his surprise, he found her far more able to listen to him now that he was clear on what he wanted to say, and said it firmly and directly, without the urgent press of feelings that previously tied him in knots. Writing can also be helpful when communicating with people who are truly unable to hear what we need to say. They may no longer be living, may be geographically unavailable, or may not wish to be in contact with us for reasons of their own. These reasons need not keep us in an unresolved state, and working through all but the last steps of the above process can help us complete our own process and feel more resolved in the situation. If the person is still alive, it may be useful to send a revised letter even if we know they will not respond. Unfinished conversations tend to continue in our mind, distracting us from being fully present. This exercise clears the throat chakra of unfinished conversation, letting us clear the disc so that it has room to store new information. We can then listen with an open mind. Music. Music is a cry of the soul. It is a revelation, a thing to be reverenced. Performances of great works are for us what the rites and festivals of religion were to the ancients, an initiation into the mysteries of the human soul. Frederick Delius. If chanting, toning, and mantra meditation have the capacity to affect our innermost being, then music must have a profound effect on our entire mind-body system. Music can move us to tears, fill us with joy, inspire our body to shake and dance, or calm and excite us. Music in the background of movies and television plays our emotions like an instrument. Music sells products and advertising, and entertains, teases, inspires, and unites. Songs are the spiritual record of humanity, recording its trials and triumphs, and a binding thread of communities, religions, and political movements. One way to destroy a culture is to destroy its music. Music deliciously combines upper and lower chakra experiences. It bathes the body in rhythm and resonance, while entertaining the mind with its complexity of meter, melody, instrumentation, and message. Music unites the soul of the body with the mind and spirit. Shamanic medicine works in part on the principle of resonance through music and drumming. Music can put us into a trance, where the body lets go and enters into a different state of consciousness. In trance, we are able to transcend the ego and find a broader, spiritual state more conducive to healing. Technically speaking, music travels across auditory nerves to the thalamus in the brain, which affects our emotions. The thalamus then stimulates the cortex, which sends responsive impulses back to the thalamus and hypothalamus. This circuit, known as the thalamic reflex, produces foot tapping and body swaying as the music intensifies. Surrounding the thalamus is the limbic system. This is the part of the brain that is most connected to emotions and to the endocrine system, which affects the chakras and influences our involuntary processes of breathing, heart rate, circulation, and glandular secretions. Hal A. Lingerman, in The Healing Energies of Music, suggests using various kinds of music to invoke or heal specific emotional states. He lists specific pieces to express or calm anger, to heal depression or boredom, or to balance hyperactivity, as well as music for the basic elements and for harmonizing the home and other environments. While this information is too extensive to include here, I suggest experimenting with some of his suggestions. Conclusion. All the tragedy in the world, in the individual and in the multitude, comes from lack of harmony, and harmony is best given by producing harmony in one's own life. Hazrat Inayat Khan. In the philosophies of India, sound is considered the primordial ingredient of creation. Sound, crafted from the cosmic drum of Shiva in the celestial realms, was given to Brahma and Saraswati, the pair of deities that rule over creation and beginnings. The divine order of the universe, the essence of spirit, and the element of sound are intricately connected. Without sound, the universe will collapse again into nothingness, stolen by Mother Kali in her final act of destruction. With sound, we are given the power to create from within ourselves, using the same primordial energies that create the world around us and, indeed, our very selves. With sound, we are given the tools to avert destruction. The fifth chakra facilitates a profound passage between the abstract information of conception, image, and idea, and the manifested realm of the material world. It takes us through the heart, where we communicate and connect with each other, through our power, where we command and contain, through our emotions, and down into the coordination of the cells within our bodies. On the spiritual plane, sound brings us up through the lower chakras, using body, movement, will, and breath, into resonance and harmony, information and understanding. It is the prime transmitter of consciousness itself. Although sound may be the primordial ingredient of existence, it is consciousness, created from its vibrational impact, that creates and maintains the very web of life. Chakra 6. Seeing our way through. Sixth chakra at a glance. Element, light. Name, ajna, to perceive and command. Purpose, pattern recognition. Issues, image, intuition, imagination, visualization, insight, dreams, vision. Color, indigo. Location, forehead, brow, carotid plexus, third eye. Identity, archetypal. Orientation, self-reflection. Demon, illusion. Developmental stage, adolescence. Developmental task, establishment of personal identity, ability to perceive patterns. Basic rights, to see. Balanced characteristics, intuitive, perceptive, imaginative, good memory, good dream recall, able to think symbolically, able to visualize. Traumas and abuses. What you see doesn't go with what you're told. Invalidation of intuition and psychic occurrences. Ugly or frightening environment. War zone. Violence. Deficiency. Insensitivity. Poor vision. Poor memory. Difficulty seeing future. Lack of imagination. Difficulty visualizing. Poor dream recall. Denial. Can't see what is going on. Monopolarized. One true right and only way. Excess. Hallucinations. Delusions. Obsessions. Difficulty concentrating. Nightmares. Physical malfunctions. Headaches. Vision problems. Healing practices. Create visual art. Visual stimulation. Meditation. Psychotherapy. Coloring and drawing. Art therapy. Working with memory. Connecting image with feeling. Dream work. Hypnosis. Guided visualizations. Past life regression therapy. Affirmations. I see all things in clarity. I am open to the wisdom within. I can manifest my vision. Shades of indigo. If consciousness fails, the images sink back again into the dark, into nothingness, and everything remains as if unhappened. But if it succeeds in grasping the meaning of the images, a transformation takes place, and not merely of consciousness, but strangely enough, of the unconscious as well. There is an activation of the nothingness, and Yella Yaffa. Monica's image of herself was a shocking contrast to the person who sat in front of me. A stunningly attractive woman. She was graceful, articulate, and dynamic. I found her immediately likable. So I was surprised to find that she felt lonely and isolated, unable to find a partner or close friend. Contrary to my impression, her self-image was abhorrent. She avoided social gatherings because she was, in her own words, so obscenely fat that she was embarrassed to appear in public. This, of course, kept her home alone on weekends, ironically, eating her heart out to fill her loneliness. Monica carried a mere 20 pounds above the popular ideal of women's bodies. Yet to her, the extra curves weighed far more than that. Try as she might to fit the image that popular culture had programmed into her consciousness, she could not. The mere effort of doing so pulled her out of her natural self, overriding the basic messages of the body. Every Saturday night, her body staged a food rebellion, sabotaging her attempts to force it into submission. Despite her efforts to diet and become slim, her body followed the image she held of the fat girl, which was fast becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. She was convinced that no one would have the slightest interest in an overweight woman, and her isolation became false proof that her theory was correct. The vicious cycle of giving up her natural self to fit an outer image she could not achieve plunged her into shame, reinforcing the negative image that perpetuated the whole cycle. She was a victim of the image syndrome. Stuart also complained about loneliness. Unlike Monica, his self-image was not particularly negative, but his image of an acceptable girlfriend fit only the narrowest of possibilities. He was unable to see beauty in women of various shapes, sizes, or ages, and would have confirmed Monica's belief system entirely had they ever met. As a result, the women who were attracted to Stuart were rejected from the start as unsuitable. In fact, to hear him talk, it was as if they did not even exist as he constantly cried, "Nobody loves me." When I pointed out to him that many women were interested in him, Stuart replied that they didn't count. The idealized women of Stuart's imagination were more real to him than anyone he might meet. William was able to create a reality that matched the image he carried. He had a prestigious, well-paying job, an attractive wife and home, kept his body in good shape, and lived up to the image he had adopted for himself in every way he could. Still, William was unhappy. As he grew older, there were emotional stirrings within that kept sabotaging his perfect image. His marriage showed signs of strain. He was starting to drink too much, and he lived daily with the angst that he could neither name nor overcome. William was living his image instead of his true self, living by outer direction instead of inner feelings. Having successfully followed his illusion to fruition, he was now experiencing a rude awakening at the midpoint of his life. As he looked beneath the surface, he discovered he was totally mystified about who he really was. He needed to learn a whole new way of seeing in order to recognize the person that dwelt within. Each of these stories is about what can happen when consciousness gets wrapped around an image. While the issues described contain other chakra dynamics as well, each of these people needed to confront the discrepancy between image and reality and learn to see at a deeper level. When our illusory images are reinforced by the culture at large, this becomes very difficult to do. We are bombarded daily by images that tell us how to look, how to feel, how to behave, what to buy, where to go, and even what to see. We drive down the freeway without noticing the billboards of slim ladies and muscled men holding cigarette packs, even though our mind is unconsciously programmed with these pictures. As I write this, my son is glued to the TV. He is being programmed with the values inherent in the shows he watches, which compete with our attempts to influence his conscious mind in other ways. Our thinking process is believed to be 90% visual. The images around us parade through our fantasies and dreams, our conscious mind and our unconscious behavior, affecting all that we see and do. They distort the nature of what we see, creating illusions that we then take for reality. What light can we shine through the sixth chakra to illuminate this problem? I like to think of the sixth chakra as a metaphoric stained glass window through which the light of consciousness shines on its way to manifestation. When the sun shines through colored glass, it projects the image of the stained glass on whatever solid surface it hits. The light of consciousness shines through the pictures we hold in our minds, shaping what we create. These images are also filters through which we see things, sometimes distorting our perceptions. Stuart projected his inability to love upon the women he met. Monica created a self-image out of her basic shame. William was outgrowing his false self, and his image was shattering like glass. The awakening of consciousness requires clearing the third eye of illusion so we can see what is within and around us without distortion. The Sanskrit name for this chakra, ajna, means both to perceive and to command. We see images with our physical eyes, but the third eye center holds those images in memory, which can distort our perceptions. From these perceptions, we command our reality. Unfolding the petals. Basic issues of the sixth chakra. Pattern recognition, archetypes, symbols, images, dreams, intuition, transcendence, vision, clairvoyance, illusion. Opening the third eye. Psychic development cannot be accomplished by intention and will alone. It needs the attraction of the symbol. C.G. Jung. As we enter the brow chakra, we look back at the steps behind us with new vision. Adding indigo to our ever-expanding bridge, we now have enough colors to see that we are, indeed, building a rainbow. Once we see what the pattern is becoming, we can intuit the steps necessary to complete it. Our sight gives us guidance. We can see where we have been, where we are now, and predict where we are going. This consciousness lets us know what to do, which explains why the sense of sight is classically related to the third chakra, even though the sixth chakra is about seeing. Without vision, our actions are mere impulses, but with vision, they become creative acts of will in the service of transformation. The element of this chakra is light, a higher and faster vibration than that of sound in the chakra below. Through light, we are blessed with the ability to see, to take in from a distance the shape and form of things around us. This miraculous act of seeing is the basic function of this chakra, but this implies far more than seeing with our physical eyes. Physical perception tells us that something exists, but only the inner sight can tell us what it is. While our physical eyes are the organs of outer perception, the sixth chakra relates to the mystical third eye, the organ of inner perception. The third eye witnesses the internal screen where memory and fantasy, images and archetypes, intuition and imagination intertwine on endless display. By watching the contents on this screen, we create meaning and bring it to consciousness. The purpose of the sixth chakra is to see the way and bring the light of consciousness to all that exists within and around us. Pattern recognition. The eyes are the gateways to the soul. William Shakespeare. We see the way by learning to recognize patterns. Patterns reveal the identity of a thing, what it is for, how to relate to it. Too often, we look at something only until we recognize the pattern, and then we stop. We see someone coming toward us from across the street. We look at the hair, the body, the walk, trying to distinguish the pattern until we see who it is. We say, "Oh, that's Kevin," at which point we often stop taking in new information. Opening the third eye allows us to continue to look. We see beyond and perceive even deeper patterns and meanings. Pattern recognition is like playing a game of connect the dots. At first, we see only a jumble of dots and numbers on the page. But as we make connections between the dots, an image forms. Even before all the dots are connected, we can guess the image because we recognize it. At a critical point in the assembling of information, the incomplete pattern reveals the whole. While each of our chakras brings us information, it is the task of Chakra 6 to assemble that information into meaningful patterns. This self-reflection leads to self-knowledge and wholeness. Pattern recognition requires the ability to see simultaneously into past, present, and future. When your friend launches into an all-too-familiar tirade about how he hates his job, you can predict what he is likely to say next because you've heard it all before. As a result, you may stop listening to him and might not even notice if he says something new. We take information from the past and project it onto the future. Recognition can shut off the possibility of new information, or it can spare us an experience we would rather avoid. Our interpretation of the pattern will decide which we choose. If I find myself in a relationship that reveals a dynamic I have been in before, I do not need to continue the whole relationship to find out what's likely to happen. I can choose to remove myself from the distant or deceitful lover as soon as the pattern becomes clear. Once we recognize a pattern, we can intuit what it will become and guide our actions accordingly. This is the beginning of wisdom. In the recognition of patterns, we find our way to insight. Insight is the ability to see within, the aha of recognizing a pattern, seeing where it relates to the larger picture, seeing what it means. It is within the self that the information from our experiences has been gathering and is stored in our memory. It is only by seeing within that we can cross-reference that information and recognize meaningful patterns. Each time we recognize a pattern, we move toward wholeness. This wholeness has an identity, which gives it both meaning and purpose. Opening the third eye allows us to see the big picture, transcend our egocentricity, and find the deeper meaning inherent in all things. As inner sight develops, illusions are shattered, dreams are integrated, clarity begins, and consciousness extends yet another step beyond what was available through the lower 5 chakras alone. We now access the broad vision that enables us to see our way toward completion. Illusion. We don't see things as they are. We see things as we are. Anais Nin. In perceiving patterns, we often run into illusion, the demon of the 6th chakra. Illusion wrests our consciousness from open-minded perception, fixing it upon a frozen image. An illusion is a static image, displaced in the stream of time, and is for that reason unreal. The illusion I hold of how something should be is usually an image of what it currently is not. My attachment to it pulls me out of present time, where I might see realistically. My fixation on my body 10 pounds thinner fails to appreciate my body the way it is now. My illusion of how a relationship should be makes me criticize all the places my relationship falls short of that image, and I fail to see the meaning these issues might have for me. The 3 people described at the beginning of this chapter were all suffering from illusion, fixated in an image that kept them from living clearly and authentically. Illusions are held in place by an investment of psychic energy. When we fixate on an image, everything becomes food for its embellishment. If we think someone dislikes us, we take the slightest disharmony as proof. A hypochondriac takes the slightest ache as proof of illness. When we invest in an illusion, it ties up our energy and perpetuates the attachment. The more we are attached, of course, the more energy we need to invest. And it is here that we run into the danger of obsession. Since illusion does not feed back the energy we invest, it does not bring satisfaction or completion and, like an addiction, continues to lure us into its false promises. Anya escaped the unpleasant dramas of her family by reading romance novels as she grew up. Without consciously realizing it, she had adopted the illusion of the love affair that leads to the happily ever after model of marriage. As an adult, she invested all of her time and energy into her husband and family, never considering that the marriage might not last. And she was so invested in this image, she could not afford to look at the serious shortcomings of her marriage. She was in denial about her husband's abuse of herself and her children, and this denial pushed her to invest ever more energy in trying to please him, hiding the abuse from her friends, and maintaining the outer image of a happy family. As this investment took away from her social life and her financial viability, it became even more important to uphold the marriage, and her denial deepened. She obsessed about her husband constantly, always thinking about his needs at the expense of her own. Maria was abandoned by her father and was left with an angry mother. To make it worse, her father returned and left again several times before he finally disappeared forever. Maria can remember the time she spent, as a child, gazing out the window, watching for his car and wondering if he was ever coming back. Eventually, she recognized the pattern and realized that, even if he appeared once in a while, he was gone for good. Now an adult, Maria obsesses about her boyfriend abandoning her. No matter how much he assures her of his intentions, she interprets the slightest withdrawal as a sign that it's over, superimposing a past pattern on the present situation. Sometimes she feels compelled to drive by where he works, just to see his car, as if the presence of the car gives her reassurance. Both the car and the abandonment are illusions through which she tries to find some homeostasis. When illusion is fed by a 6th chakra excess, it becomes obsession or delusion. Obsessions fix an unusual amount of energy on a particular issue. Delusion assembles elaborate illusions around a central theme. Removed from the grounded connection of the 1st chakra, the upper chakras spin wildly, like an engine with the clutch disengaged. Lots of activity with no forward movement. The more we invest in an illusion, the harder it is to let go of it. The investment seals the energy into the illusion, giving it archetypal proportions. Sealed in, we are trapped into repetitive cycles that keep us from true understanding. Archetypes. Psychologically, the archetype as an image of instinct is a spiritual goal toward which the whole nature of man strives. C.G. Jung. The archetype, a precipitate of all human experience, lies in the unconscious, whence it powerfully influences our life. To release its projections, to raise its contents into consciousness, becomes a task and a duty. Yolanda Jacobi. The unconscious, as the totality of all archetypes, is the deposit of all human experience right back to its remotest beginnings. Not, indeed, a dead deposit, a sort of abandoned rubbish heap, but a living system of reactions and aptitudes that determine the individual's life in invisible ways. Archetypes are simply the forms which the instincts assume. C.G. Jung. As bits of information assemble and begin to reveal the identity of the whole, we enter the world of archetypes. If we see a cat when connecting the dots, we recognize it because we have seen cats before. It may be a black cat or a tiger, a skinny kitten or a tailless manx, but all fall into the same archetypal category of cat. The archetype is a composite of images and experiences that are constellated by a common theme. Archetypes are like morphogenetic fields that shape our understanding. Like the strange attractors of chaos theory, they cannot be seen directly, but are apparent in the events of our lives. Someone who is chronically driven to self-sacrificing benevolence may be overly influenced by the positive aspects of the Great Mother archetype. Someone who lives in fear of being devoured by women may be suffering from the negative side of this archetype, the terrible mother. Stuart was so seduced by his inner anima archetype that his fantasy woman possessed his heart, and no real woman could compete. Archetypes can be symbolically represented by what is called the archetypal image. When an archetypal image is not fully integrated into the ego, then we are subject to illusion. For example, the hero archetype represents the quest to achieve something extraordinary. William's drive toward success was a partial reflection of the hero's quest, but his ego was so fused with an image of conformity that it negated the possibility of anything extraordinary. As a result, his success had a feeling of emptiness and left his soul thirsting for deeper meaning. Sorting out this difference allowed William to access the deeper archetypal energy of the hero in a conscious way and orient his life toward more soul-fulfilling achievement. Each of the chakras can be correlated to an archetype, as shown in Figure 6.1, which is found in the bonus PDF. In addition, each chakra has the archetypal energy of its associated element: earth, water, fire, air, sound, light, and thought. The chakra system itself is a still larger archetypal pattern, similar to Jung's archetype of wholeness, the self. Jung saw the totality of the self as the central archetype of order in the psyche, the formative principle of individuation. Individuation itself is also an archetypal process, and though it differs from person to person, there are common elements that comprise the archetypal pattern. The process of individuation mirrors the unfolding of the chakras, where we reclaim the shadow, establish our autonomy, integrate our anima and animus, express our individuality, recognize our archetypal influences, and integrate all these elements into a greater wholeness. To recognize an archetypal energy is to recognize its pattern and meaning, and then guide ourselves accordingly. To recognize the pattern of individuation, or chakra unfolding, as it occurs in our lives, allows us to see where we are heading, and what we need to do to get there. Thus, insight directs action. In the sixth chakra, we move into an archetypal identity. This identity is gained through the recognition of images and symbols that appear in our lives through dreams, imagination, art, relationships, or situations. Recognizing the archetypal significance of these symbols brings us into a larger spiritual framework. We enter a broader context of understanding and a deeper recognition of who we are and what our purpose is. This is the essential work of developing our archetypal identity. Alexandra was having difficulty dealing with the loss of vitality and libido that sometimes accompanies menopause. She continually felt like she was dying and gradually withdrew from her outer life. When I compared her process to the archetypal experience of journeying to the underworld, the mythical land of death and rebirth, as represented by the Greek myth of Persephone, or the Sumerian myth of Inanna, it made it easier for her to cope. She could give her experience a meaning beyond her immediate suffering. She could accept it as an inward journey that had a beginning, an end, and a sacred purpose, as part of the quest for deeper wholeness and self-reclamation. Since the archetypes are embedded in a larger field, they carry a numinous energy. When we encounter them, we may feel a strong psychic charge, imbuing everything around us with great significance. They also carry a meaning and a purpose that dictate smaller details within. If we see ourselves the archetype of a teacher, healer, mother, father, or artist, we are gaining, with that recognition, an inherent set of instructions and energy. Although some of those instructions may direct us to more information, it is the archetype itself that really directs us. A pregnant woman, knowing she is going to be a mother, reads books on raising children or takes birthing classes. She also has within her certain instinctual responses toward mothering that appear on their own when she gives birth. A healer trains himself in his disciplines, finds others in his trade, and seeks out those in need. But the healer also has a certain innate sense of health and disease and an attraction to the art that may be recognized throughout his life. A visual artist sees the world in terms of color and shadow, shape and composition, using her creative identity to make archetypal statements with her art. The instructions embedded within an archetypal energy not only give us meaning, but also direction. The archetypal identity we acquire at this level becomes, for better or worse, a mode of perception. The healer and the artist look for different details on the same situation. We might ask then, is the archetype not just another illusion or distortion of our ability to truly see? It can be, but in recognizing the archetype, it becomes possible to recognize the filter as well and correct our perceptions accordingly. Knowing that I over-identify with the positive aspects of the mother archetype, I can see the denial of my own shadow. I can recognize the program that says I have to be there all the time for each and every demand. I have a name for it, a way of perceiving it, a means for understanding. I can trace its meaning through my past to my own mother, to her mother, and on back through time. In the recognition of my archetypal influences, I am freer to create new behavior. Without recognition, I am not even aware that I am making choices. My current behavior seems the only option. Knowing our archetypal influences helps clarify our modes of perception. It clarifies our purpose in life and attracts the things we need in order to fulfill that purpose. It also keeps us from being unconsciously ruled by the archetype and makes its energy available to us for our growth. The archetype then becomes an ally rather than an invisible dictator. Unconscious subroutines in our behavior and belief systems are fueled by archetypal energies. Jung called these subroutines complexes. They are the things we habitually do or think, even though we may know better, such as compulsively going off our diet time and again, being hurtfully critical of our children, sabotaging our relationships when they are going well, or avoiding success when it is just around the corner. Complexes are always formed around an archetypal matrix, and becoming aware of this matrix helps us break the cycle. William found that even after he realized he had been following an image, he could not let go of his perfectionism. Intellectually, he could see that it was not necessary to maintain the image, but emotionally, he was terrified to let go of it. As a rigid/achiever, he carried a deep need to impress his father. Even though his father was no longer living, the archetypal father energy within his psyche still drove his feelings and behavior. As he individuated from his actual father and claimed his own expression of the father archetype, he could loosen his father's rigid influence on his behavior. The archetypal level is simultaneously immanent and transcendent. It is immanent when we experience it as something inside that we bring forth from within ourselves. Even if we do not recognize an archetype, it can still be a constellating force in our behavior. A wife who unconsciously resonates with the archetype of the lover may repeatedly have affairs on the side. The archetypal artist is often miserable in a structured job. A childless woman possessed by the mother archetype will continually take care of others, even to her own detriment. Bringing our archetype to consciousness helps us embrace its energy in a conscious way. An archetype is transcendent in that it resonates with a larger metastructure, similar to the way our bodies are embedded in the physical world. We are not the only healer in the world, as the tradition of healers goes back to the beginning of human life. We are not the first to become a father. Our image of father, from our own father, to all the fathers we have known through friends, movies, and literature, brings us information about how to be a father. The archetype of the mother exists all around us, from the ancient goddesses to women comparing detergent on television commercials. An archetype has many forms of manifestation, but behind each is a common concept. The archetype is transcendent because it is bigger than we are. It is immanent because it is an element of who we are, yet only one element, as we may embody several archetypes at once. We may be both artist and father, trickster and lover, mother and child. Archetypes may fight within us as the perpetual child fights the responsibilities of parenthood, or as the lover who desires connection fights with the hermit who wants to be alone. In these apparent contradictions, it is important to find a way to honor each of the archetypal energies that cry for recognition. Rejecting them only sends them to the shadow realm where we energize the archetype's negative side. Then the good mother becomes the bad mother, angry and resentful of her children if she does not get the freedom she needs. The lover becomes distant and moody if he does not get the time alone that he needs. Archetypal energies are found at the core of all mythology and religion, imbued with a powerful energy that resonates deep in our psyches. Embracing the archetype is a spiritual experience and opens us up to the spiritual states associated with the upper chakras: Christ, Buddha, and Pan, Aphrodite, Isis, and Mother Mary. All are archetypal principles that resonate not only within the forces of nature around us, but also with deep elements of our own psyche. In this resonance, the archetype holds great power. Over time, archetypes get invested with collective psychic energy and strongly influence the culture. Our best access to archetypal understanding and to the development of our archetypal identity is through the awareness and integration of symbols. Image as symbol. Archetype is concentrated psychic energy, and symbol provides the mode of manifestation by which the archetype becomes discernible. We can never encounter an archetype, only its symbol. Edward Whitmont. We enter the symbolic realm as we move above the heart chakra. Our language is made of sound symbols, and our letters represent those sounds. In the visual realm, symbols speak to us as representations of powerful archetypal energies. We see them in our fantasies and dreams. We wear them in our jewelry, scribble them on our notes, and use them in our logos. Symbols are an immediate, whole-brain way of communicating about deep, archetypal energies. Symbols are the means through which the mind perceives archetypal energy. Likewise, archetypes, which are by definition non-physical templates for psychic energy, become integrated into consciousness through symbols. Symbols emerge when we recognize a pattern. Spirit does not always speak to us in verbal language, but has a more archetypal language spoken through symbols. If we are to develop an archetypal identity, then we must learn the language of symbols. Symbols emerge from the unconscious through dreams and fantasies, creation of art, and chance encounters. As I began work on this chapter, I started a period of purification where I cleared interruptions and stepped up some of my spiritual practices. 2 days later, I found a complete 5-foot snakeskin at the edge of my garden, which confirmed that I was, indeed, shedding my old skin in the service of transformation. The fact that it appeared in my garden, a place where I cultivate the growing of things, brought me another symbol to contemplate. What do I want to cultivate in my life? What have I cultivated in the past that I want to leave behind? When snakes first begin to shed their skin, there is a period when it slides over their eyes and they are unable to see very well. Once the skin has been shed, a new clarity returns. This reflected the period I had just gone through, where I was unsure of my voice and anxiously seeking my clarity. Finally, the snake is a symbol of the Kundalini energy that runs through the chakras, and as I entered the final chapters of this book, my internal Kundalini is entering a new level. The skin now sits on my personal altar, which displays many symbols of things I want to honor and bring into my life. This is a small example of how to work with symbols that appear in life. The most potent source of these symbols is our dreams. Dreams. The whole creation is essentially subjective, and the dream is the theater where the dreamer is at once seen, actor, prompter, stage manager, author, audiences, and critic. C.G. Jung. The dream is a little hidden door in the innermost and most secret recesses of the soul, opening into that cosmic night which was psyche long before there was any ego consciousness, and which will remain psyche no matter how far our ego consciousness may extend. All consciousness separates, but in dreams, we put on the likeness of that more universal, truer, more eternal man dwelling in the darkness of primordial night. There he is still the whole, and the whole is in him, indistinguishable from nature and bare of all egohood. C.G. Jung. Dreams link the conscious and unconscious mind. Thus they link the lower and upper chakras, which are crucial both to our awakening as conscious individuals and to the connection of that consciousness with the dynamic ground of earth and nature. Dreams speak to us in the symbolic mode of the upper chakras, but what they symbolize is the connection between our lower processes, instincts, feelings, and impulses, and the larger archetypal world of spirit. Dreams unlock the mystery that unites soul and spirit, individual and universal, into a dynamic and synthesized whole. They are a sixth chakra contribution to the goal of realization, which will comprise our final step on the Rainbow Bridge. Dreams present alternatives to ordinary reality. In order to have vision, imagination, clairvoyance, and insight, we need to be able to think in new and creative ways. Dreams open the way for us to see things in a new light, revealing hidden feelings and understandings, desires and needs, rejected selves, unused talents, and missing pieces of our wholeness. They are often profoundly irrational images that uproot the conscious mind and open it to something larger. Dreams often bring us answers to problems that our conscious mind could not solve, and so become powerful spiritual teachers. Many scientific and technological discoveries are made through dreams, where answers to the problems appear in symbolic form. Mendeleev conceived of the periodic table of the elements in an afternoon dream he had after falling asleep to the precise arrangement of chamber music. Niels Bohr dreamed of racehorses traveling on a track and was inspired to build his model of the atom with orderly orbits of subatomic particles. The invention of the sewing machine was crystallized by a dream where cannibals poked its inventor with spears that had holes in the points, bringing the essential key that had eluded inventors for 50 years. Dreams are representations of our inner world as it struggles with the demands of the outer one. Dreams are the psyche's way of maintaining homeostasis, of compensating for the lack of balance as we adjust our lives to external realities. They communicate essential information to the conscious mind about our health, relationships, work, growth, and almost any other area in which we might inquire. Jeremy Taylor tells the story of a woman, Barbara, who dreamed she opened a purse that was full of rotting meat. Her dream group worried that the purse represented her uterus and that she might have cancer. With no prior physical symptoms, the dream image resonated enough to make her go in for a checkup. The first one revealed nothing, but egged on by the dream, she sought another opinion. She did, indeed, have cancer, and was able to remedy the situation just in time. Had she waited any longer, she was told it would have been too late. Dreams are a primary experience of transcendent consciousness. In dreams, there is no linear time or limitation to logical space. We can fly upside down, or can be on a mountain one minute and in the office the next. Dreams take us beyond the limits of the body, where physical ability is no longer a consideration. Dreams may also bring us into the body by giving us symbolic information about its needs, or by allowing us to practice movements and feelings that are denied our body in waking life. Thus, dreams are an essential link between somatic and transcendent experience. Dreams have fascinated philosophers and psychologists for millennia. As a healing force for the evolution of consciousness, they will be explored again when I talk about healing through the sixth chakra. In order to understand dreams, we must be able to embrace symbols as representations of archetypal energy and use our intuition to find their meaning. Intuition. Intuition is a leap toward wholeness from fragmentation. Intuition is the unconscious recognition of pattern. It is one of the 4 functions of Jungian typology, the others being sensation and feeling, related to the first 2 chakras, and thinking, which relates to chakra 7. Intuition, like energy in the lower chakras, is basically passive. Those who try to force intuition know full well it does not behave according to will, but rather by a process of openness and receptivity. The development of intuition enhances our psychic abilities and is a central function of chakra 6. If we are shut off from our unconscious process and live almost entirely in our conscious mind, then our intuition will be underdeveloped and become what Jung calls an inferior function. Without intuition, we cannot grasp the whole or the essence of something. We cannot surrender to the resonance of a more immediate truth and understanding than that which is available to us through the rational, conscious mind. Since intuition is passive, it requires surrender, just as opening to the elements of earth and water requires a surrender to gravity and flow. We need intuition to embrace the mystery that opens us to the larger cosmic world. We live in a culture that favors logic over intuition. As children, we are not taught to value our intuition, and our hunches are often discounted if we cannot logically defend our reasoning. As a result, we often discount our own hunches because we do not believe we could actually know things through non-logical means. This internal invalidation suppresses our psychic abilities. The rational mind, the ratio, to count, thinks in pieces. One piece follows another, leading us logically from one thought to the next. While the rational mind may synthesize a whole from its individual pieces, it is poorly suited for grasping larger wholes on an immediate, experiential level. To grasp concepts of cosmic and transcendent consciousness, the realms associated with the upper chakras, we must have a more direct means of perception. This is the purpose of intuition. Sri Aurobindo has described intuition as the flash of a match in the darkness. For one brief moment, the whole room comes to light. We can see its size and shape, and the furniture and objects within it as an immediate whole experience. The flash of intuition is a momentary illumination of the psyche that reveals its underlying wholeness. As we grow in awareness, especially through meditation practices, we learn to sustain these illuminated moments for longer and longer periods. Clairvoyance. The body itself is a screen to shield and partially reveal the light that's blazing inside your presence. Rumi. Sixth chakra development opens us to the possibilities of clairvoyance, which means clear seeing. Clairvoyance opens inner sight to non-physical planes, allowing us to see auras and chakras, past and future events. It begins with the development of intuition, and is a matter of learning to focus internal attention on something long enough to illuminate its patterns. As we gain awareness of our own conscious process, We gain the ability to focus that awareness where we choose. Once we find our own light, we can shine that light on whatever we wish to see. Spiritual growth often requires us to break free of established patterns. This can be frightening, so frightening, in fact, that many people never attempt it at all, preferring instead to cling to the familiar realms of the lower chakras. How do we maintain our ground in the face of the unknown territory of transformation? We rely on intuition. Intuition then becomes the ground of the transpersonal psyche. It makes the unknown knowable. Clairvoyance, like intuition, is developed through a conscious surrender to the unconscious mind. We must let go of preconceived notions and allow the integrating power of the self to move us toward wholeness. Developing clairvoyance requires trust, practice, opening to the inner feelings, voices, and images that come unbidden into our consciousness. Transcendent function. For in transcending the opposites by uniting them in himself, the symbol maintains psychic life in a constant flux and carries it onward toward its destined goal. Tension and release, as an expression of the living movement of the psychic process, are enabled to alternate in a constant rhythm. Yolanda Jacobi. It is important at this point to take another look at our chakra structure and see where we are. As we pass the neck and enter the head, we transcend the physical world of time and space and enter the non-physical, symbolic realm of the mind. Chakras 6 and 7 together correspond to the areas that Jung called the supraconscious, or that others have called transcendent, transpersonal, or cosmic consciousness. The lower two chakras were the realm of instincts and the unconscious mind, which flowed with gravity according to their own nature. At Chakra 3, we awaken to an egoic consciousness, a sense of separate self with a will to resist or direct the instinctual flow. Chakras 3, 4, and 5 are largely run by that egoic consciousness as it interacts with the outer world and integrates experience on the inner planes. Refer to figure 0.8 in the bonus PDF. The realm of transpersonal consciousness is a realm that is beyond both ego and instincts, yet reflects and combines both. In this reflection, we can see that Chakra 6 and 7 are the mental mirrors of the lower and middle realms, respectively. Chakra 6 symbolically reflects the unconscious, while Chakra 7 is the realm of conscious understanding. Chakra 7 is the central processing unit, CPU, that finds meaning in the images Chakra 6 brings forth from the lower realms and incorporates them into an ever-growing body of understanding. The ancient tantric texts that depict the chakras show their nadis, channels of energy, as figure 8 patterns that wrap around the chakras. The two nadis, Ida and Pingala, said to be the polar opposites, solar and lunar, masculine and feminine, begin at the first chakra and meet again at the sixth, polarizing each of the chakras in between and contributing to their spin. Refer to figure 6.2 in the bonus PDF. The fact that they meet in Chakra 6 tells us that both dualities are present and united before the energy moves to the transcendent, non-dualistic nature of the crown chakra. Therefore, Chakra 6 is the ground in which dualities meet and become transformed. Among these are the dualities of conscious and unconscious. Since the upper two chakras are associated with the realm of transcendent consciousness, they transcend the limitations of time and space, so important to the body, and their scope moves beyond the purely personal to a more universal, cosmic realm where awareness fuses diverse elements of experience into a unified whole. Transcendent function is a term used by Jung to describe the psyche's ability to reconcile and synthesize opposites through the use of symbols. When this occurs, we have a transformation of attitude. We move from a smaller place of either-or, in which there is internal conflict, contradiction, and repression, to a larger perspective that widens our vision. In technical terms, the purpose of the transcendent function is to resolve the thesis of pure nature and its antithesis of the opposing ego into the synthesis of conscious nature. In other words, we resolve the struggle between the conscious ego and the repressed instincts by a synthesis that includes both. Once resolution has occurred, we can use the energy of our instincts consciously and harmoniously, and stop being used by them, The transcendent function, therefore, is less a function of rising above our conflicts than of coming to a perception in which those conflicts resolve into complementary aspects of our wholeness. The transcendent function combines the unconscious aspects of the lower chakras with a vision of wholeness that can be embraced by the conscious mind, and hence the entire self. It brings us to an entirely new vista, an emergence into a larger sphere of understanding. It is the final step in the individuation process, if, indeed, individuation is ever finalized. It is our gateway to the final step across the bridge, the gateway to self-reflection and self-knowledge. Just as mantras were the focusing device of the fifth chakra, symbols are that of the sixth, most specifically the symbol of the mandala. Yogis sometimes practice yantra yoga, the yoga of meditating upon a symbol or mandala as a way of focusing the mind into clarity. Jung interpreted the appearance of mandalas in dreams as resolutions of opposites and symbols of wholeness. As consciousness integrates more and more of its elements into a pattern of wholeness, the balance of opposites within takes its place around the self as center, rather than the ego. The instincts are the center of the unconsciousness, and the ego is the center of the conscious mind. But the self is the archetypal mystery that is at the center of the whole being. It is not a point, not a thing, not a place, but the cohesive force of wholeness, drawing together its various essential parts, much as the sun holds the planets in their orbits. Jung says, with the birth of the symbol, the regression of the libido into the unconscious ceases. Regression changes into progression. Blockage gives way to flowing, and the pull of the primordial abyss is broken. In the creation of the mediating symbol, our major polarities finally crystallize into understanding and lead us into conscious realization. Vision. We participate in the forming of the future by virtue of our capacity to conceive of and respond to new possibilities, and to bring them out of imagination and try them in actuality. Rollo May. The final outcome of working through the sixth chakra, with its archetypes and images, dreams and fantasies, symbols and illusions, is the emergence of a personal vision. As we see more and more of ourselves, we see more deeply into people and situations around us. As we expand our internal picture into a larger, more comprehensive worldview, we inevitably begin to create a vision. This vision can address world problems and how they might be changed for the better, or it may only address something within our own lives. It may be as large as a vision to create a new society, or as focused as one about relating to our spouse differently. It is not the size or scope of the vision that is important, but the ability to see a new way of being. Vision uses imagination to create something that has never been seen before. Its image, held in our mind, becomes the blueprint for our construction of reality. It becomes the new picture, the new stained glass window, through which the light of our consciousness will shine. The inner vision is the strange attractor that shapes the chaotic fluctuations of our lives. What's the difference between vision, a positive aspect of Chakra 6, and illusion, its demon? Both are pictures held in the mind, and both shape our behavior. But vision leads us forward and illusion holds us back. A vision is a possibility, a goal to aspire us, constantly changing and evolving. We know a vision isn't real, and yet we believe in its potential. An illusion tends to be held as a certainty and forced into place. Something we believe is real and unchangeable. An illusion binds the energy. A vision consciously directs it. It takes vision to rebuild our rainbow bridge, to lead a life rich with meaning and purpose. It takes vision, both personal and collective, to change the many dysfunctional aspects of our world that keeps us enmeshed, trapped, and disengaged. Vision is an essential part of the healing process. No matter how abstract or specific our vision is, it can only begin with changes we make in our own lives. To create change, we need to be able to imagine it. We need an image, symbol, or sign that can steer the psychic energy of consciousness and activity toward a new manifestation. We need a shaper of reality, a goal for the future that draws forth its need from the present. With this image in consciousness, the unformed chaos of our lives takes shape. With the healing of the sixth chakra, we are able to create vision. We are able to form, consciously, the path to the future and liberate ourselves from the grips of the past. Our vision makes the difference. Growing the lotus. Developmental formation of the sixth chakra at a glance. Age. Adolescence. Tasks. Independence, originality. Needs and issues. Self-reflection. Freedom and responsibility. Identity versus role confusion. Man's need to understand the world and his experience in it symbolically, as well as realistically, may be noted early in the lives of many children. It is the root of all creativity, fed by the power of initially imperceptible archetypes, working from out of the depths of the psyche and creating the realm of the spiritual. Yolanda Jacobi. A child's imagination is almost constantly engaged. Uncluttered from fixed knowledge about the way things are, their imagination is free to explore new possibilities. In their innocence, children often see clearly to the heart of things, free from the illusions of how things should be, freer to perceive them as they are. The innumerable what-ifs that delight childhood curiosity openly explore possibilities as they try to decipher the patterns that influence their lives. This is spirit moving toward its natural goal of liberation and understanding. It is essential to support this imaginative creativity if the child is to remain open to the expansion of his or her own spirit. Pattern recognition is a skill that develops throughout life, from the recognition of mother's face to the trance-like dance of family roles. The assimilation of patterns moves from the simple to the complex. Each pattern perceived tells us something about ourselves and something about the world around us. Each piece becomes part of the inner matrix of understanding that is constantly forming as we learn and grow. This is an innate process of human consciousness that is always engaged at some level. So what marks the specific development of the sixth chakra? The ability to think symbolically and abstractly. For Piaget, this is the period of formal operations, age 12 and up, where a child becomes more concerned with form than content, and where he begins to think like a scientist, to reason and philosophize about his life. At this stage, a child can reason about something he has not actually experienced. He can live in the symbolic realm. This awakening occurs when we realize that all we perceive is not necessarily about us, and there are greater patterns beyond the high school social club, the family, or even the community. Strangely enough, this also creates a need to further define oneself as we adjust our ego to this larger vista and to the adolescent's rapidly changing physical body. It seems that the further the child can reach beyond himself, the more uncertain he becomes about his own identity. Erikson marks adolescence at the stage where identity versus role confusion becomes the dominant concern. At this time, there is an increased search for a meaningful personal identity, because, as we all know, the one mom, dad, or society have crafted is usually unacceptable. A meaningful personal identity at this stage needs to have epic proportions. It needs to resonate with the self in a powerful way and take that self someplace larger. It needs to give direction to the powerful surge of energy that occurs when physical growth tapers off and sexual energy ripens. The energy previously used by the organism for physical growth that does not express itself sexually now moves into mental development. In the search for a meaningful identity, we often see adolescents engage in a kind of archetypal hero worship. Boys worship baseball stars or archetypal figures from movies, such as Batman, Jean-Luc Picard, or Rambo. They dye their hair orange and comb it into spikes, shave their heads, or pierce various parts of their anatomy, depending on the trend at the time. Young girls model themselves after fashion models, fantasize about marrying movie stars, or imitate hardline feminists. They try on different roles, as if they were auditioning for a play. And indeed they are. For the next stage of life is beckoning, and it seems we can only be a part of it if we identify which role to play. It is unfortunate that in this culture, the search for personal meaning in terms of archetypes has become so crass. Our children, robbed of the rich archetypal heritage of mythology, are left to find their models from MTV. Rambo has replaced the mythic hero, and Barbie dolls, the spirit of Aphrodite. The entry of the adolescent into the larger community takes place at the mall, while school curricula remains unimaginatively fixated on a rational mode of thinking that does not allow for new identities. Still, the archetypes parade through. Luke Skywalker meets his archetypal teacher, Yoda, and transforms the dark side of his father. Frodo, in Lord of the Rings, inspires pursuit of the hero's quest. These archetypal dramas have a marked impact on the creation of identity in the adolescent, even if their symbolism is not consciously understood. As Erikson has said, in searching for the social values which guide identity, one therefore confronts the problems of ideology and aristocracy. In order not to become cynically or apathetically lost, young people must somehow be able to convince themselves that those who succeed in their anticipated adult world thereby shoulder the obligation of being the best. As imagination constitutes a major pedal in the sixth chakra, the adolescent often scoffs at the older generation's lack of imagination. When mental apparatus opens with an explosion of imagination, Mom and Dad indeed seem pretty square. Never mind that they may have already tried all the things the adolescent finds so new and exciting. The old ways seem much too constricting for the youth as their sixth chakra awakens. They must experiment with their widening realm of possibility. It may seem contradictory that the persona is initially formed at the fourth chakra stage, and yet personal identity becomes so important again in chakra 6. But there is a big difference between them. In the fourth chakra, we form our social personality relatively unconsciously. We imitate what we see around us. We adapt and conform. We do what works, what gets us love and approval. We are not aware of the range of choices that are possible. During the peak of adolescence, there is a reevaluation of the adopted persona. Suddenly, there is a wider range to choose from, and we have creativity from chakra 5 to help us. This time, the choice is relatively conscious. It is less likely to be about pleasing parents, and more about one's identity with peers and cultural icons. It is more future-oriented, changing who we have been to who we want to become. The new identity must have some kind of meaning. The search for this meaning leads us to the 7th chakra. Adult development. In the adult, the awakening of symbolic communication and the embracing of one's archetypal identity usually occur after a midlife crisis, if not in adolescence. Previously adopted roles no longer satisfy, and their dissolution plunges us into unknown depths where clarity and certainty are non-existent. Attachment to a previous identity may have denied other important aspects of ourselves that now taunt us in our dreams and fantasies and force us to open to a larger possibility of being. 6th chakra development is usually referred to as spiritual awakening. We suddenly see with new eyes, experience profound insight, change our perspective and attitude, or receive a vision. It can happen at any time in life, but like the light of most dawns, it is often preceded by darkness. It is darkness that makes us reach into the depths of our soul, beyond where we have been before, in order to create a new reality. It is always darkest before the dawn. Traumas and abuses. Being simultaneously present with body feelings, visual pictures are found welded with somatic states. Retaining and reproducing a visual picture, therefore, means retaining and reproducing a body state. Akhtar Asen. It is only by the distinct power of the intellect that we speak of visualization as something separate from the rest of experience. In truth, our visual process is directly linked with what we feel, think, and express. Seeing something out of the corner of our eye will make us jump or catch our breath. Alluring images can stimulate sexual arousal. Violent images might make us feel nauseous or frightened. If visual memory is so linked with our somatic experience, then it follows that abuses to any of the chakras, to the body, the emotions, one's autonomy, one's heart, or the freedom of expression, will affect the opening of the 6th chakra as well. This is the library where we store the images that link with experience. If it is full of negative experiences, then we may unconsciously censor parts of the library. If the feelings associated with an image or memory are unpleasant, there are only 2 ways to avoid those feelings. We can either repress the memory, or we can disassociate from it. In repression, we close down our perceptive abilities and put blinders on the range of what we see. In dissociation, we inhibit our ability to make sense of the images we see. We strip them of their meaning and value, while our unconscious reactions continue, disconnected from any conscious understanding. Sandra's father repeatedly beat her mother, and Sandra herself was often verbally threatened. Witnessing the violence was enough to convince her to behave flawlessly in order to stay out of trouble. Yet as she witnessed the blows, her own body experienced fear and helplessness. She could not trust her father in his rage, nor could she trust her mother to defend her if the need arose, and her mother obviously failed to defend herself. Sandra was dependent on them for support, and this produced an unbearable contradiction. Since this kind of fear energizes the body for action, yet there was no permissible action she could take, Sandra could only maintain psychic equilibrium by pretending not to see it. She repressed the memory. She instead remembered her father as loving and kind. As an adult, when her husband became violent with her teenage daughter, she failed to take action. When the abuse was later reported by a neighbor, Sandra remained mystified and defensive, emphatically arguing in her husband's defense about what a good man he was and how he loved his daughter. While there may have been elements of his love that were indeed there, she could not see the reality before her. She could not separate the love from the abuse, and instead saw and defended her own illusion. The memory of her father was quite active, buried in Sandra's psyche. She was plagued by dreams of being chased by dark figures, and her body was contracted and small, her voice timid. Her brow was furrowed around the sixth chakra, and she had worn thick glasses since early grammar school. In most respects, she was the ideal mother, doing everything she could for her daughter. But she had closed down a portion of her psyche, which kept her from seeing clearly and from recognizing an important pattern pertinent to her daughter's well-being. Tom, on the other hand, reported horrendous memories from his childhood, as if he were rattling off a laundry list, with obvious dissociation. Tom was highly creative, artistic, and elegant, but had a streak of coldness in his relationships that made one shudder. He failed to understand why his successive partners were always angry with him. He was unaware of the effect his words and actions had on a person, and instead faulted his partner's emotional weakness. His pattern in relationships persisted, unacknowledged and unchanged. He could not see what he could not feel. With repressed memories, we close down our sixth chakra, making it deficient. With dissociation, we lose our ground and the sixth chakra becomes excessive, bombarded with images that clutter up the psyche, but never reach understanding. An environment with daily scenes of suffering makes us close down our sixth chakra, and can even diminish the ability to see with our physical eyes. If someone has worn glasses since childhood, it can be worthwhile to explore what was going on in the family when the vision problems first developed. What was it they did not want to see? What was the contradiction? What is the illusion they carry away with them? And what might be the underlying truth? There are also times when a child is told she did not see what she thought she saw. Daddy's not drunk on the couch, he's just tired. Mommy isn't upset with you, she's just having a bad day. We're a very happy family, and we all love each other very much. These are the kind of illusions that get stated verbally or are acted out by the family in their daily drama. Since contradiction is so difficult for the young child to live with, it is easier for her to deny her own perception. In the recovery process, John Bradshaw talks about moving from the illusion of certainty to the certainty of illusion. Falsely remembering our past as safe and secure might be an illusion of certainty. When we really look back at the events accurately, we often see that this was most certainly an illusion. At this point, there is an awakening of clarity that allows us to see many things about our life from a new perspective. Children are naturally sensitive. In the absence of direct knowledge, they rely on their intuition to assess a situation. A child may sense family secrets, but with no data to back it up, she starts to distrust her intuition. As a result, it does not develop as much as other functions. Shame. Shame produces intense self-scrutiny. Shame-based people feel compelled to look and perform as perfectly as possible at all times. As a result, the vision is turned inward in a paralyzing cycle of self-monitoring and is less available for looking outward. When the eyes do look outward, they often look for clues as to how we're doing, what's wanted of us, whether we're safe. When this self-scrutiny program is lodged in the sixth chakra, it takes up most of the chakra's disk space, blocking new information. In addition, severely shame-based people cannot look you in the eye. When the self is considered basically flawed, we shield our eyes to prevent anyone from seeing in, as if they might see our negative, internalized images. If we cannot meet another's eyes, we can neither see nor be seen accurately. We close the blinds on this essential window to the soul and become psychologically blind as well. Excess and deficiency. Deficiency. What is to give light must first endure burning. Viktor Frankl. If the sixth chakra becomes deficient, then its associated faculties remain undeveloped. There is poor intuitive ability, often with compensating focus on the rational thought process. The person may seem psychically insensitive or head-blind. There is the dinner guest who doesn't notice his hosts are looking at their watches and clearing their throats, hinting that it's time to leave. This is the man who wants a date but cannot ask, and fails to see that the woman next to him is actually flirting. When head-blind, we fail to notice the subtle nuances of mood, often including our own. We might not notice until far too late that we had an intuition that something might not work out. With a deficient sixth chakra, we miss the subtleties of our own process. Refer to figure 6.3 in the bonus PDF. If memory is poor in general, then the sixth chakra may have been closed down for protection. In this case, there may be some repressed memory, and the effort to keep it buried uses up a good portion of the chakra's storage capacity. People with sixth chakra deficiency have difficulty visualizing or imagining things differently. They cannot imagine what the living room would look like painted blue, cannot imagine life other than the way it is, and cannot imagine themselves behaving differently. This person may say, "That's just the way I am," and leave it at that. Difficulty with visualization is also frustrating when trying to follow guided meditations or creative visualizations. Such people will often avoid techniques that employ such practices. If we cannot imagine change, it is less likely to occur. When contents of the unconscious are repressed, it may be difficult to remember one's dreams. We may think we have no dreams, when, in actuality, everyone dreams each night. Or we may be unable to retain our dreams in waking consciousness. Unfortunately, this cuts off an important key to assessing the deeper self. This may be due to a sixth chakra deficiency, or it may simply be that the person is using the sixth chakra so much in their waking life that it is less active at night. If there is difficulty visualizing, imagining, or dreaming, there is more likely to be a strong belief that we see the one true, right, and only way. Monopolarization refers to the state of mind that cannot see the other side. Unable to imagine differences, we must deny or invalidate them. This produces a spiritually closed mind that prefers to remain in the familiar rather than expand into the unknown. If the lower chakras have not provided the security needed to let go, we prefer to stay within the range of the familiar. Of course, much of what we refuse to see comes under the heading of denial. Denial insists that something does not exist, that we do not have a drinking problem, that we are not overly attached to our relationship, that we are happy when we are not, or that the world has no environmental problems. Denial is both personal and collective. In denial, we are held by the demon of illusion, held in a fantasy world that keeps us from having to take action in our lives. Excess. When the image or memory of an event is disconnected from the rest of experience, the energy that is split off is invested in an image. When numerous dissociated images do not get grounded in experience, an excessive condition develops in the sixth chakra. These elements may haunt the person in dreams, appear as obsessive fantasies, or become full-blown delusions or hallucinations. This can run the gamut from mild neurotic annoyance to full-blown psychosis. Refer to figure 6.3 in the bonus PDF. Such people appear to be laboring under the burden of too much psychic input. They will come up and tell you, often with wild darting eyes, what everyone is thinking about them, or that certain events will happen. They may have many visions, but their visions are farsighted, blind to the realities close at hand. This is the person who is going to make a fortune with their new project when they can't even pay this month's rent, or the one who is already fantasizing about their wedding with a person they've only dated a few times. I call it vision blindness, as if the image they see blinds them to everything else. Excess energy in the sixth chakra happens when energy is withdrawn from the lower chakras. Without the grounding that brings limitation and simplicity, a person can get lost in the boundlessness of the upper chakras and have no way to sort it out. They may over-identify with archetypal energies and have too little personal ego to balance it. One may think they are Jesus, Cleopatra, or the next president, but have little awareness of their effect on their closest friends. The archetypal fantasies are used to buffer the weak ego and bring feelings of importance and power. They may discover some element of their past lives and then attribute every current problem to unresolved issues from this memory. I don't get along with Sarah because she was my mother in a past life and tried to kill me because she had too many children. These fantasies may, however, reveal elements of the current issue. As I do psychic readings in my own work, I am constantly amazed and shocked by the power some people give to a psychic reader. I'm usually tipped off to a sixth chakra excess when the person sits down and tells me with wide-eyed seriousness every detail of a former reading, as if it were gospel. The sixth chakra is wide open, without discernment or discrimination. It is important to remain open to psychic, non-rational input, but equally important to rationally sort through it. Lack of discernment reveals poor sixth chakra boundaries, which allow it to become overloaded. This is not to deny the possible value of intuition, past life memories, precognition, telepathy, or any other psychic arts. With sixth chakra excess, however, the ability to discern truth from fantasy becomes impaired. The universality of the sixth chakra opens to the vastness of the astral plane, where anything goes without the testing ground of the lower chakras. This is a dangerous state. The absence of energy in the lower chakras make it easy to come and go from the body, and so this person may indeed be receiving psychic input. This does not mean that all their input is accurate, however, or that the perceived patterns are getting integrated into consciousness. Such people can often become channelers, people who have the ability to leave their body and let other entities come through them. Opinions on the value of channeling vary from person to person. Whether the information channeled is from a separate, discorporate entity, one's unconscious or higher self, or subject to the whim of the imagination, there is no doubt that in some cases, accurate information can come through. There is also no doubt that inaccurate information can come through. As with any psychic activity, there must be a testing ground that sorts through what is said with discrimination. The excessive sixth chakra wants to bypass this process. When one is bombarded by psychic input, it is difficult to concentrate. Intrusive elements distract us when we are trying to think clearly, and they may be accompanied by anxiety, which makes it difficult to sit still and let the mind settle. There is a classic metaphor that describes meditation as analogous to letting a muddy glass of water sit still long enough to let the mud settle and the water become clear. In this analogy, the excessive sixth chakra person is one who cannot afford to let the mud settle. If it did, it might reveal whatever they are trying to repress. Unable to settle, they are unable to ground, and so the psychic energy remains in the upper chakras, looping through the infinite realm of imagination. Having an excessive sixth chakra does not necessarily mean that one is highly developed psychically. Psychic development requires the ability to ground information, discern, decipher, and use it wisely in daily life. Instead, excess is a kind of runaway psychic energy, a car without brakes, a mind that is open but kaleidoscopic. Elements of both. Recurrent nightmares can result from either excess or deficiency. As intrusive elements of consciousness, they can be seen as dissociated fragments rising up from the unconscious that cannot be integrated into waking life. If the chakra is very closed down, It may be that the dreams are attempting to bring the unconscious material to light. Therefore, one must compare the presence of nightmares to other elements of the sixth chakra checklist before determining the state of the chakra. As usual, it is possible to have characteristics that are both excessive and deficient. One may have incredible dream recall, and yet be headblind or have difficulty visualizing in waking life. One may be highly psychic or intuitive and still engage in denial. One may be imaginative, but insensitive to others. Balanced characteristics. Balanced characteristics include intuitive perceptive abilities that enhance one's functioning and the ability to be imaginative and creative. A balanced sixth chakra is able to calm the mind and see clearly, without having personal issues or lower identities in the way. It can think symbolically, imagine different outcomes, and find a guiding vision that gives meaning to life. Restoring the lotus. Healing the sixth chakra. When we do not properly understand but merely reject the mythic consciousness, we deprive ourselves of the possibility of psychic and social integration. The mythic consciousness is as necessary as the mental consciousness. We can ignore these structures at our own peril. Georg Feuerstein. For most people in our culture, sixth chakra work is less a matter of healing than it is of development. As children and young adults, we are not taught to use our intuition, to think mythically or symbolically, or even to believe in the possibilities of psychic awareness. Development of the sixth chakra requires overcoming this bias and disbelief, and then applying focus, practice, and discipline to developing our awareness. Learning to see is a matter of learning how to look, and of having the patience to look long enough to find what we are seeking. As our visual thought process is so intimately linked with the rest of our personal experience, each step in our healing process, whether of body, emotions, mind, or personal relationships, brings clarity to the larger picture we are trying to see. As part of a culture largely disconnected from our ground in the form of earth and body, most of us lack the stable base necessary to effectively open the upper chakras. They remain only partially awakened, and our task at this level, assuming we have done our grounding work, is to stimulate their awakening so they can better serve the integration of the self. As this awakening proceeds, we resolve the contradictions between perception and the rest of experience. When these elements fall into alignment, the flow of the psyche through the chakra system as a whole becomes ever more fluid and dynamic, awake and aware, integrated and whole. Dream work. The most potent place to begin development of the sixth chakra is through dream work. Dreams teach us to think symbolically, to see and integrate what is hidden, and to access the archetypal realm that dwells both within and without. Dream work is a broad topic that deserves volumes of its own. What follows here are some brief guidelines to get you started. The first step in working with dreams is to learn to remember them. If we cannot pull our dreams into waking consciousness in the morning, then we are not successfully getting across this essential link in the bridge, the link between conscious and unconscious. Here are a few suggestions. 1. Make an affirmation as you fall asleep each night that you will remember your dreams. 2. Before you go to sleep, review your day in reverse, starting with the most recent event and moving back through the day to its beginning. 3. When you wake, do not move your position before mentally reviewing the dream in your semi-conscious state. Only when you have reviewed the dream entirely do you let your body move. If you have already rolled over, return to the position you were sleeping in, and the dream may come back. 4. Keep writing implements by your bed, and create the habit of writing down whatever you can remember, even fragments. Once the psyche knows that attention is being paid to dreams, recall usually improves dramatically. 5. Some say supplements such as vitamin B or melatonin increase dream activity and recall. Use of marijuana and alcohol tends to suppress it. Further suggestions. When you write down your dreams, write them in the present tense, such as, I am going down the stairs to the basement. I see a hooded figure coming toward me. I feel scared and want to run, but I can't move. Use as much detail as you can. Describe colors, tastes, sounds, and especially feelings. Draw pictures of symbols and images when possible. Regard the dream as a composite of your own psyche. Each person, animal, or thing in the dream is an aspect of yourself, including inanimate elements such as cars, houses, rocks, bodies of water, tools, or any other strange object that shows up. Cars are often the vehicle we use to move through life, and houses the structure of our psyche. But guard against standard interpretations of symbols, such as those found in dream books. What the dream means to you personally is far more significant. People you recognize from waking life can also symbolize parts of you. Friends, children, partners, parents, or hated enemies especially, can represent aspects of self such as the inner ally, the inner child, the anima or animus, the internalized parent, or the shadow. Shadow elements, dark or scary figures or people we strongly dislike, are best befriended rather than banished or conquered, as they have something to teach us. Ask them why they are there and what they want from you. Your point of view in the dream is known as the dream ego. Examine the state of the dream ego. Is it scared, excited, perplexed, angry? What is the dream ego trying to accomplish in the dream? How is it going about doing this? What is blocking this accomplishment? Set up a dialogue between various parts in the dream. Yes, you can have a dialogue between the dream ego and the toaster, the tree, or the demon that is chasing you. Allow the dream ego to take the part of other elements in the dream, such as the tree you climb upon, the wall that blocks your progress, or the gun that is pointing at you. Finally, it is helpful to share your dreams with others. If you sleep with someone, make a morning ritual of sharing your dreams. Find a dream group who can help you enact your dreams more fully and see aspects you may have missed. Make art from your dreams. Draw pictures, write poetry or stories. Be creative in bringing your dream elements into waking life. You will develop a valuable language with which to communicate both to your deepest self and to the world of spirit. Study mythology. If we are to expand into archetypal understanding and develop our own archetypal identity, we need to have a body of knowledge from which to understand our symbols. Myths are the record of archetypal elements in the human psyche. They reveal the dance of these archetypes on the transpersonal plane of collective consciousness. The stories of the gods and goddesses, mythic heroes, harpies, dragons, snakes, and other totem animals all describe the way archetypal figures have arranged themselves in the field of human consciousness. Knowledge of these stories stimulates our imagination, brings context and connectedness to our healing process, and opens us to a spiritual realm. It is essential for finding deeper meaning in the rest of life. It is also essential for bridging the internal and the external during the 7th chakra step into universal consciousness. Visual art. Many people claim that they have difficulty visualizing, which leaves them at a disadvantage for creative visualization, guided meditation, clairvoyant reading, or trance work. If you are one of these people, do not despair. There is hope. Even if you consider yourself the world's worst artist, you can stimulate your visual thinking process by creating art. The purpose here is not to create something to hang on your wall or give to friends, but to use visual art as a way to tap the unconscious, stimulate visual thinking, and have fun all at the same time. Here are some suggestions for the non-artist. Drawing your chakras. Get a large piece of newsprint and some crayons, chalk, markers, or pens. Go into a meditative state and sense the energy in each chakra, one at a time. Focusing on the first chakra, feel whatever is open or closed, tense or alive, solid or fluid. Then take the colors that you feel best represent the energy inside and draw whatever shapes express the feeling you have there. You might draw big black blocks, yellow swirls, pink circles, or whatever abstract forms seem to best state how you feel in that area of your body and life. Then do the same for the second chakra, placing it above the first on the paper. Repeat for each chakra, and when you are finished, take a look at it. What are the energetic lines that stand out? Are you more open at the top than the bottom? Are you constricted and dense? Or so light that you're hardly there? Are the chakras connected to each other? Or is there a break between some of them? If you were to meet this person, what might your reaction be? What areas need to be worked on, as revealed by your drawing? Collages. If you have trouble getting in touch with your feelings, want to work through a particular issue, or are terrified by placing actual color on paper, then you can also make collages. Pick a theme you want to work on, such as relationships, work, body image, communication, personal power, or dreams, and get a stack of old magazines, a large piece of paper or cardboard, some glue and a pair of scissors. Cut out the pictures, and captions too, that resonate with what you are feeling or wanting. Arrange them on the page, glue them down, and create a piece of art on which you can meditate. You can continue to add to this whatever you want as it reflects your change and growth. Mandalas. Jung described the mandala as a symbol that reflects wholeness. Mandalas are geometric designs that emanate from a center. They can be made with a compass and ruler, and colored in any way you prefer. You may choose to do one mandala for each chakra, the first in a red scheme, the second in oranges, the third in yellows and golds, etc. The mandala, in process or as a finished form, can then be used when meditating on the associated chakra. Visualization. Creative visualization is magic in the truest and highest meaning of the word. It involves understanding and aligning yourself with the natural principles that govern the workings of our universe, and learning to use those principles in the most conscious and creative way. Shakti Gawain. When we visualize, imagine, or remember, we use a process very much like the one used to see psychically. The difference is the subject in question. If I close my eyes and remember what I saw on my walk yesterday, or close my eyes to imagine a walk I would like to take tomorrow, the process within is similar. I visualize elements that are not physically present. Memory is based on what we have seen, but so is our projection of future events. The only difference is the arrangement of their elements. This means that if we want to develop our psychic abilities, it helps to learn to visualize. We can begin with a simple visualization exercise. Imagine a glass and fill it with water. Imagine it full, half full, empty, or filled with red, blue, muddy, or clear water. Imagine an antique etched glass with designs on the outside, and then imagine the glass breaking. You can embellish this kind of exercise any way you want. The trick is to focus your attention on forming images at will. We can also remember a dim image and allow it to fill out with details. What did you have for breakfast yesterday morning? What color were the dishes? What clothes were you wearing? Who else was in the room? What was the weather like outside? How many lights were on? We can use this technique to embellish our dream recall. I am walking alone in the woods. What kind of woods? What season is it? What time of day? What kind of trees are there? What colors are you wearing in the dream? Each of these questions is asked not to find an answer, but to paint the canvas of the imagination. We can also let a particular image like a rose or a house become a symbol for something we would like to look at. Imagine your best friend as a house. What color would the house be? What kind of condition would it be in? How many rooms are there? How would they be decorated? Who would live there? What would the yard look like? Would friends visit the house often? Would they feel welcome? If we use a rose as a symbol, look at how open the rose is. What color is it, and how many petals are open? How strong is the stem? How deep the roots? Is it a sunny garden, or with other roses? Or is it thorny and alone? Is the soil fertile and soft, or hard and rocky? How does this kind of information represent your friend, or yourself? Creative visualization is a technique for imagining the things we would like to manifest in our life, and giving them the focus and attention needed to bring them about. Once we learn to visualize simple things, we can then visualize, in technicolor detail, the things we want and need. This creates the stained glass window through which we shine our consciousness in the act of creation. The best way to visualize creatively is to lie down and relax deeply. Use a few yoga stretches, or your standard meditation technique to relax, or perhaps a few minutes of simply watching your breath. Then allow the thing, event, or situation you are seeking to play upon your imagination. Imagine it as if it were already here, as if you are actively engaged with your fantasy. Allow yourself to feel, on a physical/emotional level, your body's response. Soak your cells in that feeling. Allow it to resonate with each chakra. Allow yourself to enjoy the process. Do not make it an effort. When you feel that your mind and body have thoroughly soaked up the visualization, it is time to let it go. If we do not let it go, it is like writing a letter that we never mail. Sometimes I put a glowing sphere around my image and imagine it as a balloon floating off into the sky. As I let go of it, I tell myself that it is now on its way to manifestation and turn my attention to something else. Otherwise, I am not letting it go. I affirm my trust that my vision will manifest in the form and time that is most appropriate for all concerned. Guided visualizations and trance journeys. There are many wonderful tapes on the market now that take us on illuminated journeys through archetypal realms, seeking visions, spirit guides, healing, and exploration. Friends can guide us on exploratory journeys using a variety of techniques, from reading aloud a journal written in a book to composing a journey complete with music, drumming, singing, or chanting. It is also interesting to have a friend create an astral journey out of an archetypal myth. First, find a myth that speaks to you with a poetic telling that is rich with imagery. Then put yourself in a comfortable, relaxed state where you will not be disturbed, and have a friend read you the myth as if you were the main character. If it is the myth of Persephone's journey to the underworld, for example, imagine that you are one of the main characters in the myth, such as Persephone being abducted, Demeter losing his daughter, or Hades stealing his bride. Allow your friend to read it as a guided visualization in the second person. Now you are on the hillside, picking flowers. Suddenly you feel a draft of cold air coming up from the ground. Your friend should allow periods of silence so you can deeply explore the feelings aroused by the myth. Be sure to take the myth to its completion, for the resolution of the story contains the healing and teaching we seek. Another option is the trance journey, where we create our own guided journey that unfolds in the moment. To facilitate an altered state, it is helpful to play drumming, chanting, or instrumental music in the background. Pick a theme for entering the journey: a visit to the Akashic records, a journey to the underworld, seeking a spirit guide, etc. And allow the images to form as if walking through a dream. As images or figures appear in your imagination, interact with them, give them gifts, ask them questions, dance with them, or embrace them. Allow yourself to learn what they can teach you. When you return, be sure to write down what you have learned in your journal while it is still fresh in your mind. You may find that the insights keep coming even though you are no longer in trance. Developing intuition. By learning to contact, listen to, and act on our intuition, we can directly connect to the higher power of the universe and allow it to become our guiding force. Shakti Gawain. Whether we are aware of it or not, our intuition is available all the time. The problem is whether we listen to it or not. In order to listen to it, we must validate that it has the potential to give us useful information. We must believe that it is there and is viable. We need not rely on it exclusively, as we can and should double-check the information our intuition gives us, but we can honor the hunches that lead us in the right direction. As intuition is a passive, largely unconscious experience, it cannot be forced. Instead, we must tune in deeply to our feelings, listen to our guts, and to the non-rational parts of our thinking process. We must enter a state of openness and trust. If we do not trust ourselves or our surroundings, we will have difficulty trusting our intuition. Who in your past has invalidated your intuition? What beliefs do you hold about its power? How much do you trust your intuitive process? And what are the grounds upon which you base your trust or distrust? Clarissa Pinkola Estes tells a story in Women Who Run with Wolves about a young girl who, upon her mother's death, received a couple of small dolls to put in her pocket. As her mother lay dying, she was told that these dolls would answer her questions by jumping up and down in her pocket. This is a metaphor for that turbulent gut feeling we get when something is not right. How often we override that sensation and push ourselves forward, only to regret it later. As a tool for our intuition, we can create imaginary symbols to speak to us, such as the dolls mentioned before. Others use an inner guide, wise woman or sage, angel, or animal totem as a symbol of their intuition. With a clear visualization, you can ask your guide any questions you might have. The answers come from within yourself, but often the guide can be the symbolic vehicle to translate that information into a form you can receive. Clairvoyance. Clairvoyance is French for clear seeing. It involves looking into the clear spaces around an object, rather than at the solid shapes of the material world. Clairvoyance is what remains when we clear illusions out of our mind and look directly at the energies swirling about us. It enables us to see auras, chakras, and the subtle energy dynamics that flow within, around, and between people. Clairvoyance can be developed by anyone. It does not require a special gene or talent, though some people take to it more easily than others. Clairvoyant abilities are developed through a combination of all these exercises. Being able to visualize helps us see answers to questions that arise, and following our intuition helps us make sense of what we see so we can apply it appropriately. In my workshops on the sixth chakra, we begin with a combination of meditation and visualization. People then pick a partner and attempt to read each other's chakras. To do so, they sit in chairs opposite each other, close their eyes, and allow images to form in response to questions. Such questions might include, what chakra is this person having the most trouble with? What kind of energies or fears are blocking that chakra? Where do they come from? As images form, they are reported back to the person being read. I see in the heart chakra a door that's loose on its hinges. I see a kind of darkness near the back on the left. The impressions may not always be visual, as some people are more kinesthetic or aural. When I look at your third chakra, I feel in my own body an excitement of energy moving upward. When I try to sense your first chakra, I hear the message that you do not ever feel safe in the world. Information can come to us in a variety of ways. I am always amazed at how a few simple warm-up visualization exercises, such as coloring the chakras, and others listed before, allow people an immediate experience of clairvoyance. When they feed their impressions back to their partner, they are amazed at their accuracy. This does not make them experienced readers overnight, but it does allow some validation of their psychic abilities so that they can begin to use them more often. Like a muscle, our vision gets stronger when we use our third eye. Vision Quest. To have a vision is to carry within us a source of inspiration and power. Like a guiding light, it illuminates our path and helps us sort out the many decisions we must make. Vision gives meaning and purpose to our life, shaping and transforming the world around us. Vision creates the strange attractors that shape chaotic energies into definable patterns. For some, vision comes easily, rising unbidden from the depths of consciousness to clarify our purpose or understanding. For most people, however, vision needs to be sought, invited, cultivated, and celebrated. Native American religions and other forms of nature spirituality have a tradition known as the vision quest. A vision quest is a ritual of purification and listening, an open but focused search for spiritual teaching and guidance. It involves a willingness to humble oneself, embrace personal ordeal, and undo the connection to civilization that so blinds our sight for long enough to see clearly into the patterns of the natural world. As a solo rite, it is a deep embracing of self for the purpose of expanding into creative, archetypal, and universal identities. What follows is a brief outline of a vision quest experience, not a full set of instructions. There are many variations and many groups who facilitate such quests, allowing you, the quester, to be free of mundane details and enter fully into the process. These groups also provide worthwhile guidance, ceremony, and support. The vision quest usually includes 3 basic phases. In the first phase, we sever ourselves from the world as we know it. We leave our city, home, and friends, and go far enough out into the wilderness so that there is no evidence of humans. A special place is chosen for the quest, one that has beauty and power, isolation and challenge. As we leave the known world, we psychologically sever ourselves from our mundane concerns, letting go of the daily worries that usually occupy our mind. One enters the wilderness alone on a vision quest, with only a minimum of equipment. During the heart of the quest, which should be a minimum of 3 days but can be longer, the quester abstains from food. Fasting on the quest is a way of purification and of weakening normal ego defenses, so we become open to more subtle planes. During the heart of the quest, one enters a sacred dimension, outside the limitations of time and space, opening fully to spirit. The first day may be spent in walking meditation, searching for the right spot in which to focus one's attention. The second day may be spent sitting in a sacred circle created on the chosen spot, chanting, meditating, praying, and listening. One creates their own private ceremony to connect with the spirit of the place and ask for what they are seeking. During this phase, any number of things might happen. One may encounter their own psychological demons. One may meet animal spirits, have an experience with the wind, or have powerful dreams. There may be an experience of personal ego death, with a period of emptiness and loss that is eventually followed by a psychological rebirth filled with vision and understanding. When the solo time is done, and the spirit of the place has been thanked, it is time to return. Whether with a group or with a friend camping nearby, the quester then returns ceremonially to share the vision and wisdom that was gained. The group or friend can then help facilitate the transition back to civilization, where the vision can, over time, be implemented. The important thing about a vision quest is to undo our usual way of looking at things. Our attitudes are reinforced by the culture, which impacts us daily with images, conversations, and experiences. During a vision quest, we consciously choose to enter the darkness in order to find and receive the light of new consciousness. Light. Since the pineal is primarily regulated by environmental light changes, we are artificially manipulating and desensitizing its function much of the time by the widespread use of artificial lighting in our indoor and outdoor environments. Jacob Lieberman. Exposure to the full spectrum of sunlight is essential to our health. Unfortunately, as civilization progresses, we spend more and more time indoors, under artificial lights, especially fluorescence, exposed to frequencies of light that are not conducive to health. As the disappearing ozone layer allows greater risk of harm from the sun's ultraviolet rays, we cover our bodies with clothing, sunscreen, sunglasses, and hats that further block our exposure to full-spectrum light. While this may be necessary to some degree, we are losing valuable exposure to frequencies of light that promote well-being. Jacob Lieberman, in his book Light, Medicine of the Future, states that we not only suffer from malnutrition, but also from malillumination. Insufficient exposure to full-spectrum sunlight can cause symptoms such as depression, chronic fatigue, higher levels of stress hormones such as ACTH and cortisol, as well as higher cholesterol levels. Studies of children have shown that improper lighting greatly contributes to hyperactivity, learning disorders, visual difficulties, nutritional problems, and even tooth decay. Psychologists have identified a depressive condition related to the changes of the seasons called seasonal affective disorder, SAD, where people become lethargic and depressed during the winter months when there is less light. The effect of significantly increasing exposure to full-spectrum lighting is so dramatic for people with this condition that it has become the treatment of choice. Could it be that the Prozac nation is suffering from light deprivation due to the predominance of indoor lifestyles? Light enters the body through the eyes, which send signals directly to the hypothalamus, which, in turn, regulates the body's autonomic nervous system and endocrine system, both of which influence the chakras. The pineal gland, associated with chakra 6, is a light-sensitive organ responsible for the production of melatonin, which regulates sleep cycles and helps coordinate the body's biological functions with the external environment. Over 100 bodily functions have been correlated with diurnal cycles. When we alter this rhythm with artificial lighting, jet lag, or irregular hours, we throw off the body's central coordination. As Jacob Lieberman describes it, all the body's systems relate to each other in a constant state of flux, with the hypothalamus at the center. The hypothalamus interfaces between mind and body, coordinating the readiness of both, affecting our consciousness and thereby controlling our constant state of preparedness. This critical maintenance of body harmony is affected by synchronizing the body's vital functions with the environmental conditions, or as some people say, becoming one with the universe. Meditation. Meditation improves our focus and concentration. For most people, rising to the upper chakras requires a regular process of meditation. To open inner sight requires an ability to calm and control the mind and keep it one-pointed. Like a flashlight in the darkness, our focus illuminates what we need to see. Meditation is mentioned here because it is an important element in psychic development. However, as it is primarily an activity of 7th chakra work, a more detailed discussion of meditation methods and techniques can be found in the chapter Chakra 7. Conclusion. But the self, as an inclusive term that embraces our whole living organism, not only contains the deposit and totality of all past life, but is also a point of departure, the fertile soil from which all future life will spring. Yolanda Jacoby. Ascending to the 6th chakra opens us to transcendent realms beyond ordinary awareness. This expansion can radically shift our perspective of daily situations and bring profound insight and vision. It can also elevate our understanding to broader levels, allowing us to embrace a much larger system of being than we have ever encountered. In expansion of consciousness, Chakra 6 takes us to a beautiful world of colors and symbols, dreams and fantasy, archetypes and images. The possibilities expand through imagination, which stimulates creativity. Our new vista gives us increased understanding as we not only perceive the patterns around us, but also perceive our own place and purpose in them. Chakra 6 prepares us for the final passage on the Rainbow Bridge. With its focus on archetypes, it lays the groundwork for understanding the intricate dance of divinity and consciousness that we shall encounter in the next chakra. Chakra 7. Opening to the mystery of heaven. 7th chakra at a glance. Element, thought. Name, Sahasrara, thousandfold. Purpose, understanding. Issues, transcendence, eminence, belief systems, higher power, divinity, union, vision. Color, violet. Location, cerebral cortex. Identity, universal. Orientation, self-knowledge. Demon, attachment. Development stage, early adulthood and after. Developmental task, assimilation of knowledge, development of wisdom. Basic rights, to know and to learn. Balanced characteristics, ability to perceive, analyze, and assimilate information. Intelligent, thoughtful, aware, open-minded, able to question, spiritually connected. Wisdom and mastery, broad understanding. Traumas and abuses. Withheld information, education that thwarts curiosity, forced religiosity, invalidation of one's beliefs, blind obedience, no right to question or think for oneself, misinformation, lies, spiritual abuse. Deficiency, spiritual cynicism, learning difficulties, rigid belief systems, apathy, excess in lower chakras, materialism, greed, domination of others. Excess, over-intellectualization, spiritual addiction, confusion, dissociation with the body. Physical malfunctions, coma, migraines, brain tumors, amnesia, cognitive delusions. Healing practices, reestablish physical, emotional connection, excess, reestablish spirit connection, deficiency, learning and study, spiritual discipline, meditation, psychotherapy, examine belief systems, develop inner witness, work with higher power. Affirmations, divinity resides within. I am open to new ideas. Information I need comes to me. The world is my teacher. I am guided by higher power. I am guided by inner wisdom. Shades of violet. The separation of spirit and matter. We are no longer concerned with the dualistic opposition between God and man, but with the immanent tension in the God image itself. This inner non-equilibrium, the glorious imperfection of life, is the effective principle of evolution. God is not the creator, but the mind of the universe. C.G. Jung. Western civilization is founded on the belief system that spirit and matter are separate and distinct. The earth is treated as an inanimate object to be used wastefully, at our own lack of discretion. Science examines the world rationally and methodically, pointedly avoiding the more nebulous issue of spirit. Corporations are built to enhance their economic prowess, often with little regard for the spiritual well-being of their workers or the environment. People who give spirituality a high priority are often considered fringe members of society. For many seekers and respected masters, spiritual practice is seen as antithetical to mundane existence. Monks leave their homes and families and renounce all worldly pursuits in order to obtain enlightenment. Nuns cloister themselves to be closer to God. New Age ascension philosophy advises transcending the body and becoming nothing but light. Eastern philosophies tell us to let go of worldly attachments. The separation of spirituality from the rest of life leaves us spiritually homeless. In reflection of the archetypal divorce between Earth Mother and Sky Father, we are taught to seek enlightenment by denying the basic nature of our biological existence. This chasm between heaven and earth creates a corresponding abyss between spirit and soul that many fall into as they engage in ascetic practices, sign their will over to gurus, and disengage from the world. Denying our basic nature in order to achieve unity is a contradiction steeped in dualistic thinking, which will never lead to unity or wholeness. The seventh chakra is about merging with divine consciousness and realizing our true nature. The petty concerns that occupy the bulk of our waking life often distract us from remembering who we truly are beneath the jobs and the cars, the kids and the clothes. It is important to know that we are children of the divine, seeking our way back home, that there is a deeper meaning to life that underlies all of existence. What is valid about this myth of separation is that we do need to disconnect from the illusions and attachments that we place between ourselves and the divine, from the substitutions we use to fill the emptiness of our soul. I believe the ultimate source of these soul wounds stems from stripping our ordinary existence of its spiritual meaning, leaving the average person without purpose or direction. The crown chakra is the 1,000-petaled lotus. Most people think of the petals as reaching up into the heavens. Actually, the lotus petals turn downward like a sunflower, dripping nectar into the crown and down through the chakras. In this way, the two ends of the spectrum are profoundly connected. How can a lotus bloom without roots in the earth? How can it reach heaven if its roots are not deep and wide? The rainbow bridge, like any bridge, is about connection. The two ends of the spectrum connect the individual self with universal creation. The middle section of the bridge takes that combination out into the world through appropriate action, right relationship, and creative contributions. Our purpose in the 7th chakra is to contact the divine, but also to manifest divinity in our bodies and actions, and so transform the world. In the 7th chakra, we see divinity in all matter and in all its infinite arrangements. Crossing the rainbow bridge is about stretching to connect the limited with the infinite, while still retaining both qualities. It is through that stretch that we grow. To arrive at the fully blooming lotus crown chakra, our stem needs to be connected all the way to the earth, our roots deep in the ground. Through this connection, our lotus is nourished and continues to bloom, its petals ever unfolding. Our purpose is indeed to liberate the spirit, but if we are to avoid getting lost in the infinite, we must retain a home to which the spirit can return. This is the challenge of a psychologically balanced 7th chakra. Unfolding the 1,000-petaled lotus. Basic issues of the 7th chakra: consciousness, awareness, the witness, belief systems, operating systems, universal identity, attachment, higher power, transcendence, eminence, divinity, information, intelligence, meaning, unity. It is the tremendous experience of becoming conscious, which nature has laid upon mankind, and which unites the most diverse cultures in a common task. C.G. Jung. Consciousness. Consciousness, the final frontier, the vast and indispensable key to the ultimate mystery, endless and unfathomable, the very thing that allows us to look into the mirror of the soul and perceive our own existence. Consciousness is both our final destination and the means of travel. The active individual consciousness, reflecting upon its own immensity, is the mystery of the crown chakra. To realize that consciousness flows through every quantum of life around us, and to behold the same presence within our own consciousness, this is enlightenment. What is it that is listening to these words right now, sorting them out, making sense of them? What is it that drew you to listen to this audiobook? Choose your partner. Walk the path you travel each day. What is it that sees, hears, remembers, feels, thinks, and moves your body through its daily activities? To answer this is to find the final piece of the rainbow bridge. We think of consciousness as our thoughts, but thoughts are what consciousness creates, not what it is. We think of consciousness as our perceptions, but there is a faculty that not only perceives, but also remembers, discriminates, and integrates our perceptions. Who or what does this? We feel the pull of consciousness on our emotions. But who or what feels those emotions, and how do we experience feeling? This is the mystery that we embrace in the crown chakra, a mystery that can only be experienced, not explained. To become aware of our own consciousness is to witness a miracle, that your mind can decipher these strange shapes on the page, put them together into words, and then into concepts and action. This is a monumental skill, that we can contain within us the words to hundreds of songs, identify countless voices over a telephone. Even these mundane skills are miraculous. That we can run our own programs and rewrite them at the same time, that we can learn vast quantities about any subject we study, and transform that knowledge into creative expression. These are phenomenal accomplishments. Though we have computers that can calculate beyond our human abilities, We have yet to create a machine remotely as sophisticated as the human brain. Mystic sages describe consciousness as a unified field in which all of existence is embedded. Sentient beings have the capacity to tap into that universal field of intelligence where vast stores of information reside, much as a personal computer can access the internet. How much consciousness we can tap into depends on our apparatus. A hand calculator can't utilize as much information as a personal computer, and therefore can't access the internet or store research notes. A monkey can't tap into the same magnitude of consciousness as a human, and is unable to do mathematics or write poetry. Opening the crown chakra is about expanding our awareness so that it can embrace a larger portion of the universal field of consciousness. This occurs through meditation, spiritual practice, mystical experiences, altered states of consciousness, study and education, and the elusively simple but profound act of paying attention. Diving in the river of consciousness. In a world which is creating itself, the idea of divinity does not remain outside, but is embedded in the totality of self-organization dynamics at all levels and in all dimensions. Eric Yanch. Without evolutionary inquiry, we lack a sense of direction. Without mythological inquiry, we lack a sense of systemic existence. Without both, we separate ourselves from the world we live in. Eric Yanch. Eric Yanch, the late systems theorist, has outlined 3 distinct system levels of human consciousness: the rational, the mythical, and the evolutionary. If we imagine life in all its complexity, as if it were water flowing in a riverbed, we can illustrate each of these levels as distinct operating systems that organize information and experience. We begin by sitting on the riverbank and watching the water flow by. This represents the rational system, where knowledge comes through science and other logical, empirical means. The essential activities of the rational mode are observation and enactment. Our method of inquiry is characterized by an I-it relationship, subject to object. We do things to it and observe its reaction. We observe and measure the water's rise and fall, the stream bank and its erosion, the leaves and sticks that go by. We learn as much as we can from outside the stream, but as we lean closer and closer to the water in an attempt to understand its deeper mysteries, we eventually fall in. Immersed in the river, our perspective shifts dramatically. This plunges us into the mythical system. Many people choose to remain on the stream bank, forever gathering data. They think they will gain enlightenment simply by accumulating information. They watch and learn, but never become a part of something larger. When we fall into the river, we shift from observation to experience. Immersed in the flowing water, we are no longer on the outside looking in, but are part of the mythical aspect of the stream, a force greater than ourselves. It cannot be explained in terms of gallons of water or rate of flow, but it comes through the realm of experience. If we embrace this mythic level and choose to swim in the river for a while, we no longer view our relationship with the river as I and it, but as I and thou. Here, subject embraces subject. The river has a life force of its own. It is going somewhere and taking us along with it. We can foolishly try to swim upstream, or we can allow its force to take us on a journey. Archetypal consciousness emerges when we enter the river. At the archetypal level, we identify with the river, identify it as the force that is taking us along our path. Identify with its fast and slow paces, its dangerous rapids and sensuous pools. We identify and embrace. Our collection of data, gathered at the rational level, now assembles itself into an intuitive whole, a complete gestalt that involves mind and body simultaneously. It helps to know if a waterfall or rapid lies ahead. This knowledge is our foundation, the necessary lower chakra orientation of consciousness. Still, it tells us little about how to swim, a skill we can only learn by getting wet. Once swimming, we cannot explain how many gallons of water to push with our hands, or even how often to stroke. We can only learn by feel and by doing, as it is with the stream of life as well. At the mythic level, We battle forces that have lives of their own. In order to survive, we must become one with a force. But we have to leave the stream bank in order to have this experience. This is the aspect of spirituality that involves letting go. The stream bank is our familiar world, our rational mind, our safety and security. It is our body of knowledge. As we enter into mythic consciousness, the rational system does not disappear, but is transcended by a deeper experience. Becoming one with the river does not mean that we lose ourselves. If we simply gave up and surrendered to the water, we could drown or be dashed on the rocks. This is the challenge that most of us meet on our spiritual path. How do we become one with a force greater than ourselves without losing ourselves? Our third chakra, will, has to engage and drive the feet to kick. We have to learn our relationship to the river and interpret our many feelings that tell us just how to move among the rocks. Once we jump fully into the stream of energy flowing through our bodies and our lives, we are forced to deal with larger challenges. We are forced to evolve. By this merging, not just jumping in, but learning to swim until it is a glorious, free-flowing dance, we enter the third level of consciousness, the evolutionary system. At this point, I and thou become we. This is the expansion into universal mind, the union with the divine, and the all-inclusive state of being where system boundaries have dissolved and reformed to a greater and deeper whole. Again, we do not lose the I. We reframe it. The I now includes the all. Here is our final transcendence into cosmic consciousness. Many spiritual disciplines, especially those oriented toward ascendance, advise us to give up the self, to surrender all to a master, guru, or a particular concept of God. While it is important to give up attachments to the lower egos, what is really called for is to become one with the divine. There is no we without an I. To become one with the divine is not to abandon the self as archetype of wholeness, but to realize that divine consciousness is who that self really is. To become one with the divine is to dissolve or transcend the boundaries that keep us separate. These boundaries exist in our mind alone. What we do need to give up is our attachment to the stream bank, our refusal to take the plunge and get wet, to take the chance on the unknown. We need to give up our clinging to the rational mode when it is unable to give us the deeper meaning of what it is like to be in the stream. The witness. What we seek is the very essence of that which is seeking. Sometimes the consciousness within is referred to as the witness. The witness sits behind our normal activity, watching without judgment the changing emotions, the flurry of thoughts, the impulses, and attachments. The witness is something above and beyond the body and its experience, beyond memories and dreams, even though it silently observes all these events. The witness may be the sole essence that has lived beyond this lifetime. It may be a divine intelligence that is larger than the self. To become aware of the witness is to become aware of the essence that dwells within. The witness is the core of the self, an indestructible spark of divinity. To embrace the witness is to embrace the underlying reality of our being. The witness can be both objective and subjective. It can detach from the places where we suffer, and it can teach us how to swim in the stream when we are flailing about. The witness is the eternal guide, an invaluable friend, the deep inner awareness of the self. Exercises for embracing the witness are included at the end of this chapter. For now, as you listen to the rest of these words, and as you close the audiobook and go about your life, be aware of the witness inside you. Just be aware. Belief systems. The universe is exactly the way we think it is, and that's why. John Woods. If we continue the analogy of chakras as programs on disks, plugged into the overall system as needed, then the crown chakra can be seen as the operating system. In a computer, the operating system enables us to read a program and make use of it. It interprets the instructions of that program. In other words, it makes meaning out of them. The prime activity of the seventh chakra is to derive meaning. It is not only for unanswered questions that we seek knowledge, but also for the examination of unquestioned answers. Meaning tells us how to orient. It tells us how to interpret something, how to react, how to organize our experience. It gives purpose to our lives by creating a larger context in which to view our own existence. Most people, when something happens to them, want to discover its meaning. If you have an unusual pain in your body, you go to a doctor to find out what it means. If you get laid off your job, you want to know whether this means your work was poor, the economy is deteriorating, or whether the universe is telling you to change careers. In the human psyche, meaning gets assimilated into a set of beliefs. These beliefs then become the operating system that runs all the other chakra programs. Our beliefs are made of interpretations of our experience. After beliefs are formed, the reverse is true. The interpretation is based on belief, forming a continual feedback system. When Susan was a child, she was constantly disappointed. Her parents would repeatedly promise her something, a gift, a special outing, and then break their promise. She formed the belief that no one could be trusted. Now, she takes the slightest hesitation in someone's voice as proof that they are going to betray her. Her belief influences her interpretation of present situations. Since this is her operating system, she operates from a place of mistrust. Our beliefs are based on concepts we have formed. Thus, conception is the beginning point of all that we manifest. We have to conceive of something before we can do it. When the egg and sperm come together in biological conception, there is very little material substance, but a great deal of information. The DNA in the egg and sperm contain the information, means of forming inside, that organizes the tissue into a particular form. Likewise, our beliefs and concepts are ordering principles for information. They allow us to organize our data and give us guidance on how to behave. The nature of our belief system determines our interpretation of any event that we experience. This interpretation is the governing principle in the way we order our life. The little engine that could believed it could make it. The optimist who believes that this is the best of all possible worlds has a different interpretation than the pessimist who is afraid he is right. Our beliefs shape our reality, and our reality shapes our beliefs. Joan, for example, has had a number of negative experiences with men, including 2 incidences of rape. She holds a belief that men are selfish, dangerous, and less spiritually evolved. Nicole, on the other hand, holds a belief that she is nothing without a man, that she is incomplete alone, and she is always looking for Mr. Right. They are talking to each other at a party, when an attractive man walks up to them and begins flirting. What do you think might happen? Joan sees this as an interruption of her conversation, feels insulted, and becomes rude. Nicole is delighted and cuts off her conversation with Joan to speak to the man, an action that Joan interprets as his fault. Picking up these attitudes, the man naturally turns his attention toward Nicole and ignores Joan. One event is interpreted in 2 different ways, and these interpretations in turn then influence the man's behavior, which supports their beliefs. The journey downward from the crown chakra begins with the conception of an idea. This conception is the supreme bindu, the dimensionless point of consciousness from which everything originates. From conceptualization, we generate images in our 6th chakra. We have discussed how the light of consciousness shines through those images like stained glass, giving them potential for manifestation. The images that we carry then generate our story, our verbal litany of beliefs that we describe to others. Our story generates certain kinds of relationships, which stimulate various activities, feelings, and finally bodily experiences as manifestation descends from the concepts of consciousness down through the chakras. If we want to see what consciousness looks like, we need only look around us. All that we see began with conception, the buildings designed by architects, the people walking down the street, the trees and flowers that grew naturally from seeds. To see the nature of our own consciousness is to see its reflection in our own creations, the faces of our family, the way we care for our homes, the expression of our bodies, the things we create. As consciousness within changes, these outer manifestations change as well. In therapy, it is easier to generate shifts in consciousness than applying those insights to change one's life. Nonetheless, the outer changes are impossible without the inner awakening. The reprogramming work in the crown chakra requires an examination of our belief systems, for they are the primary structures that generate our reality. Often invisible, our belief systems are so much a part of us that we fail to recognize their existence. The awakened crown chakra questions any and all of our belief systems, constantly reprogramming and upgrading the operating system that runs our lives. Universal identity. There is an unfolding of the One to a condition where it can be known. Unity becomes recognizable. C.G. Jung. Universal nature deposits certain habits of movement, personality, character, faculties, dispositions, tendencies in us, and that is what we usually call ourselves. What is left of ourselves in the midst of all this? Not much, to tell the truth, or everything, according to the level switched on by our consciousness. Sri Aurobindo. Each of the identities explored in the lower chakras can be seen as metaphoric layers of clothing. Let us review these identities once again, now that we are at the end of our journey. The first chakra brought us our physical identity, where we identify with the body and its needs and abilities, as well as the physical world around us. The physical identity is oriented toward self-preservation. At the second chakra, we picked up our emotional identity, feeling the sensations of the physical body and transforming them on an unconscious level into value-oriented meaning. What feels good, we value. What feels bad, we devalue and move away from. The emotional identity sparks desire and motivation, which serve as fuel for the will in the chakra above. Our drive here is toward self-gratification. As the will develops, our autonomous, separate self awakens. This is the birth of the ego identity, the executive element of the self. The ego begins to split off from the unconscious drives as it orients to the outer world. It is primarily concerned with self-definition. At the fourth chakra, we moved into our social identity, where the ego identity expands to include relationships with others. Here, the lower chakra drives, if satisfied, are ready to take a back seat as we move toward service to others. The reflexive quality of this identity is self-acceptance, which is essential to acceptance of others. The fifth chakra brought us our creative identity. Our awareness of the world beyond ourselves has grown, and we seek to make a contribution to its culture, its arts, to the creative process in general. What is inside has had time to develop into self-expression. Chakra 6 dumped us in the river, where we entered the mythic realm of the archetypal identity. Here we begin to identify with the transpersonal, mythic forces that guide our world and lives. As we see ourselves reflected in these mythic forces, we enter a transpersonal self-reflection. The archetypal experience brings us a way to conceptualize and experience divine energies. In the crown chakra, we come to the final and largest identity, that which identifies with all creation, the universal identity. As our consciousness expands, our understanding embraces an even larger scope. As we discover the immensity of the system we are embedded in, we identify with our universal connection. Our information can now encompass knowledge of distant galaxies thousands of light years across, as well as the dance of subatomic particles existing within each cell of our body. We embrace the story of evolution that covers billions of years and realize we are part of the entire web of life, animals, plants, mountains, and seas. This vast identification can occur only through consciousness itself, through information. I can embrace my evolutionary history because I have learned about it. I can imagine spiral galaxies because I have seen pictures of them. I can connect with the larger world when I transcend my ego and realize the larger meaning of existence. This is the common theme in mystical experiences, the disidentification with the smaller ego states, and the recognition of a unitary identity with the entire creation. Each of these identities moves from something innately individual, as unique and singular as our bodies, toward the universal. At the outer extreme of the crown chakra, individuality is completely transcended and absorbed within the larger field of the divine, expressed by the Buddhist maxim, "Thou art that." The purpose of the crown chakra, of meditation, and indeed, of most spiritual disciplines, is to break the limited bond with the lower identities and realize this universal identity. Each of these identities is, in fact, a belief system and a means of interpretation. Take a relationship. A feeling-identified person will carry on a long-distance relationship even though it is not practical, so long as the feelings are strong enough. A sensate type, to whom practicality is more important, may end the relationship regardless of the level of feelings. If you live in your social identity, then you interpret the relationship in terms of your social role. If it fails, then you think you have failed in your role, or the other person has failed in his or her role. If you live in your creative identity, then you question whether the relationship supports your creative work. In archetypal identity, you may see the relationship as an archetypal dance between mother and child, between a dark god and a maiden goddess, or between a hero and his conquest. In the universal identity, the operating system transcends all those interpretations and simply witnesses the incredible dance of the cosmos in its myriad manifestations. In this identification, we let go of attachment and control, and instead open to miraculous witnessing. It is here that we truly let go and let God. To realize one's universal identity is to recognize our many identities as suits of clothing. This does not mean that we discard these clothes. I happen to enjoy my clothing very much, and there are few places I feel comfortable naked. Likewise, I need my ego and persona when I give a lecture. I need to identify with my body when it's tired, yet I also need to know that these identities are options that only represent parts of a larger wholeness. They are clothing I can put on and take off when appropriate, because they are not the sole statement of who I am. Realizing one's universal identity requires a foundation of the lower identities to be in place. We are less likely to search for cosmic consciousness while in the midst of an emotional or physical identity crisis. We are far more stable when lower-order needs are satisfied. Attachment, demon of the crown chakra. Through pain and not getting what I want and expect, I learned the most about my attachments and about myself, and thus I can grow. Charles Whitfield. Suffering may force a new perspective and perception about what is reality. It can weaken the ego through repeated frustration, just enough to allow a giving up or surrendering, which opens the person to the possibility of transcending his or her previous belief systems and levels of consciousness. Charles Whitfield. With the silent mind comes a widening of the consciousness, and it can turn at will towards any point in the universal reality to know there what it needs to know. Satprem. The demon of the crown chakra is attachment. While attachment is necessary for making and maintaining commitments essential to the lower chakras, it inhibits our ability to expand in the crown chakra. Attachment denies the constantly fluid state of the universal system. It keeps us anchored in time, unable to move forward, trapped in a small place, unable to embrace a larger place. In Eastern religions, attachment is seen as the basis of suffering. Attachment is a slippery demon. It is not something we can live entirely without, as we need to keep some healthy attachments to our children and loved ones, our goals and agreements. I once heard a story of a yogi who meets a master and asks for teaching. The master asked him to prove his sincerity by renouncing his wife and family, which the yogi did immediately, as proof of his non-attachment. Is it truly a spiritual act to abandon people who needed him so that he could pursue his own desires for enlightenment? In my view, I think not. It was just a transfer of attachment. True non-attachment would have been to say, I have responsibilities right now. I will come when the time is right. For some, letting go of attachment is synonymous with letting go of responsibility. It can become a means of escape. When the going gets rough, We simply let go of our connection rather than work through sticky issues. In so doing, we experience freedom but sacrifice growth. In the truer sense of the word, letting go of attachment is about how we direct our psychic energy. To let go of attachment is to release our fixation upon something external, to relinquish our need to control, our desire for a certain outcome. Attachment is our way of not trusting the wisdom of the universe, while it actually tries to teach us something. We stay attached because we are defending against our suffering, rather than seeing that suffering as a teaching. Attachment says we are certain we know what is best. It does not allow the humility that opens us to something larger. Like all demons of the chakras, attachment itself is a teacher. As I began this chapter, I lost the love of someone to whom I was very deeply attached. Was I being tested? My attachment left me distracted in my work, suffering in my soul. I prayed to be free of it, did rituals around letting go of it, but it failed to budge. I remained attached, fighting it all the while. Finally, a friend advised me to not fight it so much, and just let it take its course, to grieve. Fighting was only increasing the attachment. Instead, we have to address the underlying factors that empower the attachment. What purpose does it serve? What is the pain that wants to be soothed? What is it that is suffering? The loss forces us to redirect our energies. What does it push us toward? What is the lesson that it teaches us? Addressing our underlying needs will ease our attachments to what we cannot have. Attachment fixates our energy outside the self, rather than focus on the object of attachment, the lost lover, the lost opportunity, the elusive reward. We should redirect the psychic energy to the self. We can look once again for the inner witness. Who is it that is attached? What underlying belief supports this attachment? What purpose does this belief serve? What are its benefits? What are its costs? Which is greater? We can also become attached to belief systems. In the 1600s, the Catholic Church was so attached to the idea that the sun revolved around the earth that Galileo was silenced and punished for saying otherwise. The father of someone I knew was so attached to the belief that his gay son was a sinner that he refused to see him as he lay on his deathbed with AIDS, denying them both a powerful moment of completion. Certainty can be one of the greatest tickets to ignorance. When we are sure that we know something, we run the risk of closing down the crown chakra. New information requires us to expand our belief system, and the refusal to do so closes our system. Another word for attachment is addiction. We become attached because it serves our purpose to do so, not because we are right, or because something or someone is necessarily right for us, but because we are unconsciously using that attachment to avoid some aspect of our growth. Avoidance is another form of attachment, only in reverse. With avoidance, we are attached to not having something, most often attached to our unwillingness to deal with sticky or messy situations in which we feel inadequate. Almost anything said about attachment can equally apply to avoidance, and what is being avoided is equally pertinent to our growth. It is interesting to note that in relationships, one person's avoidance often becomes another's attachment. These situations can often be remedied by having both sides move toward the center. With both attachment and avoidance, there needs to be a willingness to release, a willingness to either face something or let go. This often needs to happen at the third chakra ego level, which is most involved with holding on and letting go. Higher power. The modern 12-step movement, designed to assist people in their recovery from addiction and other disorders, puts great emphasis on connecting to a higher power. Many people see this element of the 12 steps as the most essential piece to recovery, while others find it a turnoff because of their previous experience with religion. Opening up to a higher power, and to the mystical and transcendental side of spirituality in general, requires the ability to surrender. Only by surrendering our attachments, our unworkable belief systems, our addictive habits, and our need to control, can we truly experience the magnitude of our universal identity. Only then do we open the abundant possibilities that exist. Our earliest experience with higher power came from our parents. As children, they were like gods, all-powerful, all-knowing. We were helpless babies. They clothed and fed us. They were our first teachers, our protectors, our providers. If it was safe to trust our parents and to surrender to their love and guidance, then the crown chakra is comfortable opening to a higher power. If childhood was not safe, then surrender becomes a very difficult thing to allow. Original trust issues must be re-examined in a new light and reapplied. Surrendering to a higher power does not require us to relinquish lower states, but does involve a release of that which separates us from the rest of creation. To surrender is to release our defenses, to let go of attachment, to trust the universe. As we let go of the small places we hold so tightly, we are lifted and carried into grace. Transcendence and immanence. The crown chakra is a two-way gate to the beyond. It opens outward, beyond ourselves to the infinite, and it opens inward and downward to the world of visions, creation, and eventual manifestation. Eastern philosophies stress transcendence as the goal and essence of the crown chakra. Indeed, the chakra system itself. Transcendence is a cleansing bath in the waters of spirit, a blissful relief from that which binds us to limitation. The purpose of moving up through the chakras is one of constant transcendence, where each new plane encompasses the chakra below in a larger framework. The experience of transcendence is one of liberation. Transcendence is the power of liberation. Immanence is the path of manifestation. To embrace them both is to see the divine within and without as an inseparable unity. Eventually, we have to come back down, as expansion of consciousness is of greatest value when applied. Light shining in our eyes can be blinding, but light focused on something that needs illumination is a blessing. Immanence is the light of divine consciousness, shining out from within. It manifests the presence of the divine within, the divinity of the self in its wholeness. From the perspective of immanence, deity exists in everything living and non-living. To speak with you is to speak with the God-goddess nature within you. To grow a garden or raise a child is to see deity manifested in its multiple forms. To speak your truth is to let the deity emanate from within you. A friend once said to me, "Why bother with creation? Why not just go straight to the source?" Being a great lover of creation as well as the force behind it, I pondered this a while. Should one ignore the beauty of the rivers, lakes, and oceans because they are not the clouds? Should we look only at the sun instead of the delicate play of light in the flowers? Should we ignore the child and go straight to the mother? If I write a book, do I want people to ignore it and instead call me on the telephone? Absolutely not. Creation is the expression of the divine, and it is often more profound, refined, and detailed than the source itself, which is enormously vast and abstract. One of the differences between soul and spirit is that the soul is an expression of immanence within the individual, whereas the spirit seeks transcendence and universality. The soul is like a gatherer of spirit, forming the abstract into a composite being. In fact, the spirit may or may not be individual at all, as it can take on many forms. Like consciousness, spirit seems to be a field that we tap into and carry within ourselves. The soul is enhanced by the presence of spirit, as if spirit is the essence from which it forms. Spirit is anchored and expressed through soul, which gives it embodiment, meaning, and purpose. Soul tends toward manifestation, and spirit toward liberation. To achieve transcendence is to enter the realm capable of embracing the whole. To bring that divine state of awakened consciousness down into our bodies and act upon it is to experience eminence. As the vehicle that brings the gods back down to earth, eminence is the restoration of the sacred. Embracing the gods. We make our destinies by our choice of gods. Virgil. How would you behave if you knew you were a god or a goddess? How would you treat yourself? How would you treat others? What kind of consciousness would you hold about your smallest actions if you knew their effects influence the entire rest of creation? If your lapses of consciousness could mean countless deaths, if your awakenings could bring joy to the multitudes, what kind of mindfulness would that inspire? I often ask my clients these questions as they pose pertinent inquiries into the nature of deity. It is my sincere belief that each one of us, and every living thing as well, is an element of the divine. Unfortunately, our divinity is often forgotten, contracted by fear, buried in shame and doubt, or confined to the boundaries of the personal ego. As Stuart Brand says in the Millennium Whole Earth Catalog, we are as gods, and might as well become good at it. The concept of being an actual god or goddess opens us to a greater divine force and to a position of greater responsibility. That sense of responsibility requires enormous commitment to consciousness. It requires us to pay attention at all times. How much do we pay attention to the smallest details when we are in the presence of our beloved? How much do we pay attention to what we put in our bodies when sick? What do we say when defending something that really matters? These moments receive our undivided attention because they are special. To embrace the deity within and realize it is always present is to realize that all moments deserve that kind of attention. God is as close to us as we can risk being close to our real self. The mythical significance of the Rainbow Bridge is that it connects us to the gods. To walk across the bridge, embracing each step as we go, is to reclaim our connection to the divine source. The ultimate realization is not merely to connect, but to become. In this way, our expansive transcendence becomes eminence. This is the essence of grace. The gods of ancient mythology embody archetypal energies that are pure in form and potent in power. They express the universal one in its infinite emanations. The merging of consciousness with the omnipresent one is a state of enlightenment that few attain, and even fewer keep. For most of us, it is far beyond our reach even to glimpse, let alone stay there. But to consciously embrace divinity in its infinite manifestations on a daily basis is an act of worship that elevates our consciousness into the realm of the sacred. As it says in the Brihad Aranyaka Upanishad, whoever worships another divinity than his self, thinking, he is one, I am another, knows not. One should worship with the thought that he is oneself, for therein all these become one. This self is the footprint of that all, just as verily, by following a footprint, one may find cattle that have been lost. He who reverences the self alone as dear, what he holds dear, verily will not perish. Growing the lotus. Developmental formation of the seventh chakra at a glance. Age, early adulthood and throughout life. Tasks, intellectual independence, spiritual connection, development of worldview, education, ego transcendence, maturation, wholeness. Needs and issues, spiritual freedom, intellectual stimulation, spiritual practice. Our consciousness does not create itself. It wells up from unknown depths. In childhood, it awakens gradually, and all through life it wakes each morning out of the depths of sleep from an unconscious condition. C.G. Jung. Seventh chakra development builds our cognitive structure, our set of belief systems, our understanding of the world, and our ability to question and think for ourselves. There is no concrete developmental stage for this, as it happens in different ways from the moment of birth until the day we die. The main activity of this cognitive structure is learning. Through learning, we expand our horizons, master our relationship to objects and persons, and grow toward understanding and wisdom. Learning constantly adjusts what we know, constantly upgrades our cognitive matrix. There is, however, a change in the orientation of what we learn that occurs at various stages, depending on the individual. In the seventh chakra stage, we consciously crave a deeper understanding and connection to the underlying fabric of existence. This is the spiritual awakening that begins with such basic questions as, why are we here? What does it all mean? What is the source? From early childhood on, children may ask these questions as passing curiosity. "What does it mean that Grandpa died?" asks the grandson. "What is spirit?" my son used to ask. There is a deeper thirsting that also stirs at the onset of adolescence and comes to the fore when the child is liberated from the family and begins her own life. At this point, the family, which has been guiding the matrix, for better or worse, retreats into the background of internalized values as the young adult seeks her own operating system. The absence of the family system creates both the need and the possibility for something new. If the crown chakra is healthy, it will naturally seek knowledge throughout life. If the parents were somewhat relaxed in their imposing of their own belief system, it is more likely that a person will remain flexible and allow their beliefs to grow and change. If parents are fixated in a single belief system, the emerging adult may also fixate at various places, only upgrading their beliefs when suffering and frustration force them to do so. The difference between 6th and 7th chakra awakening is found in the amount of ego involved in the questing. Early and middle adolescence may be a time of searching for an archetypal meaning or identity, but this identity is ultimately a personal one. Who am I in the greater scheme of things? In the 7th chakra, there is a shift beyond ego as the search for meaning goes above and beyond the self. Not so much, who am I, but what does it all mean? We either get success or lessons. If we learn our lesson successfully, we get both. Since most of this expansion and questioning occurs after children leave home, the best we can do for them is to provide a healthy foundation for the crown chakra. We can do this by stimulating the intellect and organizing opportunities for learning and information, such as classes, books, and exposure to new experiences. It is essential that we give them both permission and encouragement to question, as well as discussions that answer their questions or help them find their own answers. We can model the value of learning, thinking, reading, and questioning. We can also model the practice of spirituality without forcing it. What the child chooses for herself will then be infinitely more real and of lasting value. We need only make available as broad a range of choices as possible. Traumas and abuses. Abuses to the crown chakra are subtle but profound. They occur at any age and in many ways, and fixate the crown chakra in either an open or closed position. This limits the possibilities for focus and concentration, too open, or for expansion, too closed. Withholding information, invalidating beliefs. A psychoneurosis might be understood, ultimately, as the suffering of a soul which has not discovered its meaning. We cannot tolerate lack of meaning. C.G. Jung. What we have not conquered in the past returns again and again, each time with slightly different faces, but fundamentally always the same, until we have confronted the ancient knowledge and untied it. Satprem. Children sense, on an intuitive level, everything that is going on around them. They usually lack the ability to understand what they sense, and constantly seek information to fill in the blanks. Many parents choose to withhold information from a child, believing it is for their own good. Benny asks where babies come from, and he is told, "The stork brings them." Children ask why Daddy is passed out on the couch, and may be shamed for their questions. Sometimes children ask questions their parents literally cannot answer, and are either told untruths or shamed again. What do you want to know that for? What, are you stupid or something? Rare is the parent who says, "I don't know, but here is a way you might find out." Children may long to study something their parents think is a waste of time or inappropriate for their gender. They may be denied access to information that helps them develop. After seeing an I Love Lucy rerun on television, a friend's son asked his dad if the world was in black and white when his dad was a kid. His parents could have laughed and ridiculed their son for such a silly conclusion, shaming his very thought process. They might have said, "What a stupid question. What's the matter with you?" Or further humiliated him by talking to another adult. Honey, can you believe what Johnny just asked me? He thinks the world's just like the television. If this happened often enough, the boy would learn to doubt his own thinking and keep his beliefs to himself. Instead, my friend validated how his son might come to that conclusion and carefully explained the difference between black and white and color photography. Children are constantly hungry for knowledge, and withholding it deprives the child of proper mental nourishment. When information is withheld, the child either makes it up himself or stops asking. In either case, the searching stops, and the crown chakra ceases to draw in new information and shuts down. Poor education damages the curious mind. Most of our school systems fail to change as fast as the culture, and poorly stimulate and support a child's natural hunger for knowledge. Schools too often make learning a tedious, boring task rather than a joyous exploration. Spiritual abuse. When I recently gave a lecture at a New Age convention, I was accosted at the door by a viciously angry woman with a Bible. She came within inches of my face, telling me how I would go to hell if I so much as entered the hall, because it was full of devil worshippers. She tightly clutched the hand of a freckled-faced, red-haired boy of about 7, whose eyes were as big with fear as his body was lifeless and pale. I watched them both for a while as she accosted each attendant who tried to enter, and when I tried to simply meet the boy's eyes and smile, she roughly pushed him behind her. His face was forever stamped in my mind. Children are often forced into unrealistic purity due to their parents' shame. Austere practices, angry tirades in the name of God, excessive authoritarianism, punitive practices in the name of religion, insistence upon perfection, and teaching a child that they are full of sin all close down the crown chakra, produce shame and fear, and ensure that this person will have a harder time opening to any kind of spirituality in the future. Some children are forced to adopt spiritual belief systems that do not come from their own unfolding. Take the example of Brian, who from a young age was forced to dress up in a 3-piece suit and accompany his mother daily as she went door-to-door proselytizing for her church. Brian experienced constant shame as doors were slammed in his face, and as children he knew taunted and teased him. He was not allowed to celebrate his birthday, Christmas, or any other holidays that were important to his classmates. He was not old enough for structured spirituality to have any interest or meaning for him, and what he did experience was negative and unpleasant. While he struggled with a heroin addiction as an adult, he found the whole idea of turning to a higher power repulsive, and thus denied himself a possible key to his recovery. Structured religion is often age inappropriate. Young children do not experience spirit by sitting on hard pews, listening to words they do not understand, or being frightened into submission. Children brought up in a healthy and loving environment, however, are naturally connected to spirit. More often than not, it is adults who have forgotten that connection who project their alienation onto their children. If spiritual practice does not include love and respectful regard for the individuality of another, then I consider it an abusive practice. Children are defenseless against that abuse. Instead, they live in fear, guilt, and shame, demons of the lower chakras that bind them at these levels. Only by working through these issues can they open to their own personally fulfilling spirituality. On the other hand, it is also a deprivation not to expose the child to any religious choices. He needs to be offered a sufficient variety of spiritual options, or his road to his own spirituality will be made longer. Excess and deficiency. Deficiency. To make of the intellect a competent servant instead of an incompetent master must be a major goal of continuum philosophy. Jean Liedloff. If the crown chakra is closed down, the liberating current cannot finish its journey, and we fail to achieve freedom. The transformative energies that rise through the body cannot fully come to consciousness and do not get realized. Refer to Figure 7.1 in the bonus PDF. Patterns in our lives will repeat again and again as they continually try to come to consciousness. Without the awareness of the crown chakra, we are more likely to be ruled by our unconscious. The know-it-all. My client, Jane, asked her mother to read a book on her religion, which differed from the one in which she was raised. Her mother refused to read the book, saying she already knew all she needed to know about God and was not interested. My client was not trying to change her mother's religion, but only wanted her to understand her own views. How can one claim to know all there is about the infinite? The opposite of infinite knowledge and possibility is fixation on a single point of view as the one true right and only way. As the mind closes to new information, skepticism may become part of the identity. Jane's mother had firm beliefs but refused new knowledge. John Bradshaw describes this in terms of mystified religion. Cultic authoritarian religion creates a kind of cognitive closure. The language is so pat, so clear and rigid, that it closes off areas that the mind would naturally be stimulated to investigate. The need to be right. I had an extremely bright friend who was always right. He took it upon himself to tell everybody around him what they were doing wrong and how they could fix it. He was very perceptive about certain things, made an excellent critic, and usually he was right. Still, he was unhappy because few people wanted to be around him. Finally, someone pointed out that it seemed he would rather be right than happy, rather be right than have friends. This produced a value shift in his operating system that allowed him to operate in a new way. Being right supports the delusion that we know everything. It also supports the ego, for in being right, we get to make others wrong and come out smelling like a rose. This only creates separation and does not reflect the unity and expansion of the crown chakra. If you catch yourself doing this, stop and ask yourself, what gives me the final authority on what's right? Right according to whom? To accommodate multiple operating systems is to embrace the fact that there are many ways of being right. Failure to learn. Learn is a process of incorporating change as a result of experience. Without the liberating current, it may be difficult to change. If the crown chakra is closed down, it may be difficult to understand or retain new information. If the condition is chronic, there may be learning difficulties. At other times, we are simply too distracted, attached, or skeptical to be able to learn something new. New information may be resisted because it erodes our belief systems. If we are overly identified with these beliefs, new information poses a threat. Belief in limitations. It is amazing how vehemently people will defend their belief in limitations. There's no way I'll ever get out of debt. No matter what I do, I always end up alone. No one can go to school while raising kids. I'm stuck in this job forever. Even when you describe situations where people have broken these limitations, the person will find a reason why it will not work for them. Belief becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is another version of thinking that we know it all. But how can we know all the possibilities in an infinite universe? Spiritual skepticism. Some people are attached to the belief that nothing exists outside the tangible, material world, a belief held by the bulk of our scientific establishment for hundreds of years. When extreme spiritual skepticism reveals a deficient seventh chakra, if we cannot open to spirit, we cannot trust a higher power or open to the unknown. When there is spiritual skepticism, there is a preponderance of doubt, which is one of the 5 enemies to mindfulness in Vipassana meditation. The other 4 are desire, restlessness, hatred, and sloth. However, a certain amount of skepticism is a healthy thing. In fact, too little discrimination indicates an excessive crown chakra. Excess. As the crown chakra is so often considered the be-all and end-all of the chakra system, it may seem odd to think of it as excessive. Once again, we must remember that excessive does not mean full and open, but overly invested with energy that is used as a defense. Refer to Figure 7.1 in the bonus PDF. Excess in the crown chakra is quite common, as we pull ourselves up into our heads to avoid feelings and to distance ourselves from worldly demands. The person who is out of touch with her body and emotions, or who feels powerless or lonely may be, of necessity, sending the unresolved energy up to the crown. Certainly this is the case with the schizoid/creative types, who find their reality in the world of the mind. Over-intellectualism. The intellect does indeed do harm to the soul when it dares to possess itself of the heritage of the spirit. C.G. Jung. Over dinner, Frank rambled on about his latest insights, thinking he was charming us all by showing off his brilliant intellect. Although quite bright, he failed to notice that eventually no one was listening. While his wife had an excess to drink, Frank had an excess in the crown chakra. "I think, therefore I am," characterizes this pattern. The wheels of the mind are always turning, and such people can be highly intelligent and very knowledgeable. Building on their strengths, they overdevelop the intellect at the cost of their other parts, such as the body, emotions, or the heart. The world of the intellect is safe, fascinating, and ego-inflating, but does not necessarily include an intelligence that operates wisely in real-life situations, just as Frank did not notice how bored his guests were. Excessive intellectualism is a chronic condition in our Western culture. Showing off what we know is made a virtue, calculated by the number of obscure references, degrees, and learning institutions cited. Knowledge is power, but can be elusive and distracting if it is not grounded in wisdom and understanding. Spiritual addiction. In some cases, spirituality becomes an addiction for the person with an excessive crown chakra. Used as an escape from some of the more demanding tasks of the lower chakras, one can run after a guru, thump their Bible on street corners, go to one meditation retreat after another, or rely on psychedelic drugs to get that spiritual high. Spiritual purity is another form this addiction can take. Vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience are vows to keep the first 3 chakras deficient. Fasting, ascetic practices, self-annihilation, and endless sacrifice can produce a high as well as an ego-inflating righteousness. If these practices are sensibly applied to improving one's life, then the crown chakra is appropriately doing its job of evolving the soul in its journey. But if a person's life remains disordered and they escape into spiritual addictions, then their growth is arrested, just as it would be with any addiction. Feeling overwhelmed. When I first compiled all the information for this book, I felt overwhelmed. Even when I had finished the first draft, I got headaches thinking about how I was going to fit all that information into a single manuscript. It was hard to think clearly about how to pull it all together. Too much information, without proper organization, can be overwhelming. When excess energy flows to the crown, as it does naturally with the schizoid/creative structure, or during stress or crisis, confusion, frustration, or dissociation can result. This happens to all of us from time to time, but when the stress is chronic, these states become part of the operating system. Then the crown chakra goes into a state of rapid free spin, similar to the obsessive state of chakra 6. We have an excess of energy in the head, but cannot think straight. We have too much information, yet do not know what to do. Many people get headaches when this happens, as the upward pressure builds up at the crown, unreleased. When the body is frozen, it is less able to handle a charge, and the excess goes to the head, where it creates confusion. At this point, it is time to do some grounding, meditation, or vigorous exercise to calm or discharge the excess energy. Psychosis. Psychotic disturbances arise from a vast range of causes, and there is no simple statement that can be made toward their cure. They are mentioned here simply to place them in perspective as generally revealing an excess in the upper chakras. When feeling overwhelmed becomes a severe and chronic state, then the organization of the operating system may break down entirely. A person may approach or develop psychosis. The lower chakras are primarily the realm of neurotic disturbances. I define neurotic behavior as those patterns we continually repeat even though they fail to work. Neurotic patterns are fueled by drives that have not yet come to consciousness and are thus restricted to repetition. Psychotic disturbances, by contrast, are characterized by a break from reality and from the grounded aspects of the lower chakras. They most often manifest as a lack of predictable patterns and a failure to contain one's energy appropriately. Therefore, psychosis is an excess of the upper chakras, where the 5th, 6th, and 7th chakras manifest as voices, hallucinations, or delusional belief systems. Psychosis is an excess of the liberating current with too little grounding, which results in a lack of focus and containment. Neuroses is a deficiency of the liberating current with too little consciousness, which results in compulsive repetition. Restoring the lotus. Healing the 7th chakra. Integrate around the convulsions of the mental and vital ego, as welt more a boat to the tail of an eel. Sri Aurobindo. Restoration of the 7th chakra is about awakening to the reality of our spiritual nature. As we eliminate the demons of fear, guilt, shame, grief, lies, illusions, and attachments, we are liberated from the habitual patterns of our thoughts and are free to experience consciousness as an infinite source. This realization brings dissolution of our separateness and insight into deeper levels of truth. Like the 6th chakra, it is less a matter of healing than it is of developing a capacity that has previously been asleep. If there is healing involved, it is to remove ourselves from the constant demands of the outside world, rid ourselves of false beliefs, and experience a personal and direct connection with Divine Source, in whatever form it may speak to us. We open this chakra by developing the capacity for stillness and concentration, for which there is no better tool than meditation. Meditation. What we have not conquered in the past returns again and again, each time with slightly different faces, but fundamentally always the same, until we have confronted the ancient knowledge and untied it. Sat Prem. Meditation is a technique for energizing, calming, and clarifying the mind. Its purpose is to train the mind to enter subtler states of consciousness and transcend the petty concerns that usually occupy the mind, allowing us to access a deeper, grander state of awareness. Of all the methods for healing and developing the crown chakra, meditation is perhaps the most potent tool available. If universal consciousness is the system in which we are all embedded, and the mind an organizer of its components, then a technique that brings calm, order, and clarity to that mind also brings order and clarity to everything else as well. Those who practice meditation on a regular basis also report an increased level of functioning in many aspects of their life, not just their thinking processes. Increased physical health and well-being, greater productivity in their work, better concentration, increased creativity, and more personal satisfaction are some of the effects that have been reported. There are countless techniques that one can use to obtain a meditative state. The following shows the broad range of techniques possible, but is not an exhaustive list. For those who say they cannot meditate, perhaps a different technique will help. Non-specified, free-flowing movement, either as a quiet flow, authentic movement, or a rapid discharge, Rajneesh's chaotic meditation. Regulating and watching one's breath. Gazing at an image, such as a flame, mandala, or symbol. Uttering a mantra, phrase, or affirmation. Observing the witness. Following one's thoughts. Walking silently and mindfully. Concentrating on a concept or problem, such as the Zen koan, what is the sound of one hand clapping? Intent listening to sounds or to music. Visualizing moving energy up and or down your body, running energy. Guided visualizations or trance journeys. Simply relaxing and letting oneself be receptive to whatever comes through. You will notice that some methods involve a concentrative meditation, where one focuses attention on a particular device, such as sound, image, or activity, for the purpose of making the mind one-pointed and shutting out all distractions. Other methods are receptive meditations, where one opens to the flow of thoughts, feelings, or impulses, and follows wherever it might lead. There are 3 general stages of concentrative meditation, as described by Patanjali's Yoga Sutras: Dharana, concentration; dhyana, meditation or merging; and samadhi, ecstasy. In concrete terms, this involves focusing awareness on an object, allowing it to merge with the object, and experiencing the state of mind that arises when total absorption occurs, and there is no longer a sense of subject and object, but only a sense of being. Receptive meditation is described more fully in the section on mindfulness. The techniques that work best are subject to your basic character and needs at the time. If you are trying to calm your thoughts in a crisis, it may help to count your breaths, as even, regular breaths will calm the body. If it is so difficult to sit still that you do not meditate at all, you might try a moving or walking meditation. If your mind has a lot of chatter, you might try a mantra meditation, which sets up a rhythmic entrainment in your mind that brings harmony to your thoughts and actions. If you are trying to cleanse yourself of the stress you bring home from work, it is helpful to run energy through the body, as if taking a shower in sensation and light. Meditation can have profound results, as our thoughts often keep us engaged in repetitive patterns and limited beliefs. Meditation can yield a mental silence that allows us to access a deeper wisdom, a deeper state of consciousness. As we quiet the mind, we have the option to disengage our habitual responses, anger or judgment, fear or desire, and free ourselves from these patterns. As we disengage, we become lighter, emptier, and more able to access the transcendental states of universal consciousness. Meditation can bring previously buried unconscious material from the lower chakras into consciousness. Thus, meditation also serves the ascending, liberating currents as it refines our vibrations, chakra by chakra, yielding deeper understanding and self-knowledge. Once we allow the constant chatter of the mind to subside, the deeper whisperings underneath emerge, just as dreams do when our conscious mind is asleep. Emerging material from the unconscious can produce various results, however. We may be bombarded with feelings, sensations, or information we are not equipped to handle, or we might be freed of material that was unconsciously holding us back. If our work in the lower chakras has formed a foundation for higher consciousness, we will have the tools and context necessary for handling difficult material. If not, we can go to someone trained to help. In my opinion, it is not advisable to simply ignore it, as some spiritual teachers might advise, but to use the information to work through the knots of our psychic being. They may have somatic, physical, emotional, or symbolic aspects. I also want to stress that I am referring here to the larger pieces of material. It is not necessary to seek help for everything that comes through, just those things that repeat or have a strong psychic charge. Meditation can also serve the descending current of manifestation. This is the aspect that Sri Aurobindo called the transforming force. It is that which begins where other yogas end, illuminating at first the summit of our being, then descending from level to level, gently, peacefully, irresistibly. It is this which will universalize our entire being, right down to the lowest layer. Descending meditation reaches into the superconscious layer above the head and pulls down the force of awareness chakra by chakra, nourishing each center from the infinite source above. As we are bringing higher consciousness to lower centers, we are bringing a numinousness into our body, which results in immanence and grace in our being. It is this descent of consciousness that we will examine in the final chapter. Mindfulness. Mindfulness has to do with examining who we are, with questioning our view of the world and our place in it, and with cultivating some appreciation for the fullness of each moment we are alive. Most of all, it has to do with being in touch. Jon Kabat-Zinn. When we commit ourselves to paying attention in an open way, without falling prey to our own likes and dislikes, opinions and prejudices, projections and expectations, new possibilities open up, and we have a chance to free ourselves from the straitjacket of unconsciousness. Jon Kabat-Zinn. Mindfulness is the essential key to living a conscious life. It is the fundamental quality to cultivate in the crown chakra, for it becomes the lens that guides the journey, as well as the healing salve for the scrapes and bruises that we get along the way. Most of those scrapes occurred because of a lack of mindfulness. Mindfulness means paying attention. It involves noticing the subtle flavors and textures of each moment and appreciating their many interwoven levels of meaning without getting attached to any particular one. Mindfulness takes our entire awareness into the present moment, enabling full experience. In that fullness, mindfulness brings us satisfaction in life as we are immersed in the incredible richness of each moment. Mindfulness does not forget the past or the future, but brings them together in the present. We keep them consciously in sight as ways to enhance the meaning of the present. If I am watching a client have a breakthrough, my knowledge of where they have been and the freedom they will soon experience enhances the power of that moment. I do not need to rush to the past or future, but simply be with them in their present experience, knowing that it will take them where they need to go. Mindfulness underlies the concept, waiting is, from Robert Heinlein's Stranger in a Strange Land. In waiting, we are not putting our attention on the future, but experiencing the perfection of the unfolding present. Mindfulness has many enemies, including dissociation, presumptions, numbness, impatience, fear, and all the demons of the chakras. Each of these enemies disconnects us from our experience of the present, occupying valuable disk space in our operating system. Each is a defense against the power of conscious living, which requires both sensitivity and responsibility. When we operate by habit, we allow our mind to disconnect and are no longer engaged in the present. When we operate on presumption, we are not allowing the present moment to unfold uniquely. When numb, we shut off valuable information and rob ourselves of the fullness of experience. If we are impatient, we are rushing to the future, not realizing how rich the present is. If we are afraid, we cannot fully engage and instead contract our attention. Mindfulness brings us an immensity of information. Its enemies constrict information, leaving us with half-truths, misunderstandings, partial pictures, ignorance, and false impressions. Full information is equal to intelligence. To live intelligently is to avoid suffering and live with grace and ease. Mindfulness does not have to do anything. It is instead a state of observation. It does not judge, value, negate, or applaud. It simply witnesses. Exercise to discover the witness. This can be done in meditation, followed by journal writing, or in conversation with another. The purpose is to disconnect from our normal vantage point long enough to recognize the reality of the essential self underneath. Meditation method. Choose a scene, story, or situation that has an emotional charge for you, one that has brought you difficulty. Let the scene run through your mind as if you were watching a video and had a remote control unit in your hand, from which you may pause, rewind, or fast forward at any time. Watch the drama from the eyes of the witness. Simply begin at the beginning, observing your baseline state of being, and let the drama play while you observe your reactions. When you get to a part that affects you strongly, push the imaginary pause button. Stop and observe your reaction. What is going on in your body? What are your feelings? What are your sensations? What meaning do you derive from your feelings? What are your impulses? In a journal, write down your answers as if you were describing a third person. She is feeling very nervous. Her palms are sweaty, and she feels afraid that someone is going to criticize her. She wants to run away. Then you can return to the movie and play out the next scene, repeating the same steps. Stop whenever there is a change and record your experience. Notice that it is the witness who does the observing and writing. After you have run through the scene, it is time to meet the witness. In the first person, write the viewpoint of the witness. What observation does the witness want to share about this person? What does it notice? What truths are apparent here? The witness might say, "I'm surprised she's so nervous. I see that she's afraid, but I want to tell her there's no real danger. She's done this job successfully many times before." It is important to remember that the witness is not the judge. If the critic wants to appear in the guise of the witness, merely turn the witness on the critic. For example, if you find yourself writing, "She looks pretty stupid up there being so scared," then you know your critic has taken over the witness stand. Let the witness then observe and write about the critic. "I see that there is a need to pass judgment. I see that there is someone who does not understand her fear." We can witness our witnesses in multiple layers until we get to an objective core self. This core self has much wisdom. We know it when we find it. With another, pick a scene, story, or situation that troubles you. Sit opposite a friend or therapist and tell them about it in the first person. Share your feelings and thoughts. The listener merely acknowledges but does not interrupt. When you are finished, go sit next to the friend and retell the story in the third person, from the perspective of an objective witness. She then had to go down and confront her boss, and this made her really angry. She did not like being angry because anger has always gotten her into trouble in the past. As a final step, the friend can ask the witness for any further observations or insights about the person and what the witness may have experienced while watching. Higher self. When we cannot see our way out of the forest, we may need to climb to the top of the mountain to get a clearer view. Having regained our bearings, we can then chart a course that takes us where we want to go. By the same token, communing with the higher self can give us valuable insight when we cannot see our way through a difficult situation. Often, it just requires a change in perspective. There are many opinions about just what the higher self might be. Some say it is communing with divine intelligence, God or goddess, disembodied masters who act as guides, or an unconscious aspect of our own mind. Others say that it is just another aspect of the self, the one that emerges naturally when the needs and wishes of the lower chakra identities have fallen away. How we define it is of little importance, for it remains an unprovable mystery. What is important is that it is an archetype that allows us to receive information. That information can then be used for healing and guidance to bring us closer to the wholeness. Exercise for guidance from the higher self, talking to God or goddess. With a friend or counselor, create a mental image of your concept of deity. It may be a round, stout Earth Mother, an old man with a white beard, a bright star, a fountain of light, or an astral cloud. It does not matter, as long as it is an image you can relate to, one that carries wisdom and compassion for you. Describe your image of deity to your friend. Next, think of an issue in which you seek guidance. Phrase your concern in terms of a question that can be posed to this higher being. What is it that I need to understand in this difficult situation I'm in? How do I find out where my path needs to go right now? It is helpful to ask mature questions, rather than petty ones like, "Does he love me?" After all, we are talking to a deity, and we do not want to waste its time. Then tell your friend your question. After you have described your deity and named your question, change places with your friend. Imagine now that you are this god-goddess you have envisioned. Really feel it. Immerse yourself in the experience. When you feel fully connected to this image, allow your friend to ask you, as god-goddess, the question you raised earlier. Then allow yourself to answer as the deity might. Speak to your friend as if she were you. Have her remember and record what you say. Alone. If you would like to do this exercise alone, you can play both parts yourself. Imagine your concept of God-Goddess and write your question on a piece of paper. Allow yourself to take on the God-Goddess form and read the question. Answer as you would above, either remembering the answer or allow a tape recorder to record it. Then, do some journal writing on whatever has come through. Non-attachment. It is fine and good to say that we should practice non-attachment as a way to lessen suffering and become mindful. But how do we do this when we are really attached to something? How do we unhook and return to our wholeness? If we force ourselves to avoid thinking about something, we are only increasing our attachment by the very effort of avoidance. Journal exercise to loosen attachment. He who knows others is wise, but he who knows himself is enlightened. Lao Tzu. Close your eyes and drop down into your body. Think of your object of attachment and the pain you have over losing it. Allow yourself to sink into that discomfort, into the sadness, into whatever feelings it brings up. Contact your witness as you observe yourself in these feelings. What does your witness notice? Next, write down exactly what it is you are attached to, and the many levels of attachment that may go with it. For instance, if you are attached to a person, write down not only the person's name, but the qualities that are important to you. Write down the parts of the relationship to which you are attached, the things you find especially hard to let go of. Then, write down the parts of yourself that benefit from these qualities that you think you may be losing. If it is a job opportunity you are attached to, write down the things you expected that job to bring. Are you attached to success, money, prestige, or benefits? What part of you especially needs these things? You can also get attached to sets of feelings. Perhaps you are attached to the feeling of victimization and anger that a situation brings up for you, and now you are attached to the resentment. Maybe you are attached to being right, to winning, or to doing something a certain way. Once you have become clear about just what it is you are attached to, allow your witness to listen to the stories you are telling yourself about this loss. Perhaps you think it is your only opportunity to get something, or perhaps you think you will never be whole without it, never be able to love again, create again, have freedom again. Listen to these stories, and let your witness assess their accuracy. Sort out the feelings from the truth. Write down the truth next to these statements when you can. Next, make a list of what this attachment is costing you. How much of your energy gets invested here? And where does that energy come from? If you had that energy back, what would be a more appropriate thing to do with it? If your job was taking you away from your family, see if you can imagine taking that energy back and putting it into your family. If your habit was costing you your health, imagine transferring that energy to healthier practices. If your relationship was interfering with your job, imagine putting that energy back into your work. Finally, write down reasons why a higher wisdom may have separated you from this attachment. Find a form of God-goddess to talk to and ask them to illuminate the meaning of this loss. It may bring forth an old childhood wound that needs healing, or it may teach you compassion. It may guide you in another direction. How can you apply this lesson? When the journal work is done, it is time to go into meditation and withdraw the energy from your attachment and transfer it to more appropriate places. With your eyes closed, return for a moment to the feeling you had, or would have had, if life had gone as you planned it, meaning without the loss of this attachment. Soak your cells in that feeling. Notice what you like about it, the high excitement, the sense of completion or importance. Next, in your mind's eye, move this object, person, or event back from yourself, making a clear separation. Thank it for the lessons it brought you. As it moves away, imagine that you are unhooking cords of energy, like taking the hook out of a fish you are throwing back in the water. Reel in these cords, pulling the energy back into your immediate field. Next, call in images of the things you need to give energy to. See your family, your work, your health, or whatever is most appropriate receiving new amounts of energy from you. Pull these things into your field and let the cords of energy connect with them instead. If there is still a feeling of emptiness, Think of ways you might fill it. Activities, practices, or other people with whom you can spend time. Allow the good feeling you began with to return as you imagine these other elements in your life. Soak your cells in this feeling, and from this place of strength, say goodbye to whatever needs to be released. You will now be in a larger, fuller place. Thou art that. With small adjustment, this meditation and journal exercise can be used equally for avoidance instead of attachment, as these are two sides of the same coin. Transcending the lower egos. Opening the crown chakra is like taking off our clothing and experiencing the joy of being naked. The following meditation helps us drop the sheaths of identity associated with the lower chakras and embrace our universal identity. Sit quietly in a comfortable meditation posture. Take a few deep breaths and allow yourself to let go of external distractions. With each inhalation, bring your attention inside yourself. With each exhalation, let go of the external world, anything that worries you, anything that is not part of this exercise or is not part of the present moment. When you feel comfortably centered, you may begin. Step 1. Let go of anything that is not your body. The body lives in present time and is a boundary between inner and outer worlds. As you let go of all that is not your body, allow your awareness to come fully into your body. Feel its length, its solidity, its width. Feel its edges and boundaries, insides and outsides. Feel it as the home you live in, as the cloak of the spirit and soul that makes them feel warm and safe. Now feeling the part that is sensing your body, feel the presence of the resident dweller inside your body. Allow yourself to embrace that resident, embrace its energy, its existence. Think about how your body has changed shape over the years and how the resident has always remained. Notice how they are not the same. Ask the resident to come with you on a journey. Thank the body for holding you and allow yourself to go deeper. Step 2. Now allow yourself to feel the emotions inside your body. What are you feeling right now? Feel the swirl of longings and fears, of joy and pain, and witness for a moment the extent of all the emotions that you experience in the course of a day, week, year, or lifetime. Feel the person inside who experiences these emotions. Imagine that these emotions are like a ride in an amusement park, full of ups and downs. Feel the indwelling spirit as the one who goes on the ride, but separate from the ride itself. Feel the choice that can be made about going on the ride. Allow yourself to say no to the ride, to disconnect and go someplace new, to go on a different ride. Embrace the inner self and let the emotional body settle into the physical body. Prepare to move on. Step 3. Now allow yourself to view, like watching a movie, the activities that you go through in your life. See yourself doing tasks at work, making supper, going for a walk. See yourself in your actions and reactions. Allow yourself to see the person that responds. See how many of those reactions are automatic, how many are based in emotions, how many are just physical habits. See how much the ego is hooked into these actions. Who is it that is doing these things? Allow yourself to see the person who acts and reacts as separate from the actions themselves. See the actions as choices. Allow yourself to choose non-action. Embrace the indwelling spirit and let the actions fall away. Prepare to move on. Step 4. See yourself interacting with others. Take a moment to see yourself as they see you, as if you are watching from their eyes. What kind of person do you see? What is the role that he or she tends to play? Are there many different roles? Now see yourself from inside, like a puppet master working the strings of a puppet, conducting the persona. See how the person behind the role is not quite the same as the role itself. Who is it that is playing that role? Embrace the puppet master and let the persona fall away. Prepare to move on. Step 5. Now see before you the things that you have created in your lifetime. See the school projects, the interior decor of your home, the artistic endeavors, the business projects, the events you generated, and even the situations that you have created. See the I that did the work of those creations, whether they were good or bad. See the I as a generator that can create many more things, but as something separate from the creations themselves. Acknowledge all you have done and allow yourself to leave those creations behind. Prepare to move on. Step 6. Now see yourself as floating on a sea of archetypal energies, riding on the waves as each one peaks and falls, carrying you with it. See the archetypal forces that have run through your life, the cultural energies of male and female, the presence or absence of the shadow, the dance of archetypes in your family, your relationships. Feel how the culture has influenced the shape of this archetypal flow. Feel how you, in turn, are trying to shape it. See the thrust of your life as part of an archetypal urge to complete, maybe as the hero, the teacher, the rebel, or the lover. See how you have embraced this archetypal motif and how you have carried it, how it has carried you. See how these archetypal motifs are culturally influenced, that the culture is the sea with its waves rising and falling with different periods of history. Realize that there is still another presence within that has gone on this great ride, one that is separate from the archetypal energy, one that may have ridden many different waves over millennia of lifetimes, one that can choose which ride to go on. Allow yourself to let go of these energies and rise out of the sea. Prepare to move on. Step 7. Feel the presence that has gone with you on this journey. Feel the lightness that comes when the body, the emotions, the actions, the persona, the projects, and the archetypal forces drop away. Allow yourself to expand beyond the Earth, beyond the solar system, beyond the galaxy, and feel the connection with all of creation. Feel yourself as divine intelligence, pure awareness, as God or goddess. See how small the other identities look from this perspective. Embrace the self that still remains. This is your ultimate reality. Thou art that. Examining our belief systems. Psyche and world form an inseparable unity, rather than an irreconcilable duality. C.G. Jung. As we expand our consciousness, our belief systems grow and expand. The greatest enemy to that expansion is the limiting beliefs we carry, such as, I can't do it, it'll never happen, it is impossible, illogical, I don't deserve it, you can't, I never, etc., etc., etc. What we in fact discover is that anything is possible. Impossibility negates the infinite potential of spirit. To examine our belief systems, we need to follow our thoughts from conception back to their source. When I examine my beliefs, I might ask, when did I first get that idea? And then, where did those thoughts come from at the time? And those thoughts, before that? Eventually, we work our way through the outer influences of parents, peers, literature, or loved ones, to where we ask ourselves, is this really a belief that I have constructed of my own experience? We can further ask which aspects of our experience led to this belief, and if our experience contradicts it, what is a more appropriate belief? Moreover, what beliefs did we bring to that experience at the time that may have influenced our interpretation? The process may indeed be labyrinthine, but it eventually leads to a deeper core experience. Released from the cloak of beliefs and interpretations, we are more directly connected with inner truth. Education and information. One of the purposes of consciousness is to bring us information to conduct our lives. The seventh chakra feeds on information, just as the first chakra feeds on food and touch, or the fourth chakra on love. If the chakra is deficient, then it needs to be fed. If we find ourselves confused and ignorant, unable to think for ourselves, or not knowing which way to turn, then maybe we need more information. Information can come in a variety of ways. It can come from teachers we meet along the path, from our higher self, from books, institutions, experience, and exploration. But the main thrust of the life force, indeed of evolution itself, simplistically stated, is to become smarter, to obtain more and more information and incorporate that information into ever more sophisticated systems of understanding. Therefore, it behooves us to feed ourselves with information as a way of enhancing the crown chakra. Consider taking a new course of study or reading some new books. Tackle a subject that interests you and learn all you can about it. Working through this book or any good course of therapy is a way to learn about yourself and decipher the mysteries within. Knowledge of the world around us and the world within us are both paths to the mystery of self-knowledge, the goal of the 7th chakra. Religion and spirituality. The elevation of psychic wholeness occurs only when energy previously invested in an external deity is withdrawn and returned to its source in the psyche. C.G. Jung. The word religion comes from the Latin religere, which means to reconnect. Ideally, its purpose is to facilitate a reconnection with spirit, with soul, and the vital and eternal aspects of life. Religion is the psychic structure many have chosen as the vehicle for connection, as an overarching operating system that holds a set of instructions for dealing with the world. Religion can be the activity of the crown chakra, in the same way that going to work every day can be the structure of chakra 1. While an adequate discourse on the topic of religion is too much for this chapter, I mention it here because it is one of the many petals of the 7th lotus, a powerful psychic structure that either liberates or imprisons our crown chakra. As a belief system, religion can obscure our experience, or it can open us to wider vistas. To drive toward religion comes from each of the chakras. For some, it may come from a need for security, chakra 1, or emotional fulfillment, chakra 2, or a sense of power, community, or creative expression, chakras 3, 4, and 5. For others, it brings illumination or a chance to contact the ultimate source, however we experience that to be, chakras 6 and 7. While respecting the 7th chakra right to choose one's own form of religion, I do feel compelled to mention that, within the context of any religion, one can adapt the outer structure of the religion as a defense. Religion negates spirituality when it becomes a structure for denying our feelings, avoiding the challenges of life, controlling others, or for ego-inflating righteousness. These are the traps of religion, the demons of attachment that parade as moral fortitude and obscure true spirituality. On the positive side, religion does give us a structure and, even more important, a practice whereby we can let go and open ourselves to deeper states of experience, awareness, and understanding. It also gives us community and the support that comes from friends on a similar path. That support can be invaluable in times of crisis and difficulty, or when the path seems most obscure. Practices such as meditation, singing in a choir, rituals, puja, offering, yoga, or community service ground religious values in real-life experience. They are the walk that goes with the talk, the bones that allow the body to have a meaningful and solid form. Religion without a practice is but a set of ideas and concepts. Religion with a practice, or even a practice without a religion, is an active experience that can further the evolution of the soul and the world in which it lives. Conclusion. Restoration of the sacred. The many shades of the rainbow. Enlightenment or awakening is not the creation of a new state of affairs, but the recognition of what already is. Alan Watts. Along our journey from birth to wherever we are right now, we encounter obstacles and difficulty. The traumas and abuses we suffer as children, the lack of consciousness with which we operate, the blind spots of our culture. All these serve to shut us down and twist our path off its basic course. Yet, the archetype of the self contains the program to become whole, much like a seed contains the program to become a flower. Each time we work through a piece of our past, we return to the original pattern and pick up our evolutionary process from where it was interrupted. We reclaim a piece of our body's reality, and so reclaim a piece of the temple. We break down the barriers that keep us from experiencing love, barriers that obscure the truth of our divine nature. We break through the illusions that keep us from seeing clearly, from deep understanding. Each piece we reclaim unfolds a petal of a chakra. Some pieces unfold several petals, or maybe several chakras, and bring deep restoration. Each piece allows us to live a fuller and richer life, bringing us deeper meaning about ourselves and the world in which we are embedded. It is not so much a matter of trying to get somewhere, as it is removing the blocks to seeing that we are already there. The goal is not to climb to the crown chakra as quickly as we can, thinking our journey comes to an end in some conceptual enlightenment, but to be as conscious as possible about the entire journey, to bring as much depth and wisdom as we can to each and every level. Even if we do manage to uncover the obstacles that keep us from the cosmic realization of our divine and universal self, even if we do manage to find some kind of enlightenment for moments, days, or years, what then? Is there not a world around us, lost in despair and crying for wisdom? Is there not a life yearning to be fully lived? The return trip. The psychic realization or discovery of the soul is not then the end for the seeker. It is only the very small beginning of another voyage, which is made in consciousness instead of in ignorance. Sri Aurobindo. Having climbed to the top in our journey thus far, we now begin the descent of consciousness. This, you will remember, is our manifesting current. As we all know, the landmarks on a return trip look a bit different from the first time around. As we unfold the chakras developmentally, from the base to the crown, our energy evolves into ever more efficient and complex levels. At each level, we encounter a kind of realization. The infant gradually realizes that he is a separate being. The lover realizes that his partner has a reality different from his own. The visionary has a sudden flash of intuition and realizes some new perspective. As we grow up, we simultaneously meet energy coming down from the top. We have said how pure awareness meets the body and allows us to operate it, that visual awareness stimulates movement and desire, and that language allows us to control our actions and conceptualize a self beyond immediate needs and impulses. How is this different in the journey downward? In the journey up, we have access to the raw properties of the upper chakras, such as visual perception or language, but we are not yet organized on those levels. Our center does not operate from that state. The infant sees, but does not have a storehouse of images from which to make sense of what he sees. The toddler babbles, but does not yet think about what he is saying. The child loves, but does not yet understand the intricacies of relationships. You might say the access to the upper chakras is unconscious. It filters down, but we do not live there. We get a paycheck from the boss, but we do not own the company. The journey upward allows us to access higher levels of organization and complexity, each one a new realization, a shift in perspective, a transformation. In the journey downward, however, we bring that higher awareness into our lower chakra activities. Instead of forming our decisions by feelings, we can base them on principles. Instead of repeating impulsive patterns, we can devise a strategy. Instead of merely discovering who we are, we can create who we are. Our principles, strategies, and creations include the lower levels, embellishing rather than denying them. The energy coming up from the ground is dynamic and expansive. It is the energy stored in matter, full of potential for transformation into heat, light, activity. The energy coming down from the top is systematic and calm. It organizes, orders, governs. Yet without energy coming up from the bottom, there is nothing to organize, nothing to govern. Without energy coming down from the top, the ground energy turns into chaos and dissipates into nothingness. Figure 8.1 in the bonus PDF shows how the chakras might appear once full realization has occurred. The crown chakra is not merely a state of understanding, but a state of being. Consciousness is not a thing, but an experience. When we have fully arrived at this level, without denying or skipping over the levels below, we have arrived at a fully conscious state of being. What we can then bring down to the sixth chakra is not just an ability to see, but illumination. Illumination is like using an overhead light instead of a flashlight, where we see the whole instead of a part. With the understanding gained in the seventh chakra, we not only see the whole, but also know what to make of it. As my friend and colleague Jag Ingersoll has said, vision transforms illusion into enchantment. From illumination, we create true vision. Illumination brings inspiration to our creativity. Instead of unfolding our creative process by trial and error, we create from a place of vision. Our words have wisdom, clarity, and purpose. We know what we want to communicate. We understand what is being said, on an archetypal and a literal level. When we bring our awakened consciousness down to the heart chakra, we bring the understanding necessary for compassion. Understanding allows us to see beyond our own needs in a relationship. We are able to bring the objective witness to our struggling process within, or to the trials of another. The wisdom to create lasting relationships is gained from experience and working through our own material. The calm that comes when the upper chakra awareness descends brings stability to our loving. Centered and balanced in ourselves, we demand less from our partner. When we bring consciousness to our power, we have not only activity, but directed transformation. Instead of blindly acting through trial and error, we now use our intelligence to create a strategy. We make a plan to guide our actions. With vision, inspiration, communication, and love, we can energize that plan and direct it with clear intent. We can now bring new awareness to our emotions and sexuality, deepen the texture of our experience, and broaden our understanding. We meet emotions with compassion. We express our sexuality with love and communication. The impulse to reach out can now make solid connections with emotional rapport, sensate awareness, new levels of empathy. Finally, at the base chakra, these qualities become a part of our ability to manifest, where our conception, vision, inspiration, compassion, transformation, and connection enter into physical reality. We bring an expansive awareness deep into the body with love, connection, feeling, and aliveness. For it is indeed consciousness that makes the body fully alive, and the body that gives consciousness a place to live. You may be thinking that this is all too ideal. How many people achieve total consciousness? Do we have to wait for enlightenment to have any of these qualities? I certainly hope not, or it would be very discouraging. Enlightenment comes in pieces. It happens a little bit every day. Each time we have even a small insight, we have an expansion of consciousness that can then be applied wherever it is needed. Each time a feeling comes to consciousness, an image communicates meaning. A relationship gives us a lesson, or a success or failure gives us feedback about our actions. We gain a piece of wisdom that we can bring down through our chakras. Though we have talked about the chakras individually, remember that we are a complete, indivisible system. What affects one part affects the whole. As we change ourselves, so do we change the world. Putting it all together. As you have been listening to this book, you may have found yourself saying, "Boy, I really need to work on this one. That sounds like my wife or husband. He's an excessive this or that. I'd like to use some of this with my clients." If so, you have probably already been doing some of the work by just getting an idea of where the issues are. You may have a sense of where you are blocked or strong, what is excessive or deficient. You now need to look at each chakra in relationship to the others. It is time to embrace the whole. Make an assessment. The following describes a method for assessing which chakras are excessive or deficient and listing the issues of concern. To begin, Take a piece of paper and divide it into 4 columns, labeled issues, strengths, excess, and deficiency. Next, go through the lists at the beginning of each chapter and write down the words that apply to you. You may even come up with issues that are not listed, which is fine if you feel like it belongs in that chakra. Feel free to emphasize or qualify where appropriate. This is your statement. It is not a standardized personality test. To double-check your results, have a friend who knows you well do an assessment of you, then compare. This not only gives you an analysis of your overall pattern, but also provides a graphic list of the issues you need to work on, including the strengths you can rely on while doing this work. Figure 8.2, found in the bonus PDF, is a verbatim example from a volunteer. Looking at this assessment, many things are readily apparent. There are far more characteristics listed for chakras 4 through 7, so the overall energy is stronger in the upper chakras. Chakra 6 and 7 are clearly the strongest, so those strengths can be used to work on the lower chakras. The lower chakras are weaker, with the avoidant and compensating responses of deficiency and excess clearly apparent. This person does not inhabit her lower chakras very much. Since the lower chakras are less developed and the upper chakras are strong, it is no surprise that the main issues center around the heart, where the upper and lower chakras seek balance. She may find that the issues of the heart resolve more by strengthening the lower chakras than by working on the heart directly, as it is already excessive. In other words, by getting into her body, she may feel more comfortable with movement, be less afraid of sexuality, and become more assertive, all of which will help balance the tendency to cling, be emotionally dependent, or have poor boundaries. After you have completed this part of the assessment, you may wish to do some journal writing on the feelings, situations, or developmental material relating to those chakras, as well as engage in some of the suggested healing activities. My intention here is to present you with information you can use in whatever way feels most comfortable, but because the person is so different, I cannot prescribe a comprehensive treatment plan. A few general principles, however, can provide some language with which to talk about the overall structure. Top down, bottom up, inside out, and outside in. Assessing your patterns shows where in your system the energy is strongest and weakest. Like Robin Hood, who stole from the rich to give to the poor, we need to use the excessive energy to build up the deficient energy. If we are excessive in the 6th chakra, we can use that excess to visualize a healthy body or a better relationship. If we are strong communicators, we can use that skill to increase our sense of power or improve our relationships. If we are highly disciplined, we can use that discipline to do physical exercises or meditative practices. In addition to the 5 basic character structures, there are also 4 basic patterns of unbalanced energy distribution through the chakras. They are named for the direction in which one's energy needs to move in order to achieve balance. Excess toward deficiency. It must be emphasized that the following descriptions are stereotypical, and that your own pattern may be more subtle. Where the attention goes, the rest of the energy is sure to follow. Top-down systems. If you live in your head, dealing with your body and the physical world only when you have to, then you have a top-down chakra system. Your assessment would reveal excessive upper chakras and deficient lower ones. Top-down people are usually thinking intuitive types. They think first and act later, if at all, and often have difficulty being spontaneous and playful. After much pondering, they decide how to feel about something. They are often highly complex and intelligent people. The natural tendency of top-down people is to move energy upward, but their growth and balance comes from moving it downward and connecting with the body. For example, the schizoid/creative individual who habitually moves energy upward would be considered a top-down energy system, because they are energetically top-heavy and will benefit most by developing the lower chakras. This type usually suffers from early childhood difficulties that threw them out of their bodies and into their heads. They tend to pick jobs that are intellectual or analytical, teaching, computer programming, writing, counseling, and non-performing arts such as painting. They are oriented towards self-reflection and self-expression. Bottom-up systems. Bottom-up systems, by contrast, are energetically bottom-heavy. Their tendency is to stay in the repetitive, familiar patterns of the lower chakras, while their growth comes from moving energy upward in the current of liberation. They are the feeling/sensate types who are more likely to be ruled by emotions and instincts than by cognitive process. They are less likely to discuss their decisions with others and tend not to question their lives very much, preferring instead to keep things steady and not rock the boat. They tend to have simple expectations from life and are satisfied with sticking to regular routines. Stereotypes of this pattern may be seen in the sports jock who lives for physical activity and belittles his wife's meditation class, or the laborer who just wants to work by day, watch TV at night, and wait for retirement to buy his boat. It may be the outdoorsman who loves nature, but has little interest in things of the intellect. In women, it may be the empty-headed ingenue, whose primary concern is physical appearance, or the classic housewife, who is content to stay home and keep house, with little interest beyond the mundane. Bottom-up types generally enjoy physical activity, such as exercise, sexuality, making things with their hands, cooking, or giving massage. This does not mean that everyone who enjoys these things fits this pattern. They keep their nose to the grindstone, tend to conform, and are predictable and reliable. Bottom-up structures are concerned mostly with self-preservation and self-gratification. Ruled by the unconscious, they often do not know why they do what they do, and may function by impulse, following the path of least resistance. It may not even occur to them to question their impulses or ponder the meaning of life. Their energy tends to remain in the lower chakras, unless stimulated by outside influences, such as a relationship, a crisis, illness, or injury. This structure is most likely to result from a strict parent who curtails the natural expansiveness of the child. Sit still, do what you're told, be quiet, don't even think about doing that. Their parents may have punished, ridiculed, or restricted creative behavior and experimentation. Some families model this kind of structure, teaching that life's rewards are found only in hard work, obedient behavior, and minimizing expectations. Inside-out systems. Inside-out systems are energetically centered in the middle ego centers, and their growth comes from extending this energy downward into the deeper self and upward toward the spirit and intellect. They have overall balance between the upper and lower chakras, but they are poorly connected to either end. They tend to take their bodies for granted and avoid introspection. If the middle chakras are blocked, the energy is held in the middle of the body and kept from the periphery. This is evident in the endurer structure, who has trouble finding his ground or bringing his feelings to consciousness, and who keeps his energy bound at the will. If the middle chakras are open, then these types tend to be ego and action-oriented extroverts who like to engage life, socialites, performers, middle managers, or bureaucrats. They are not particularly interested in either their bodies or spiritual matters. They are more interested in the outside world of politics, business, relationships, or the performing arts. They are the doers who find their identity in activity, yet may be unaware of their inner life. The achiever and the challenger defender may fall into this category. Many such people take their bodies for granted unless something goes wrong, and they may have no interest in spirituality until some crisis forces them to search and question. This is the most common pattern in mainstream American culture. Outside-in systems. These systems may be acutely aware of both their head and their body, with neither connected to the other. There is a great chasm of emptiness in the middle, especially at the heart. They may be highly sensitive physically, with allergies, irritations, or chronic pains, or even obsessed with their body in some way, such as with dieting or hypochondria. Their upper chakras tend to be highly developed, and they are intelligent, creative, and intuitive. Disconnected from the integrative middle, this type tends toward introversion. There may be traumas that are repressed from memory, or serious wounds to the heart. Their growth comes from establishing deep relationships, from opening up and reaching out. The oral structure may fall into this category, as they are collapsed in the heart, although orals can also fall into any of the previous categories, depending on their defense system. In extremes, this configuration can signify serious dissociations. I have seen it in multiple personality disorders, obsessive-compulsive disorders, and borderline personality disorders. Balanced systems. It is possible to be relatively balanced through the chakras without being an enlightened master. People who have worked on their own healing, or were lucky in their upbringing, may be relatively balanced. What would this look like? A person who is balanced in their chakra distribution would be well-grounded and in touch with their body and exhibit relatively good health and vitality. They would be aware of their feelings without being ruled by them, sexually content without being driven. With a balanced third chakra, they would have confidence and purpose without dominating others. The heart would be compassionate and loving, yet centered and peaceful. Such a person could communicate feelings or ideas with equal truth and clarity, and be able to listen to others. The upper chakras would bring imagination, wisdom, and a personal connection with spirit. This is an ideal for which we can hope to strive. By using our strengths to counteract our weaknesses, and holding ourselves in loving compassion and understanding, we all have the means to achieve it. It only takes time, patience, and dedication. Using the assessment. This assessment should give you a good idea of where the energy in the system is most present, and where it needs to move in order to achieve balance. Many people have reported to me that they achieved profound results just by visualizing or kinesthetically moving their energy in a new direction. This is especially true for ungrounded types who have never considered sending their energy downward. When in doubt, work from the ground up. When I work with someone new, I usually start with grounding exercises and work my way up. This is generally a safe approach that helps to get the client in her body and teaches some basic ways to create anchoring and safety. With grounding exercises, I can establish boundaries, get a sense of where the energy is blocked, and focus the person's life energy into the here and now, so we can work with it. It is also helpful to do drawings of the body, or do the body dialogue from my book, The Sevenfold Journey. If the person is so frightened of having anything to do with her body that she cannot concentrate on the exercises, then starting with grounding is contraindicated. In this case, I use conversation to establish trust and gather historical material. I ask the person to imagine roots anchoring her to the earth, or assign physical tasks to do at home, such as working in a garden, getting a massage, or doing simple stretching exercises. Once the ground begins to connect, the direction the work needs to take usually reveals itself. Emotions may arise, thoughts may bring associations with relevant material from the past, bodily sensations may become apparent. Dreams during the week may also give direction. If in doubt, I wait to see what emerges. I do not force a healing agenda on my clients, but follow their own pattern of unfolding, assisting, and encouraging where needed. At this point, the work depends entirely on the person's structure and the practitioner's style. Hopefully, you will find suitable methods and techniques in this book. The main thing to remember is that body, soul, mind, and spirit, together with the 7 chakras, are all one indivisible whole. Even when working with a part, all the other parts are present and participating. The whole must be kept in mind at all times as the guiding archetype of the self. Kundalini Awakening. As one opens the door with a key, so the yogi should open the gate to liberation with Kundalini. She gives liberation to the yogi and bondage to the fool. Hatha Yoga Pradipika. Benjamin thought his wife, Marlena, was going mad. He complained that she was keeping him awake by thrashing and kicking all the covers off the bed. She keeps twitching, he said, as if someone were giving her periodic little shocks. She says she can't help it. She complained that her left foot and leg were tingling and aching, and she felt intense heat all through her body. Periodically, her whole torso would shake violently, sometimes only for a few seconds, and at others for nearly an hour. And she's all over the place emotionally, he went on. Sometimes she's scared and clings to me like a little girl. At other times she's blissed out. She tells me she's seeing colors and light when she closes her eyes, and sometimes she makes these strange sounds. I can't figure out what's going on, and I'm really concerned. Classical psychologists would be tempted to say that, indeed, Marlena was having a psychotic break. Psychosomatic twitches and pains, voices, hallucinations, extreme mood swings, and dissociation all seem to indicate a serious disturbance. Yet, when viewed from a different light, these symptoms can reveal a radically different diagnosis. Marlena could be experiencing a Kundalini awakening. In Hindu mythology, Kundalini is a serpent goddess who lies asleep at the base of the spine, coiled 3.5 times around the first chakra. Her full name is Kundalini Shakti, and she represents the unfolding of the divine Shakti energy, the energizing potential of life itself, a living goddess who enlivens all things. Under certain circumstances, the Kundalini energy awakens and begins to rise through the body, piercing and opening the chakras as she moves in her undulating snake-like fashion. As she releases stored and blocked energies, her movement can be quite intense, sometimes painful, and often leads to mental states that seem out of this world. Circumstances that stimulate Kundalini awakening are many and varied, but are usually triggered by such things as extended periods of meditation, yoga, fasting, stress, trauma, psychedelic drugs, or near-death experiences. Even mundane experiences can trigger this unpredictable goddess. About 17 years ago, I had my first Kundalini experiences after falling off a horse and bruising my tailbone. I had been practicing yoga and meditation for a few years, so I was somewhat prepared. My experience was less intense than most, but included several months of sleeping only 4 hours a night, a strong desire to meditate for long periods of time, an uncharacteristic lack of interest in sex, and a period of heightened sensitivity and creativity. I was taking clairvoyant training at the time, and had an incredible upsurge in my psychic abilities. I have had milder and shorter Kundalini experiences after watching a frightening thriller movie that stimulated my survival chakra, or by going without food for longer than normal. I also experienced Kundalini energy when I was pregnant with my son, mostly during the first trimester. Kundalini is a condensed primal force, similar to the potential energy found in matter. When released, it creates a vertical connection between the chakras by opening the subtle channels known as nadis. Most specifically, the central channel that moves up the spine, called sushumna. If we put water through a small hose at very high pressure, the end of the hose will undulate like a snake. Similarly, the intense energy of Kundalini undulates in the body as it rises through the chakras. Kundalini can also be seen as the result, rather than the cause, of the chakras connecting with each other. Theoretically, as the chakras enlarge, the spinning of one can enhance the spinning of the one above or below it. Any energy spinning along the edge of a chakra could get swept upward or downward in a serpentine motion by the chakras, as their spinning changes direction from clockwise to counterclockwise. Refer to Figure 6.2 in the bonus PDF. Kundalini is basically a healing force, though its effect can sometimes be quite unpleasant. Such effects may last for minutes, days, months, or even years, as documented in the well-known case of Gopi Krishna, who spent years dealing with Kundalini. If you find yourself dealing with uncomfortable Kundalini symptoms, the following suggestions and resources may be of help. 1. Attend to the body. Purify the body as much as possible by abstaining from substances such as recreational drugs, tobacco, alcohol, and caffeine. This may include prescription drugs as well. Watch your diet and avoid food additives, high sugars, or greasy foods. Eat well, with a strong focus on protein, which is generally grounding. Get massage and vigorous exercise if possible. 2. Reduce stress. You may be in for a major spiritual transformation. If so, you need to make some room for it. It may take time to make the necessary changes in your life. You may even be incapacitated for periods of time. You may need to devote more time to your spirituality or health. If possible, schedule a spiritual retreat for yourself, a period away from your usual life where you can allow the Kundalini energies to run their course and where you have the leisure to contemplate their meaning. 3. Find support. Find others who have knowledge of this experience and friends with whom you feel spiritually aligned. 4. Educate yourself. Read about Kundalini. Find out about the spiritual system of yoga. Learn about the chakras. 5. Treat underlying psychological issues. As Kundalini brings up unresolved issues, which it surely will, this is an excellent time to deal with them. It will make the ride a lot smoother. Find a therapist you can work with or a support group. 6. Examine your spiritual practices. You may need to stop meditating for a while if it increases unpleasant Kundalini symptoms. Let the process you have already awakened catch up with your body and psyche. If you have not been practicing meditation, yoga, or some spiritual practice, it may be time to begin. The proof is in the pudding. See what increases or decreases the unpleasant effects. 7. Practice grounding. Kundalini is most difficult when the energy is moving upward without enough energy moving downward to balance. Refer to grounding exercises in this book or in my book, The Sevenfold Journey, and practice them daily. Investigate the possibility of first chakra issues that need to be resolved in order to give a firmer base. 8. Practice yoga. Hatha yoga helps to strengthen the body, purify the nadis, subtle channels, and awaken the chakras. The spontaneous movements, kriyas, triggered by Kundalini awakening, often resemble a result in classic asanas, yoga poses, so you can help clear the way for Kundalini's smooth passage by taking on a regular yoga practice. Yoga is so popular now that there are classes in most areas, and you can sample various kinds of yoga until you find a style and a teacher that suit you. If Kundalini symptoms are uncomfortable, I do not recommend Kundalini yoga classes, as they are designed to heighten, not diminish this energy. However, a qualified Kundalini yoga instructor may have good advice for you if you are experiencing unpleasant symptoms. Shiva, counterpart to Kundalini Shakti. The Shiva principle is the axis of manifestation developing from the point limit, Bindu, the center of the universe. Elaine Danilou. Thus the yogin, who, through the stirring of the energy, dwells steadfastly at the junction of the twofold movement of emanation and resorption, is returned to the primordial oneness, the vibration of the universal heart. Lillian Silburn. Kundalini Shakti is the upward current that breaks out of restricted matter and moves toward the infinite. Shiva, her counterpart, is the source of the downward current. He is the Hindu god of destruction, partner to the great mother Kali. Shiva destroys ignorance, attachment, and illusion. In this act, he brings a realization of the eternal consciousness within that can never be destroyed. Shiva, like many archetypes and gods, has a dark and a light force. In his active principle, he is called Rudra, the howler or weeping one, a fierce destroyer, searing ignorance in a single glance with lightning that emanates from his third eye. Yet Rudra was also the lord of song, healing, sacrifices, and prosperity, simultaneously seen as the remover of pain. In his later aspects, Rudra was given the name Shiva, meaning Lord of Sleep, representing the non-dual undifferentiated state of peace. In this form, he is the ultimate transcendent deity of all knowledge, the merging of the individual with the divine, representing limitless bliss. When activated by Shakti, Shiva moves into manifestation as the dance, Shiva Nataraja, and is often shown dancing on a corpse, which represents forgetfulness. Without Shakti, it is said that Shiva is but a corpse. When enlivened by Shakti, the dance of Shiva suggests the primordial rhythm of the divine heart, whose pulsation initiates each and every motion on the universe. Together, Shiva and Shakti are the primordial emanations of life itself, the cosmic parents inherent in all creation. In their coupling, Shiva is the pure consciousness that meets and tempers the raw, vital energy of Shakti. Shiva is the static masculine principle that moves toward form and order, whereas Shakti is the dynamic feminine, moving toward freedom and chaos. Often worshipped as the Shiva Lingam, male symbol of creation, Shiva represents the piercing nature of consciousness that impregnates the seeker with potent awareness. Shiva can be a tempering force for the violent ravages of Kundalini Shakti. To bring consciousness down from the top is to bring calm and order to her chaotic energies. When we deal with Kundalini, we are dealing with difficult, unrefined, and unconscious energies. As Kundalini rises, she cooks the grosser levels into the refinement of the higher chakras. Shiva, however, is that refinement. He brings order and peace to her restless wildness. Perhaps Kundalini is most unruly when she is longing for her partner. To invoke the energy of Shiva is to call upon the transcendent bliss of the crown chakra and bring it down through the body. This invokes the manifesting current, which brings form, simplicity, and grounding. The union of these two forces synthesizes the cosmic principles of male and female, upper and lower, form and chaos, transcendence and immanence, into a single dynamic essence. Tantra, meeting at the heart. The union of two triangles symbolizes the union of Shiva-Shakti, manifesting in the objective universe. When the two triangles are separated and form an hourglass pattern, they represent dissolution. Time and space cease to exist. Ajit Mukherjee. The philosophy of Tantra, which most people mistakenly think is all about sex, is actually about weaving. The word Tantra literally means loom, and the verb tan means to stretch. Tantra is the spiritual practice of weaving together opposite energies, specifically the upward and downward currents of Shakti and Shiva. Sexuality, as a subset of Tantra, is a sacred act that embodies this union on the physical plane. The ultimate balance of these two forces, however, occurs when we bring them all through the chakras and balance them in the heart. Tantra seeks to obtain enlightenment not by renunciation, but by embracing the full experience of living. Tantra delights in the senses, desires and feelings, and is focused on the expansion of the consciousness that comes from a dynamic, sensate connection to life. Tantra does not advise us to cease action, but to transform our acts into creative evolution. Tantra is the harmonious weaving of primordial opposites, mortal and divine, male and female, Shiva and Shakti, spirit and matter, heaven and earth. We have stated that the heart chakra is the central integrating chamber of the chakra system. Through the bonding of love, all things eventually find their way to connection and wholeness. The crown brings us realization, the understanding that allows us to embrace the whole. The body is the temple where all things come to rest and fruition. Without integration, the temple is empty and the spirit is homeless. The heart, as integrator, is thus the ultimate center of the self. What does it mean to bring ourselves into the center at the heart? It means that we feel our bodies and their needs and emotions, and bring these feelings to a place of wisdom and understanding. It means that we consider our actions for their effects on others, yet maintain an awareness of the individual self. It means that we embody our wisdom by not blindly accepting beliefs without testing them with the body's truth. It means that we approach all life, in the self and with others, with compassion and love. It means we dwell in a place of peace and balance, alive yet calm, changing yet stable. I believe that at this point in history, we are desperately being called upon to rise to the level of the heart from our collective immersion in the third chakra. Presently, world issues surround around power and aggression. We live in the shadow of potential nuclear holocaust. Western civilization has exalted the cult of the individual. We have worshipped the hero's quest. We have achieved technological prowess. It is now time to court the next stage of the hero's quest, the return. This is where the fruits of individuality and power are brought home to benefit the community. a distinct movement from third chakra to fourth. We must realize that as individuals, our possibilities are limited, but as conscious members of a larger community, we have unlimited potential. In the quest for enlightenment, the final responsibility is to return to the world and become part of the evolutionary system. Our love can lift us out of the violence, aggression, and cold-hearted individualism that typifies our time. Only love can reweave the original fabric of wholeness that has been severed, in ourselves and among each other. This is the vital piece of the rainbow bridge that needs to be emphasized at this time. As the bridge is created by each one of us, only we, as conscious, integrated individuals, can open our hearts to make the connection between heaven and earth a living reality. Temple for the Gods. Spirituality is the awakening of divinity and consciousness. Harish Johari. In Norse mythology, the giants built the palace Valhalla as an abode for the gods. The rainbow bridge was the means of getting to Valhalla. However, the giants had requested a payment for their work. Freya, the goddess of love. We cannot have another build our temple for us, nor can we afford to pay for it by sacrificing love. If we are to invite divine energies to manifest within us, then we must build our own temple. In the 7th chakra discussion, I described consciousness as a universal field, accessed through the individual psyche. I also noted how the amount of consciousness we access depends upon our intelligence and state of mind. The divine, however, is more than just consciousness. In its full spectrum, the divine is also beauty, sound, love, energy, feeling, and form, elements reflected